Ramayan, Kanda 5, Sundara Kanda. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 1. Then that repressor of foes resolved to follow the path of the Charanas, in quest of the place where Sita was carried off by Ravana. And bent on achieving a hard task, in which he had no helpmate and none to withstand, the monkey, with his neck and head raised, resembled the Lord of Kine. And frightening fowls, and crushing trees with his breast, and slaughtering numbers of beasts, that exceedingly powerful, intelligent and staid one began to range at ease in lapis-hued lawns resembling water, like a lion bursting in energy. And on the level of that foremost of mountains, filled with nonpareil nagas, and embellished with natural and unmixed metals, red and dark blue, and black and pale red, and lotus-hued, and variegated, and crowded with godlike yakshas and kinnaras and gandharvas and panagas, excellently attired, Hanuman stationing himself, resembled a naga in a lake. Then joining his hands to the sun, Mahendra, wind, the self-create, and all beings, he set his heart upon his journey. Then having, with his face to the east, joined his palms to his sire, that blessed one began to attain proportions for journeying towards the south. And sure as the sea increases on the occasion of a parva, Hanuman, determined on his leap, experiencing exhilaration, began, in the midst of the foremost monkeys, to increase for the behoof of Rama. Attaining measureless magnitude, he, desirous of crossing over the ocean, pressed the mountain with his arms and legs. And roughly handled by the monkey, the mountain anon shook for a while, and all the blossoms showered down from the tops of the trees. And covered all over with heaps of fragrant flowers thrown off from the trees, the entire mountain wore one floral look. And afflicted by that one of first-rate prowess, that mountain shed water, like an elephant in rut. And hard beset by that powerful one, the mountain Mahendra put out the golden, silvern, and collyrium sheen that appertained thereto. And the mountain began to cast forth huge crags containing red arsenic, and its middle resembled smoke embosoming a sparkling flame. And sore tormented by the monkey engaged in harassing them, all the creatures dwelling in the caverns cried in frightful tones. And that mighty chorus of the creatures consequent on the mountain's agony filled the entire earth, all the cardinal points, and the groves. And snakes, bringing out their spacious hoods marked with blue streaks, vomiting fierce fire, began to bite at the rocks with their fangs. And those gigantic crags, bitted by those enraged snakes of virulent venom, flamed up with fire and were shivered unto 1,000 fragments. And those medicinal herbs that grew there, albeit endowed with the virtue of neutralizing poison, could not tame the fierceness of the venom of those serpents. Then, conceiving that the mountain was being riven by Brahma Rakshasas, the ascetics, becoming agitated, as well as the Vidyadharas together with their females, began to flee away. And forsaking their golden seats and cans on the drinking grounds, and costly vessels, and waterpots plated with gold, and diverse suckable viands and meats of various kinds, and bucklers of bull hides, gold-hafted swords, beings with wreaths on their necks, inebriate, bearing red garlands and unguents, having red eyes resembling lotuses, flew into the firmament. And fair ones decked in chains and bangles and keuras and bracelets, struck with amaze, with a smile rose in the sky along with their paramours. And witnessing this mighty phenomenon, Vidyadharas and Maharshis mounted into the sky, gazing at the mountain. And they heard the words of spirit-pervaded ascetics, and Charanas, and Siddhas, stationed in the azure sky. This mountain, like Hanuman, son of the wind, endued with exceeding vehemence, is anxious to cross over the main abode of Varuna. And undertaking an arduous task in the interests of Rama and monkeys, this one wishes to go to the other shore of the sea hard to reach. Hearing this speech of the ascetics, the Vidyadharas saw on the mountain that foremost of monkeys of immeasurable might. And that one resembling fire shook and bristled his down, and he set up a tremendous roar resembling a mighty, rumbling cloud. And springing up, he lashed his tail furnished all over with hair and folds, like the king of birds handling a serpent. And the tail of that one endued with exceeding impetus, bent and brandished, seemed like a gigantic serpent carried off by Garuda. And the monkey planted his arms resembling mighty clubs, fast, on the mountain, and his waist became slender, and his legs were contracted. And contracting his arms and neck, that graceful and powerful one summoned energy, and strength, physical and mental. And looking at his way from a distance, Hanuman, raising his eyes up, and fixing his gaze at the sky, suspended his breath in his breast. And planting his feet firmly, that one endowed with mighty strength, Hanuman, foremost of monkeys, contracting his ears up, sprang forward, and that best of monkeys spoke unto the monkeys, saying, as a shaft shot by Ragva courses like the wind, so will I course to Lanka ruled by Ravana. And if I fail to find Janaka's daughter in Lanka, I shall with the self-same speed repair to the regions of the celestials. And if I do not find Sita in Lanka, after taking so much trouble, I shall bring the Rakshasa king bound. Either attaining complete success, I shall come hither, back, or uprooting Lanka, with Ravana in it, I shall carry it hither. Having observed this, the monkey Hanuman, foremost of monkeys, endowed with speed, without pausing for thought, suddenly sprang up. And that powerful monkey deemed himself like unto Suparna. And as he flew up, the trees situated in that mountain, in consequence of his violent rush, shrinking their boughs, rolled over on all sides. And drawing up blossoming trees filled with maddened lapwings, by the vehemence of his flight, he coursed on in the clear sky. And those trees borne up by the vehemence of his flight, followed the monkey for a while, like friends following a friend that hath set out for a far country. And pulled up by the impetus of his rushing thighs, Salus and other mighty trees followed Hanuman, as an army follows its monarch. And surrounded by innumerable trees having their tops crested with flowers, Hanuman, wearing a mountain-like appearance, was wonderful to behold. And those trees that were more ponderous plunged into the salt sea, as plunged the mountains into Varana's abode, afflicted with the fear of Mahendra. And strewn with various sprouts and buds and blossoms, the monkey, resembling a mass of clouds, looked lovely like a hill filled with glowworms. And uprooted by the force of his rush, those trees, their flowers fallen off, plunged into the sea, like friends returning to their homes, after having accompanied their friends some way. And blown by the wind caused by the monkey, the various variegated flowers of the trees, in consequence of their lightness, showered down on the sea. And covered with heaps of fragrant flowers of diverse hues, the monkey resembled a mass of clouds embellished by lines of lightning. And the waters of the ocean, strewn with blossoms carried off by his motion, appeared like the sky garnished with charming stars, cresting the same. And his arms stretched in the sky, seemed like 5-hooded snakes issuing from a mountain. And he appeared as if he was drinking up the mighty deep with its multitudes of waves, or as if that redoubtable monkey was desirous of sucking up the sky itself. And as he coursed the orbit of air, his eyes flashing like lightning, resembled 2 craters aglow on a mountain. And the eyes of that foremost of tawny-hued ones resembled the sun and the moon stationed in a vast yellow aureola. And beside his coppery nose, his face looked coppery, as looks the solar disk on the approach of eve. And the uplifted tail of the wind god's offspring, engaged in bounding, appeared beautiful in the sky like the raised standard of Sakra. And the exceedingly wise son of the wind, Hanuman, having white teeth, with his tail coiled up, looked handsome like the sun with his disk. And on account of his waist being deeply coppery, that mighty monkey appeared like a mountain running a mighty torrent mixed with minerals and red chalk. And the wind that had got into the armpits of that leonine monkey who was crossing over the main, roareth like clouds. And as a meteor consisting of many smaller ones, darting from above falleth down, to the earth, rushed on that foremost of monkeys. And then that stalwart monkey, resembling the careering sun, resembled a mad elephant fettered by the middle, whose bulk has increased immensely. And as he coursed above, on account of the reflection cast by his body, on the bosom of the deep, the monkey looked like a bark swayed by the breeze. And wherever that mighty monkey went about the sea, the state of things appeared to undergo a violent convulsion owing to impetus imparted by his body. And that mighty monkey, possessed of exceeding speed, rushed on, raising multitudes of surges on the sea by his breast resembling rock. And the wind begot of the monkey as well as that of the clouds, issuing out, made the dread-sounding ocean roll violently. And pushing up multitudes of high-heaving billows from the salt waters, that tiger-like monkey rushed on, separating earth and heaven. And that one endued with vehement speed passed over surges in the mighty main resembling Mandara or Meru, as if counting them. And the waters lashed up to the clouds by the force of his speed, looked like autumnal clouds overspreading the sky. And then whales and alligators and fishes and tortoises appeared plainly visible, like the persons of individuals, when the cloth hath been taken off them. And sea serpents, seeing that tiger-like monkey proceeding in the sky, took him for Suparna himself. And the shadow of the leonine monkey, measuring 10 yojanas in width and 30 length, seemed the more handsome in consequence of his deed. And that shadow resembling masses of white clouds, falling on the salt waters and following the wind god sun, seemed exceedingly beautiful. And that exceedingly energetic mighty monkey possessed of a gigantic body, appeared splendid in the unsupported aerial way, like a winged mountain. And the deep beside the course that was being vehemently pursued by that elephantine monkey was suddenly turned into a watercourse. And coursing through the regions of fowls like the monarch of the feathered race, Hanuman, pushing away masses of clouds, resembled the wind himself, and colossal clouds scattered by the monkey, pale and crimson and blue and mangista-hued, looked exceedingly lovely. And now entering into the clouds, and now emerging from them, he looked like the moon, sometimes hid and sometimes visible. And beholding that monkey engaged in bounding with celerity, gods, Gandharvas, and Danavas began to strew blossoms on him. And as he was leaping, the sun did not burn him, and the wind ministered unto him, for the success of Rama's work. And the saints hymned his praises, as he was leaping on in the sky. And applauding the ranger of forests, they raised the voice of song. And Nagas and Yakshas, and various races of Rakshasas, eulogized him on beholding that tiger-like monkey, Hanuman, in the act of bounding. And Hanuman, that lord of monkeys, being engaged in the act of bounding, the ocean, wishing glory unto the race of the Ikshwakus, thought within himself, Truly shall I be blamed of all persons if I do not assist this lord of monkeys, Hanuman. Reared I have been by Sagara, the foremost of the race of the Ikshwakus, and this monkey is their counselor. It therefore doth not behove me to tire him out. It becometh me to do that by which the monkey may take rest in me, and, relieved, may happily traverse the remaining way. Having arrived at this wholesome resolution, the ocean spake unto that best of mountains, Menaka, hued in gold and situate in the waters, saying, O Lord, Thou hast been placed here by the King of Celestials as an outer gate against the Asuras inhabiting the region under the earth. Thou too, from then, hast been waiting at this gate, unapproachable by the Asuras, rising up again, and whose prowess is well known, unto the Lord of Celestials. O mountain, thou art capable of expanding thyself upwards, downwards, and on thy sides. I do command thee therefore, O best of mountains, to rise up. That best of monkeys, the energetic Hanuman, the performer of mighty deeds, engaged in Rama's service, worn out with fatigue, waiteth above thee. Beholding the exhaustion of that leader of monkeys, it behoveth thee to rise up. Hearing the speech of the ocean, the golden mountain Menaka, covered with tall trees and creepers, rose up instantly from his watery bed. Like unto the sun of bright rays rising out of the watery expanse, he uplifted himself from the ocean. Being thus commanded by the ocean, the great mountain, covered on all sides with water, immediately brought forth his peaks. The sky was as if cleft by these golden summits like unto the rising of the sun, inhabited by Kinaras and large serpents. The golden summits of that mountain being thus lifted up, the dark blue sky assumed the golden hue. And by those highly resplendent golden peaks that best of mountains assumed the brilliance of 1,000 suns. Beholding before him that upheaved mountain in the midst of the salt ocean, Hanuman regarded it as a barrier for eye. Like unto wind dispersing clouds, that mighty monkey with great velocity crushed down those uplifted peaks with his breast. Being thus crushed down by that monkey, the best of mountains, being apprised of his prowess, began to shout with joy. Thereupon, with a glad heart assuming the semblance of a man and stationing himself upon his own summit, that mountain chief addressed Hanuman, saying, O best of monkeys, forsooth hast thou been engaged in this arduous task. Coming down on my peak do thou take rest. This ocean was reared by one born in the family of Raghus. And beholding thee engaged on Rama's behoof he is worshipping thee. The best and everlasting virtue consists in returning benefits unto one who hath benefited us. Bent on returning benefits unto Raghu's race, he deserveth respect from thee. And to welcome thee properly, I have been dispatched by him with the message, traversing over 100 yojanas this monkey hath been worn out with fatigue, let him voyage to the remaining way after resting for a while on thy summit. Do thou therefore, O best of monkeys, remain here and take rest. And feasting on these many fragrant and sweet fruits and roots, O foremost of monkeys, do thou relieve thyself of the toil and proceed. O leader of monkeys, my relation with thee is replete with many virtues and known all over the 3 worlds. O son of Maryuta, O best of monkeys, I know thee to be the foremost of all monkeys. Even an ordinary guest should be adored by him who abideth by virtue. What of thee great as thou art? O thou lion among monkeys, thou art the son of Maryuta, the foremost of celestials, and art his equal in speed. Thou that art conversant with virtue, being worshipped, Maryuta himself receiveth offerings. Thou art therefore worthy of my adoration. Hearken, there is another reason for it. O worshipful one, in olden times, the mountains, gifted with wings, began to range all quarters with velocity like unto Garuda. They moving thus, the celestials, the ascetes, and all creatures became almost faint with fear of their falling down. Highly enraged therefore, the thousand-eyed deity, the performer of 100 sacrifices, sundered with his thunderbolt the wings of hundreds and thousands of them. When with his thunderbolt, the Lord of Celestials, wroth, approached me, I was all on a sudden thrown down by the high-souled wind. O best of monkeys, I was thus cast down in this salt ocean and preserved unhurt by thy ancestors having my wings hid. I shall therefore adore thee, and thou art object of my worship, O Maryuta. And this my relation with thee, O foremost of monkeys, is pregnant with many virtues. The time for returning benefits having arrived, O high-souled one, it behoveth thee to afford me and the ocean satisfaction with a blessed heart. O best of monkeys, relieve thyself of the fatigue and accept my affectionate offerings, who am worthy of thy respect. Happy am I to see thee. Being thus accosted by Menaka, the best of mountains, Hanuman, the foremost of monkeys, said, saying, Pleased am I, and thou hast shown me enough of hospitality. Do thou give up thy wrath? Business wants me to go soon, and the time is well nigh spent. Besides, I have promised that I shall not halt at any intermediate place. Thereupon touching the hill with his hand, that highly energetic monkey wended, smiling, his aerial way. Thereat the ocean and the mountain respectfully looked towards him and adored and welcomed him with blessings worthy of the occasion. Leaving the mountain and the ocean and rising high up, he proceeded in the clear welkin, traversing the aerial way. Rising high up and casting his look down on the hill, that foremost of monkeys proceeded by the unsupported aerial track. Beholding this singularly arduous work of Hanuman, the celestials, the siddhas, and the ascetics all praised him. All the celestials and others living on its summit were highly pleased with the mountain arrayed in gold and having beautiful sides. And the thousand-eyed Vasva was also pleased. And greatly pleased that highly intelligent Sachi's lord, himself, addressed that best of mountains having picturesque sides, saying, Greatly delighted am I, O Lord of mountains, O thou having golden peaks. No fear I do declare unto thee. Proceedest thou therefore, at thy ease, O gentle one. Greatly hast thou helped Hanuman, crossing fearlessly and unceasingly over 100 yojanas to that he might not fall in danger. This monkey is going in the interests of Rama, Dakaratha's son, and thou hast welcomed been to the best of thy might. Therefore I am greatly pleased with thee. Beholding that Lord of Celestials, the performer or in 100 sacrifices, highly gratified, that best of mountains attained to an excess of joy. And having received boons from Indra, the mountain occupied again its pristine place. And Hanuman in a short time crossed over the main. Thereupon the celestials, along with Gandharvas, Siddhas, and the ascetics, spake unto Suresa, the mother of serpents, resembling the sun, saying, The highly effulgent son of wind named Hanuman is crossing over the main. Thou art required to throw obstacles in his way for a while. Assuming therefore the semblance of a terrible, grim-visaged Rakshasa, resembling a huge mountain and having terrible teeth and a face with coppery eyes, do thou touch the welkin. We are anxious to learn if he defeateth thee by some means or cometh by grief. Thus addressed the worshipful Sir Asa, having been honored by the celestials, deformed and horrible and capable of exciting the fear of all beings, and obstructing Hanuman as he was coursing on, said, O foremost of monkeys, thou hast been ordained as my fare by the gods themselves. I will eat thee up, do thou enter my mouth. Even this is the boon that was conferred on me by the deity. Having delivered herself thus speedily, the opening her mouth wide, stood before the son of the wind god. Thus accosted by Sir Asa, Hanuman, with a glad countenance, said, Rama, son unto Dakaratha, had entered the Dandaka forest in company with his brother, Lakshmana, and his wife, Vaidehi. He having created hostility with the Rakshasas, his illustrious wife, Sita, while he was engrossed in some work, was carried away by Ravana. At Rama's command, I go to her as his envoy. It behoveth thee, living in Rama's dominions, to lend him thy help. Or having seen Mithila's daughter, as well as Rama of untiring deeds, I will enter thy mouth. This I promise thee truly. Thus addressed by Hanuman, Sir Asa, capable of wearing forms at will, said, None shall pass me without being devoured by me, even this is the boon that I have received. Then seeing him go away, the mother of the Nagas, Sir Asa, desirous of essaying the strength of Hanuman, spoke. O best of monkeys, thou shalt have to go, today, after entering my mouth. Even this is the boon that was conferred on me by the deity. Having said this swiftly, she extending her capacious mouth wide, stood in front of the wind god's son. Thus addressed by Sir Asa, that foremost of monkeys, waxing wroth, said, Extend thy mouth so, that thou mayst contain me. Having said this unto Sir Asa, having her mouth measuring 10 yojanas, Hanuman enlarged himself as many yojanas. Thereat Sir Asa enlarged her mouth 20 yojanas. And beholding her extended mouth with a long tongue, wondrous dreadful, like unto hill itself, and resembling clouds, measuring 20 yojanas, the intelligent son of the wind god, Hanuman, enlarged, made himself measure 30 yojanas. Threat, Sir Asa, extended her mouth 40 yojanas, and thereupon the heroic Hanuman attained the altitude of 50 yojanas. And Sir Asa enlarged her mouth 60 yojanas, and the heroic Hanuman anon heightened himself 70 yojanas. And Sir Asa widened her mouth 80 yojanas, and Hanuman like unto fire raised himself 90 yojanas. And Sir Asa enlarged her mouth 100 yojanas. Thereat diminishing his person like unto a cloud, the wind god's son at that moment measured 1 thumb only. Then entering her month and coming out of it, that exceedingly powerful and graceful one, stationing himself in the sky, spoke thus. Zero descendant of Deksha, I have entered into thy mouth. I bow down unto thee. I will repair to where Vaidehi is. Thy boon hath proved true. Seeing him out of her mouth like the moon out of the mouth of Rahu, the venerable Sir Asa spoke unto the monkey in her native form, saying, For compassing thy end, go, O foremost of monkeys, O mild one, at thine ease. And bringing unto Vaidehi tidings touching the high-souled Raghava do thou meet her. Witnessing that third act of Hanuman's hard to perform, all beings extolled the monkey, exclaiming, Excellent! Excellent! Then he, resembling the wind in rush, arrived at the irrepressible ocean, abode of Varuna, went on, enveloping the welkin, on the aerial way, visited by showers, ranged by fowls and Gandharbhas, graced by the iris, embellished by shining vehicles rolling on, drawn by lions, or elephants, or tigers, or bird-serpents, presided over by eminently pious and righteous persons who have won the regions of heaven, and therefore appearing as if adorned by the 5 fires of the touch of Akani or Vera. Ever, served by fire-bearing sacrificial oblations, garnished by planets and stars and astral luminaries, and the sun and the moon, thronged with Maharshis, and Gandharbhas and Nagas, and Yakhas, and pure, and speckless, the support of the universe, inhabited by Vikwavesu, lorded over by the elephants of the king of the celestials, the orbit of the sun and moon, endowed with auspiciousness constituting the canopy of this live world, blameless, and made by Brahma, crowded with countless heroes and Vidyadharas. And the wind god's son Hanuman, scattering clouds like the very wind himself, coursed on in the aerial wave like Garuda. And mighty clouds, hued like Kalaguru red, and yellow and sable, on being dispersed by the monkey, burst into brilliance. and again entering into the clouds and emerging out of them, he resembled the moon during the rains, now entering into clouds and now issuing out of them. And everywhere Hanuman, son unto the wind god coursing through the unsupported sky, looked like the monarch of mountains furnished with wings. And it came to pass that beholding him in the act of bounding, a Rakshasi named Sinhika, of great age, and capable of wearing forms at will, thought within herself, Today, after a long lapse of time, I shall have my fare. This mighty creature hath, after a long time, come within my power. Having thought thus in her mind, she seized Hanuman's shadow. On his shadow being secured, the monkey reflected, As a mighty bark is retarded in its course in the sea by adverse wind, have I, my prowess paralyzed, been suddenly obstructed in my career. Then looking above and below and sideways, the monkey saw a mighty creature arisen from the salt waters. And seeing that one of a distorted countenance, the wind god's son thought, This one is, without doubt, the creature of wonderful form, possessed of exceeding prowess, given to securing its prey by means of its shadow, which had been described by the monkey king. And concluding her to be Sinhika, from her act, the intelligent monkey, attaining a gigantic body, increased himself, like a mass of clouds during the rains. And seeing the enlarged body of the mighty monkey, she extended her mouth, measuring the sky and the nether regions. And roaring like unto a mass of clouds, she rushed against the monkey. Thereat, that intelligent and mighty monkey marked her deformed and huge mouth, her body, and its gesticulated members. And the redoubtable monkey, hard as the thunderbolt, contracting himself in a moment, threw himself into her mouth. And the Siddhas and Charanas saw him sink in her mouth, as the full moon is taken by Rahu during a parva. Then tearing her limits by means of his sharp claws, the monkey, endowed with the celerity of thought, vehemently sprang forward. Then slaying her by his acuteness of sight, endurance, and skill, that heroic, self-controlled monkey again began to swell himself amain. Her heart having been crushed out by Hanuman, she, rendered lifeless, fell into the water. The self-create had created him for compassing her destruction. And seeing Sinhika speedily slain by the monkey, and fallen, creatures ranging the sky addressed that foremost of monkeys, saying, Terrible is the deed that thou hast performed today. Mighty was the creature that hath been slaughtered by thee. Compass thou thine wished for end without let, O foremost of monkeys. He, O chief of monkeys, that, like thee, is endowed with endurance, sharp-sightedness, sense, and ability, doth not feel depressed in action. Honored by these, and wished well as to his purpose, that monkey, worthy of being honored, set out, enveloping the sky, like him that subsisteth on serpents. And it came to pass that as he had almost arrived at the other shore of the ocean, he, looking about on all sides at the end of 100 yojanas, saw a range of woods. And as he went on, that best of monkeys saw an island decked with diverse trees, and groves pertaining Malaya. And he surveyed the sea, and lands bordering thereon, and trees growing on the seashore, and the countenances of the spouses of the sea, and surveying his own person resembling a mighty mass of clouds, and as if closing up the sky, that self-possessed one ascertained his course of action. Soon as the Rakshasas shall behold my enlarged body and the vehemence of my motion, they shall be seized with curiosity concerning me. Thus thought that magnanimous one. Thereat diminishing that person of his, resembling a mountain, that self-possessed one, purged of ignorance, resumed his natural shape. And diminishing that form into the smallest compass, Hanuman remained in his native form, like that depriver of valorous prowess, Hari, after he had placed his 3 steps. And thus wearing various graceful forms, that one, acting after reflection, having come to the other shore of the ocean incapable of being reached by others, on looking over his immensely magnified person, reduced his body to its former size. And that high-souled one, resembling a cloudy pavilion, alighted on the foremost summit of the splendid mountain, Samva, crested with picturesque peaks, and abounding in katakas, udalakas, and coconuts. And reaching the shore of the sea, and beholding Lanka on the top of that foremost of mountains, the monkey, renouncing his native form, fell on that mountain, agitating birds and beasts. And having by main force bounded over the ocean heaving with surges, and rife with Danavas and Panagas, he, alighting on the shore of the mighty main, beheld Lanka like unto Amaravati. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 2. having crossed over the ocean incapable of being repressed, that one endowed with great strength, staying at the plateau of Chitrakuta, and having refreshed himself, cast his eyes on Lanka. And covered with showers of blossoms poured down by the trees, that monkey possessed of prowess then appeared there like Pushpamaya. And having cleared 100 yojanas, that monkey gifted with first-rate prowess, did not heave sighs or feel any fatigue. I am competent to bound over many hundreds of yojanas. What then is this end of the ocean measuring in 100 yojanas only? And that foremost of those endowed with energy and the prime of monkeys, gifted with speed, went to Lanka, having crossed over the mighty main. And seeing blue lawns, and perfumed woods, replete with honey and filled with mountains, he held his way by the central thoroughfare, and that foremost of monkeys, the energetic Hanuman, went by hills filled with trees, and ranges of blossoming woods. And stationing himself in that mountain, the offspring of the wind god beheld woods and groves and Lanka established at the brow of the mountain. And that elephant of a monkeys surveyed saralas, and karnakaras, and dates in full flower, Pyalas, Muchalendas, Kutajas and Katakas, Pyangas warm with aroma, and Nipas, and Saptakshitas, Asanas, Kovidaras, and flowering Caraveras, and trees bearing blossoms, filled with swans and karandavas, and covered with lotuses and lilies, and charming sporting hills, and various watery expanses, and extensive tracts covered with diverse trees bearing flowers and fruits at all seasons, and gardens exceedingly beautiful to behold. And drawing near unto Lanka embellished with lilies and environed by a moat tilled with lotuses, that one graced with auspiciousness, that graceful monkey, Hanuman, beheld Lanka vigilantly guarded by Ravana, in consequence of Sita having been carried away, with Rakshasas bearing fierce bows ranging all around, that mighty and captivating capital surrounded by a golden wall, filled with edifices resembling cliffs and looking like autumnal clouds, and elevated yellowish highways, abounding in hundreds of banners mounted on the walls, and beautified with pennons and streamers with noble golden gateways painted with plants, and resembling the metropolis of the very sovereign of the celestials. And that graceful monkeys saw Lanka situated on the top of the mountain, filled with splendid yellow-white palaces, like unto a city stationed in the sky, ruled by the lord of Rakshasas and reared by Vikwakarma himself. And the monkey, Hanuman, beheld Lanka, as if moving in the sky, with her walls furnished with daisies for her hips, the immense waters and woods for her cloth, satagnis and darts for her hair ends, and pennons on her walls for earrings, built as if by the agency of the mind, and constructed by Vikwakarma himself. And arriving at the northern gate resembling the mansion of Kailaka, and cleaving, as it were, the welkin, and as if holding the firmament with lofty and glorious edifices, and observing the sea, his dreadful enemy, Ravana, the city teeming with poisonous snakes, as well as the method of defense, displayed in it, the monkey reflected, even if the monkeys came here, they should fail to achieve success, for Lanka is incapable of being taken in battle by the celestials themselves. Even if the mighty armed Ragva should reach this terrible-looking and impregnable Lanka reared by Ravana, what could he do? Opportunity find I none either for conciliation with the Rakshasas, or for winning them over by gifts, or for sowing dissensions among them, or for conquering them in fight. Of all the monkeys, for only endowed with exceptional celerity, viz., Vala's son, Nila, the intelligent king, and myself, have the power to come over here. When I have ascertained whether Vaidehi is alive or not, I shall, after interviewing Janaka's daughter, think about this. Then that elephantine monkey, stationed on the summit of that mountain, for a while bethought himself as to the success of Rama. I cannot in this form succeed in entering the city of the Rakshasas, guarded by wily and powerful Rakshasas. I should, while engaged in searching for Janaki, deceive all the strong and highly energetic Rakshasas gifted with prowess. For attaining this mighty object, it behoveth me to enter Lanka, at night in a shape invisible yet well suited to the end in view. And beholding the city in that state, difficult of being subdued by the celestials and Asuras, combined, Hanuman, sighing momentarily, thought within himself, how can I, without being discovered by the impious lord of Rakshasas, Ravana, succeed in seeing Janaka's daughter, mightily? How can the work of Rama cognizant of self, be so managed that it may not be brought to naught? How can I see Janaka's daughter singly in secret? actions on the very eve of success, on being obstructed by adverse season and place, and through the agency of unreflecting envoys, come to naught, even as darkness is dispelled on sunrise. And in respect of what should be undertaken and what not, even the certain decision of a master assisted by his counselors, because of a heedless messenger, doth not appear in all its beauty. Messengers, foolish, yet proud of their knowledge, bring every business to naught. How can I so manage that my business may not suffer? How can I avoid recklessness? How can my bounding over the deep bear fruit? On my being seen by the Rakshasas, the work of Rama cognizant of self, desirous of the destruction of Ravana, shall be marred. Even if I wear a Rakshasa form, I cannot anywhere remain undiscovered by the Rakshasas. What shall I say of any other form? Even the wind, I conceive, doth not stray here, unperceived. Nothing whatever is here that is unknown to the Rakshasas of redoubtable deeds. Should I stay here embodied in my native form, I shall come by destruction, and the interest also of my master shall suffer. Therefore, diminishing myself, I shall at night, for compassing the welfare of Raghava, enter Lanka in my own form. Entering at night Ravana's capital difficult of access, I shall, obtaining entry into every dwelling, seek Janaka's daughter. Having made up his mind thus, the heroic Hanuman, extremely eager to see Vaidehi, wished for the setting of the sun. On the sun having set, at night the wind god's son, contracting his person, reducing himself to the dimensions of a cat, became wonderful to behold. And at dusk, the powerful Hanuman, springing up, entered the charming city of Lanka with its well-divided highways, furnished with rows of edifices having golden pillars, and networks, resembling the metropolis of the Gandharvas. And he saw that splendid city containing 7-storied and 8**-storied edifices, studded with crystal and adorned with gold. And the dwellings of the Rakshasas were embellished with these ornaments. And graceful golden gateways belonging to the Rakshasas everywhere lent splendor unto Lanka, adorned all over. Beholding Lanka, wonderful and of inconceivable loveliness, the mighty monkey, desirous of beholding Vaidehi, became depressed and delighted at the same time. And he entered Lanka, engarlanded with yellow edifices joined together, with the ornamented arches of her gateways furnished with nets of precious gold, famed all over the world, ruled by the arm of Ravana, and vigilantly guarded by night rangers of dreadful strength. And as if ministering unto him, the moon furnished with many thousands of rays arose with the stars in the midst of the sky, spreading lunar light over all creatures. And that heroic monkey beheld the moon possessing the sheen of a conch, and hued like milk or the lotus stalk, arisen and afloat, in the welkin, like a swan swimming in a tank. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 3. Assuming the quality of goodness and energy on Mount Lamva furnished with elevated summits, and resembling long masses of clouds, Hanuman, son unto the wind god capable of concluding in harmony with season, possessed of exceeding strength, an elephant among monkeys, entered Lanka by night, affluent with charming woods and waters, the city governed by Ravana, beautified with edifices resembling autumnal clouds, sounding like unto Vidapavati herself, with infuriated elephants, stationed at her. Graceful gateways, containing white gates with ornamented arches, resembling the handsome Bhagavati inhabited and protected by serpents. And suddenly coming to that city, resembling Amaravati, scattered with clouds charged with lightning, having hosts of luminaries, and tumultuous with the roars of blustering blasts, girt round by a mighty golden wall, ringing with the tinklings of tiny bells, and embellished with pennons, he growing exceedingly exhilarated, made towards the wall. And beholding the city all round, furnished with golden doors, having quadrangular courts composed of lapises, ornamented with plastered jeweled pavements studded with all gems, crystals, and pearls, with mad elephants of burnished gold and speckless white silver, with stairs of lapises, doors, devoid of dust with their centers composed of crystal and with stately halls, elegant, and adjoining mansions seeming as if reaching up to the heavens, resounding with crouches and peacocks, frequented by swans, and everywhere resonant with the sounds of trumpets and ornaments. And then beholding the city Lanka, resembling Vaswokasara, and appearing to mount to the welkin, the monkey Hanuman was filled with rapture. And seeing the delightful, divine, and prosperous city of Lanka belonging to the Lord of Rakshasas, that one endowed with prowess thought within himself, this city protected by the forces of Ravana with their hands holding upraised arms, is incapable of being forcibly subdued by any other. This place can be easily entered by Kumudha and Ingatha, as well as by that mighty monkey, Sashina, and also by Minda and Dvivida. And there is way also for the offspring of the sun, and that monkey, Kukaparva, as well as of that foremost of monkeys, Rikshya, and myself. And having witnessed the prowess of Raghava, as well as the vigor of Lakshmana, the monkey was filled with joy. And that redoubtable monkey beheld the metropolis of the monarch of the Rakshasas, having for her cloth the sea, for her pendants, cowstalls and stables, for her breasts, turrets mounted on the walls for discharging missiles, decked out like a damsel, with her darkness dispelled by bright lights and the mighty planets. And as he was entering, that tiger-like mighty monkey son unto the wind god was met by the city in her native shape. And seeing that best of monkeys, Lanka, ruled by Ravana, arising of herself with her countenance rendered deformed, stood before the heroic son of the wind, and, emitting a tremendous roar, addressed the offspring of the wind god, saying, O thou that hast the woods for thy home, who art thou? And on what errand hast thou come hither? Tell me while yet thou hast thy vital powers left in thee. O monkey, for certain thou art unable to obtain entry into this Lanka, protected by the forces of Ravana, and carefully guarded on all sides. Thereat, the heroic Hanuman spoke unto her staying in front of him, I shall tell thee all about that anent which thou questionest me. Who art thou that having deformed eyes stayest at the gate of this city? And what for, O frightful one, dost thou rail at me in wrath? Hearing Hanuman's speech, Lanka, capable of wearing forms at will, waxing wroth addressed the wind god's offspring, saying, I, who am incapable of being repressed, abiding by the mandate of the high-souled sovereign of the Rakshasas, protect this city. Thou art unable to enter this city, passing me by. Thou shalt today, losing thy life and slain by me, sleep, the sleep of death. O monkey, I am the city of Lanka myself. I every way guard all that is here. Hearing Lanka's words, Hanuman, son unto the wind god, foremost of monkeys, exerting himself to secure victory, stood like another hill. And seeing her appear in the form of a deformed female, that foremost and best of monkeys endued with intelligence, possessed of prowess, said, I will behold the city of Lanka, crowned with turrets, walls, and ornamented arches. It is for this that I have come here. Great is my curiosity. I come forsooth to see the woods and groves and gardens of Lanka here, as well as her principal edifices. Hearing these words of his, Lanka, capable of wearing forms at will, again addressed him in a speech fraught with dissonant letters, O thou of perverse understanding, O worst of monkeys, without, in the first instance, vanquishing me, thou canst not today behold this city ruled by the monarch of the Rakshasas. Thereat that tiger of a monkey said unto that female ranger of the night, after seeing this city, O gentle one, I shall go away even as I have come. Thereupon, setting up a mighty and terrible roar, Lanka, filled with vehemence, struck at Hanuman with her palm. And that tiger-like monkey, the energetic offspring of the wind god, on being lustily struck by Lanka, emitted a tremendous roar. And Hanuman fastened the fingers of his left hand into a box, and transported with rage, dealt it unto her. And considering that she was a female, he did not give way to excessive wrath. And struck at, by Hanuman, that ranger of the night, of a deformed face, her body overcome, suddenly dropped to the earth. And the energetic and heroic Hanuman, seeing her measure her length, and consideration of her being a female, was filled with compassion. Thereat, exceedingly agitated, Lanka addressed the monkey, Hanuman, in humble words, with their letters faltering, O mighty armed one, be propitious unto me. Do thou save me, O best of monkeys, O placid one. Those that are gifted with strength and are endued with exceeding vigor, ever bear regard unto the dignity of the Scriptures. By thy prowess, O monkey, hast thou, O hero, O thou gifted with wondrous strength, vanquished me myself, who am the city of Lanka. Listen to this narration, which I, O foremost of monkeys, deliver unto thee, as to bow the self-create himself conferred a boon on me. When a certain monkey shall by his prowess bring thee under his sway, then shalt thou understand that a fear is come unto the Rakshas. And that time, O placid one, hath come unto me, in consequence of my meeting with thee. The truth ordained by the self-create knoweth no turning. The destruction of the unrighteous King Ravana together with all the Rakshasas hath come about in consequence of Sita having been carried away. Therefore, O best of monkeys, do thou enter the city ruled by Ravana, and accomplish such tasks as thou wishest to. Entering this splendid city lying under an imprecation, governed by the chief of the Rakshasas, do thou at thy will happily repairing everywhere, search for the chaste daughter of Janaka. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 4. Having by his vigor vanquished the excellent city of Lanka capable of wearing forms at will, that exceedingly energetic foremost of monkeys, Hanuman, endued with prodigious prowess, leaped sheer over a wall, where doorway there was none, and that elephantine monkey gifted with great strength entered Lanka by night. And entering the city of Lanka, that one, ever, compassing the welfare of the monkey king, set his left foot on the heads of his foes. And entering in by night, the offspring of the wind god furnished with strength, proceeded along the highway strewn with blossoms. And the monkey held his sway in the charming city of Lanka, resounding with grateful sounds mixed with laughter, and ringing with trumpet blasts. And with multitudes of mansions marked with the thunderbolt and the hook, and adorned with diamond windows, the charming metropolis looked splendid, like the welkin with clouds. And then Lanka, with handsome and variegated mansions of Rakshasas, resembling white clouds and arranged like lotus leaves, and adorned on all sides with structures superscribed Vardhamana, shone forth in all its glory. And that graceful one serving in the interests of the king of monkeys, ranging for Rama's behoof, beheld Lanka, adorned with variegated wreaths, and was highly delighted. And moving from house to house, that foremost of monkeys observed on all sides various dwellings of diverse forms and color, and heard charming songs chanted in the 3 octaves by damsels maddened with amour, resembling celestial apsaras. And he also heard the jinglings of zones and the clash of bangles, and sounds of footsteps on stairs of edifices belonging to high-souled ones, and sounds proceeding from clapping hands, and the roaring of lions here and there. And Hanuman heard there in the mansions of the Rakshas mantras recited by persons engaged therein, and those occupied in Vaidika studies. And Hanuman saw goblins and Rakshasas storming and eulogizing Ravana, and mighty swarms of Rakshas stationed, covering the highway. And in the central courtyard he found innumerable spies of the Rakshasa, Ravana, some initiated, some bearing matted locks, some with their heads shaven, and some clad in cowskins, some in cloths and some going stark naked, and he found their persons, carrying handfuls of darba for their weapons, and having the sacrificial fireplace for their arms, and those bearing in their hands clubs and concealed weapons, or holding rods as their aims, or having a single eye or a single complexion, or having a single breast dangling down, and those looking dreadful with uneven attire, and dwarfs frightful to behold, and bowmen, and swordsmen, and warriors, carrying satagnis and clubs for their arms, those bearing excellent parigas in their hands, or blazing in curious mail, persons not exceedingly fat, or exceedingly lean, not unduly tall, or unduly short, not extremely fair, or extremely dark, not unduly crooked, or unduly dwarfish, and those deformed, or many-formed, or endowed with beauty, or possessing splendor, standard-bearers, and flag-bearers. And Hanuman saw also various weapons, and those having for their arms darts and vrikshas, or bearing patikas and asanis, or having kshapanis and nooses in their hands, saw that mighty monkey, or wearing wreaths, or having their persons daubed with pastes, or adorned with noble ornaments, or clad in various kinds of raiment, and many a one ranging wherever he listed, and those holding sharpened javelins, and mighty ones bearing vajras, and hundreds and thousands of warriors garrisoned in the central courtyard and engaged in vigilantly guarding the interior, having been directed by the lord of the Rakshas, saw the monkey. And having seen that edifice situated in front of the inner apartment, that mighty monkey saw the famous mansion of the Rakshasa chief, pinnacled on the mountain top, with huge golden arches over the gateway, surrounded by a moat enriched with pale lotuses, and completely guarded by a wall, resembling heaven itself, magnificent, resonant with grateful sounds, resounding with the neighing of horses and wondrous steeds, and adorned with cars and vehicles, chariots and dainty horse, elephants, and four-tusked elephants resembling masses of white clouds, and possessing graceful gateways. And the monkey entered the palace protected by the Rakshasa chief, guarded by maddened beasts and birds, and thousands of goblins endowed with exceeding great prowess. And he, Hanuman, entered Ravana's inner apartment girt round with a wall consisting of blazing gold and jamvanada, having its top decorated with costly gems and pearls, and worshipped with excellent black aguru and sandal. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 5. And as if ministering unto him, Hanuman, arose the many-thousand-rayed moon in the midst of the stars, enfolding all creatures with his luminous canopy. And that highly heroic monkey beheld the moon hued like the sheen of conch, or milk, or lotus stalk, arisen and afloat, in the heavens, like a swan swimming in a pool. And that intelligent one from the earth beheld the moon arrive at the mid-heavens, momentarily beaming out in lunar light, appearing, splendid, as if in conjunction with the sun himself, and like a bull loitering in his stall. And he saw the mild-rayed moon, chasing away the remorse of all, swelling the sea, and displaying all creatures, attain the middle of the sky. And that Lakshmi who on earth remains on Mandara, at eve in the sea, and on the lotus on water, looked exceedingly lovely, stationed beside the charming moon. Like a swan in a silver cage, like a lion in a cave in Mandara, like a hero on a haughty elephant, appeared the moon in the middle of the sky. And with the mark of the horn the moon resembled a sharp-horned bull, or a mighty white-hued hill with towering summits, or an elephant with his horns plated with gold. And, with his dirt composed of particles of cool water removed, and the darkness dispelled in consequence of the vicinity of the mighty planet, and with his spots appearing clear because of his shining appearance, appeared the hair-marked worshipful moon in full splendor. And like a lion on coming out of his cavern, or a lordly elephant on entering into the thick of a mighty encounter, or a monarch on obtaining a kingdom, appeared the moon in full splendor. And now appeared the revered midnight, chasing away darkness with the moon displayed, when flesh-eating Rakshasas lend full liberty to their vicious appetite for flesh, and when disputes between lovers cease, and which bringeth down heaven itself. The sounds of strings sweet unto the ear spread around, females sleep beside their husbands, and night rangers, given to astounding and terrible acts, are, in the same way, out, indulging in their sports. And the intelligent monkey saw mansions crowded with Rakshasas, some inebriated with wine and others with wealth, and abounding in cars and horses and golden seats, and fraught with the grace god of heroism. And Rakshasas were parleying, moving about their plump arms, railing at each other, and throwing intemperate speeches at each other. And Hanuman saw Rakshasas striking at their chests, by way of challenge, sinking on the persons of their beloved, wearing diverse habiliments, or stretching their tough bows. And he saw debonair damsels daubing their frames with pastes, and others, again, sleeping, and fair-faced wenches smiling, and others sighing hard under the influence of anger. And with gigantic elephants roaring, the place, honored by pious persons, with its heroes heaving sighs, looked exceedingly beautiful like a lake in which serpents are sighing forth. And in that apartment, Hanuman saw persons of commanding understandings, endowed with a soft tongue, instinct with the spirit of reverence, the foremost men of all this world, and bearing euphonious appellations, and clad in diverse attires. And beholding those well-formed people, whose conduct was of a piece with their many virtues, Hanuman rejoiced exceedingly. And he saw some having beautiful forms, and others deformed, and both possessed of splendor. And Hanuman saw there their wives worthy of noble ornaments and endowed with eminent beauty, of spotless character, possessing great potency, like unto stars in point of excellency of conduct, displaying side glances and other tokens of dalliance, engaged in dear drinking. And at dead of night Hanuman saw some females blazing in beauty, affected simultaneously with bashfulness and bliss, on being embraced by their paramours, like birds embracing their mates. And the sensible Hanuman saw their other females seated in stately halls, lying in happiness on the laps of their lovers, beloved of their lords, intent on virtue, married women, under the influence of Manmatha. And Hanuman saw some without sheets, like unto golden streaks, paragons among women, of the hue of molten gold, and some of a moon-like complexion, endued with loveliness, bereft of their beloved. And that exceedingly heroic monkeys saw females in their homes experiencing the height of joy in the company of their beloved dear unto their souls, charming with blossoms, filled with gladness, and enchaining the hearts of their lords with their loveliness. And Hanuman saw crowds of faces like unto the moon displayed, with elegant eyes furnished with lovely lashes, and sidelong looks, and multitudes of ornaments resembling beautiful lines of lightning. But Hanuman saw not Sita, of the highest lineage, ever abiding by the way of righteousness, born in a royal line, like unto a delightful and well-begot plant, of a slender frame, sprung from the mind of Brahma himself, established on the eternal road of chastity, having her gaze fixed on Rama, always engrossed in the contemplation of Rama, the mind itself of her Lord, who had entered through and through into the heart of her graceful Lord, ever superior to all other women, oppressed with the grief of separation, and having her throat afflicted with the vapor of grief, who formerly had her throat graced with that best of ornaments, the nishka, of excellent eyelashes, having a mellifluous voice, like unto a peahen ranging in the woods, now, like unto an indistinct lunar lining, or a streak of gold covered with dust, or the color of a sorskar, or a gold leaf broken off by the wind. And not finding, after so long a search, the Sita of the Lord of Men, the spouse of Rama, best of those skilled in speech, the monkey, deeming himself as having suddenly lost his skill in search, was overwhelmed with sadness. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 6. Wending about at will on the roofs of 7-storied edifices, that monkey capable of assuming any form that he chose, began to range Lanka with speed. And, at length, that auspicious one arrived at the mansion of the Rakshasa chief, surrounded by a shining wall hued like the sun, protected by terrible Rakshasas, like a mighty forest by lions. And as that foremost of monkeys saw the mansion, with fretted arches plated with silver and embellished with gold, beautifully abounding in splendid courts and gateways, containing elephant drivers, and heroes knowing no fatigue, ever coursed by irresistible steeds drawing cars, and curious vehicles, covered over with skins of lions and tigers, resounding with bells hung thereon, and embosoming effigies of ivory, gold, and silver, the locality of mighty cars, and the home of mighty car warriors. Filled all around with many thousands of divers beauteous and dainty birds and beasts, well protected by meek Raksha warders at the outskirts, thronged about with magnificent dames of the first order, containing gems of joyous damsels, the abode of the foremost Rakshasas, sounding like the sea with the sounds of superb ornaments, affluent with regal insignia and excellent sandals, crowded with mighty ones, like a vast forest with lions, resonant with trumpets and drums, and ringing with the blares of conchs, where the ever-adored offspring of the Parvas was always worshipped by the Rakshasas, solemn like the sea, and resounding like the ocean itself, the mighty mansion of the high-souled Ravana, clad in costly jewels, scattered with precious gems. As that mighty monkey beheld Ravana's residence, he set about searching for Sita. And that mighty monkey concluded, "This is the ornament of Lanka bodied forth beautifully to the view, covered with elephants, steeds, and chariots." And there in the vicinity of Ravana's mansion, Hanuman began to range the dwellings of the Rakshasas from one to another, as well as all the gardens located there. And without experiencing any agitation, he, observing everything, ranged the palaces. Then that one endowed with wondrous motion, with a bound entered Prahasta's palace, and then with another, that monkey, possessed of energy, entered the abode of Mahaparkwa. Then that mighty monkey entered into the abode of Kumbhakarna, resembling a mass of clouds, and thereafter that of Vibhishana, and then that of Mahadara, and then that of Virupaksh, and then the abode of Vidyujibha, and then that of Vidyanmala, and then that mighty monkey with a bound entered into the abode of Vahudanshtra. And then that leader of monkey bands, gifted with great speed, leapt into the abode of Sukha, and next into that of the intelligent Sarana, and next into that of Indrajit. And that foremost of monkeys went to the mansion of Jambumala, and of Samala, and, then, to the abode of Rashmikatu, and Suryasaku. And, next, that powerful monkey leapt into the mansion of Vajrakaya, and, next, the wind god's offspring entered the house of Dhumraksha, and, next, that of Sampati, and the grim Vidyadrupa, and Fana, and Vigana, and Sukanaba, and Chakra, and Satha, and Kapatha, and Hraswakarna, and Danshtra, and the Rakshasa Lomesa, and Udyanmata, and Mata, and the horsemen, Dwajagriva, and of Vidyujiba and Vijiba, and of Hastamukha, and of Kerala, and Vikala, and of Sanataksha. The illustrious offspring of the wind, Hanuman, one after another, leapt into all these noble edifices. And that redoubtable monkey observed the affluence of all these, Rakshasas, possessed of prosperity. And having bounded over the mansions of all situated around, that one blessed with auspiciousness, at length came to the very mansion of the monarch of the Rakshasas. And that tiger-like monkey, the best of his species, ranging around, saw Rakshasas of frightful eyes, alternately mounting sentry over the couch of Ravana, bearing darts and maces in their hands, and equipped with javelins and clubs. And, there, in the residence of that lord of the Rakshasas, he beheld various bands of Rakshasas, as well as Rakshasas of gigantic frames, appraising various kinds of weapons, and steeds of exceeding fleetness, red, and white, and black, and first-rate elephants, possessed of eminent grace, capable of crushing hostile elephants, and well-trained in arts relative to their species, like Airavata himself in conflict. And there in that mansion he saw all these elephants, destroyers of hostile hosts, like unto pouring clouds, or hills, sending up fountains, rumbling like unto clouds, and invincible in battle by foes. And that monkey, son unto the wind god, saw in the mansion of the lord of Rakshasas, Ravana, hosts by thousands, and cars of various forms of glittering gold, furnished all over with golden networks, resembling the risen sun, and graceful grots, and picture galleries, and sporting saloons, mountains composed of wood, captivating structures dedicated to dalliance, and dwellings for dédalliance, saw he in the mansion of the Rakshasa monarch. And he beheld that charming mansion resembling Mandara, filled with places for peacocks, thronged with pennants and flagstaffs, a very mine of countless gems, a field of treasures spread around, where persons of intrepid calmness were engaged in acts tending to the safety of the treasures, resembling the mansion herself of Kuvera. And on account of the luster shed by the gems, as well as the energy of Ravana himself, that mansion appeared splendid like the ray-furnished sun in all his glory. And the chief of monkey bands saw bedsteads and seats of gold and white vessels. And Hanuman entered the mighty mansion, containing clay formed by Mata and Asava, filled with gemmed cans, charming, free from impediments, resembling the mansion herself of Kama, like the abode of Kuvera, resonant with the sounds of bangles and the tinklings of zones, as well as with the beat of mridanga and other eloquent musical instruments, with palaces close on each other, thronged with hundreds of females, like unto jewels, and containing capacious enclosures. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 7. And that one endowed with strength saw that row of structures fitted up with golden windows, studded with lapis lazulis, and containing birds, like unto a mass of clouds in a season of great rains, crowned with lightning, and fraught with fowls. And he saw various structures close to one another, to which excellent conchs, arms, and bows lent luster, as well as huge and splendid towers belonging to edifices resembling mountains. And the monkey beheld mansions, treasuring various kinds of wealth, which were held in regard by both gods and asuras, devoid of every defect, and which had been won, by Ravana, through his own might. And Hanuman saw the mansions of the Lord of Lanka, located in strict conformity with aesthetic laws, appearing as if they had been constructed by Maya himself, which had on the earth beneath every excellence. And then he saw the mansion of the Lord of Rakshas himself, surpassing the best structures, like unto a mass of towering clouds, captivating, boasting of a beauteous golden appearance, worthy of his own power, and of incomparable loveliness, appearing as if the celestial regions had dropped down on the earth, blazing in beauty, teeming with countless gems, like unto the brow of a mountain strewn with the blossoms and the dust thereof of various trees, and illumined by the foremost females, appearing like a mass of clouds containing lightning, or the witching welkin furnished with grace, afloat with excellent swans. And Hanuman saw the car variegated with countless gems, like unto the top of a mountain variegated with innumerable metals, or like the firmament garnished with the moon and the planets, or like clouds of diverse hues fused into a homogeneous whole. The place in the car, designed as the seat of the many, was filled with rows of hills, its hills were filled with trees, its trees were filled with flowers, and, finally, its flowers were filled with leaves and filaments. And, in it, where white mansions were reared, there were tanks filled with fair flowers, and lotuses furnished with filaments, and picturesque woods, and liquid lapses. And the mighty monkey beheld there the great chariot going after the name of Pushpa, appearing beautiful, wheeling round in the splendor of the gems, which had surpassed even the cars pertaining to the abodes of the celestials. And, in that car, were birds made of lapis lazuli, and other birds composed of silver and coral, and variegated serpents made of various precious metals, and fair-bodied steeds resembling those of superior breeds. And there were constructed birds having graceful mouths, and fair, tapering, playful and contracted plumage, bearing blossoms made of coral and gold, like unto the very plumage of Kama himself. And there were elephants possessed of graceful trunks, bearing filaments, and with their trunks bearing lotus leaves, engaged, and showering water on Lakshmi, as well as the goddess, made with fair arms, seated on a pool with a lotus in her hand. Thus entering that graceful mansion, like unto a mountain containing charming caverns, Hanuman was seized with wonderment. And once again, entering that charming mansion, like unto a taking and fragrant tree during spring furnished with holes, Hanuman was seized with wonderment. Then ranging by bounds that honored city ruled by the arms of the ten-faced one, he, not finding the highly regarded and extremely distressed daughter of Janaka, who had won over her grief by contemplating the virtues of her lord, was affected with sorrow. And, not seeing Janaka's daughter, then the heart of that high-souled one, honored for his character by the world, of schooled self, ever ranging by the way chiming in with morality, and having the scriptures for his eyesight, as he ranged about, was oppressed with grief. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 8. Staying in that mansion, that intelligent monkey, the offspring of the wind god, beheld that splendid aerial car, beauteous with excellent jewels, and furnished with windows of burnished gold. And the car, embellished with transcendently beautiful figures, belauded by Vikwakarma himself constituting the acme of his art, which, mounting the welkin, looked like a mark of the sun's orbit, appeared resplendent. And there was nothing in that car which was not made skillfully, nothing that did not look like a precious jewel, sprung spontaneously on its person, and the style displayed in its various parts surpassed anything that could be found in the cars of the celestials themselves, and everything in that car was executed in the highest style of excellence, that car, obtained, by Ravana, in virtue of prowess sprung from asceticism and contemplation of the deity, capable of repairing wherever the owner wished to wend, displaying various kinds of constructive skill, composed of materials procured from diverse sources, such as were worthy of a celestial car, fleet coursing in consonance with the wish of its master, and capable of being approached. Equal to the wind in celerity, the source of happiness unto Eos, high-souled, and pious ones, possessors of, word missing, fineless and high rapture, coursing through the firmament in a variety of ways, the congeries of all wonderful things. Adorned with ranges of chambers, captivating to the mind, stainless as the autumnal moon, furnished with splendid summits, like the crest of a mountain, which was borne by rangers of the night, given to mighty meals, ranging the sky, with faces graced with earrings, and by thousands of ghosts possessed of terrible speed, having expansive, winkless and rolling eyes. That heroic first of monkeys saw of that excellent car, beauteous with vernal blossoms, fairer than the month of spring and furnished with flowers. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 9. And located within that excellent mansion, Hanuman, son unto the wind god, saw a superior and grand structure, stainless and spacious, half a yojana in width and one in length, belonging to the lord of the Rakshasas, and abounding with many a palace. And searching for Videha's daughter, the large-eyed Sita, that slayer of enemies, Hanuman, ranged all through this edifice. And Hanuman beheld the goodly edifice where the Rakshasas used to dwell in common. And, at length, that one came upon the mansion itself of the lord of Rakshasas, having 3-tusked and 4-tusked elephants, and protected by persons with upraised arms, and covering a capacious area. And, Hanuman beheld, the residence of Ravana, thronged with his Rakshasi wives, as well as with princesses forcibly brought thither, by him, like unto the sea teeming with alligators and makaras, abounding in timanjalas and fishes and snakes, and agitated by the force of the wind. The same enchanting splendor that is in Vaikravana or the reuniting moon remained ever constant and abiding in Ravana's abode. And the prosperity of King Kuvera, or Yama, or Varuna, was here present in the house of the Raksha, or even surpassed by the prosperity of Ravana. In the midst of that mansion the wind god's offspring found another, excellently constructed, having innumerable mad elephants, that noble car embellished with all gems, entitled Pushpaka, which had been constructed in heaven by Vikwakarma for Brahma himself, which Kuvera obtained from the Great Father through high austerities, and which, vanquishing Kuvera by his prowess, the Rakshasa chief got possession of. And the mighty monkey ascended the splendid car Pushpaka, containing figures of wolves, made of Kardaswara and Hiranya, graced with ranges of goodly pillars, as if blazing in splendor, throughout garnished with narrow secret rooms and saloons, piercing the heavens, and resembling Meru or Mandara, and like unto the flaming sun, skillfully reared by Vikwakarma, with golden staircases and graceful and grand raised seats, rows of golden and crystal windows, and daïses composed of sapphires, emeralds, and other superb gems, embellished with noble vidrumas, costly stones, and round pearls, as also with plastered terraces, pasted with red sandal, like unto gold, and furnished with a sacred aroma, and resembling the sun new risen. And stationed thereon, Hanuman smelt the rich odor of viands and drinks that was spreading on all sides, and like one dear friend smelling another, he also smelt the mighty air, impregnated with aroma, which seemed like embodied odor. And the air said unto Hanuman, Come here, where that Ravana is. Then, descending from Pushpaka and repairing to that sleeping apartment of Ravana, Hanuman saw the same, grand and graceful, belonging to Ravana, of transcendent beauty, comely like unto a lovely lady, diversified with jeweled staircases, illumined with heaps of gems, with its terraces constructed of crystal, having statues of ivory, pearls, diamonds, coral, silver, and gold, adorned with jeweled pillars, and embellished all round with pilasters, and upheld on all sides by straight, elevated, and gorgeously ornamented pillars of equal dimensions, resembling prodigious wings, the mansion, appearing to tower to the sky, containing spacious and party-colored woolen cloths bearing the marks of the earth, extensive as the earth is, with kingdoms and dwellings, resounding with the roars of infuriated elephants, redolent of divine fragrance, furnished with gay canopies, inhabited by the sovereign of the Rakshas, cloudy with a guru and dupa, spotless, of a swan-like whiteness, and garlanded with flowers and leaves like unto the dappled and brilliant cow of Vasishtha, bringing delight unto the heart, and enhancing the grace of all creatures, removing sorrow, noble, and the generatrix of grace herself. And as soon as Hanuman entered the mansion protected by Ravana, it like a mother regaled his senses with their proper objects. This must be Swarga, or the region of the immortals, or the city of Amaravati, or the supreme city, thought the wind god's offspring. And he saw the golden lamps, shorn of their brightness, like unto gamblers worsted at dice by others exceedingly skillful, and, in consequence, plunged in thought. And Hanuman conceived that Ravana's sleeping apartment was in a conflagration, on account of the display of the lamps, Ravana's energy, and the splendor of the ornaments. And when the night had been half spent, Hanuman saw thousands of superb dames, adorned in various attires, and bearing apparels of diverse hues, and wreaths, who having given up sport, and come under the influence of wine and sleep, were fast asleep on woolen sheets. And in consequence of the silence that reigned in that apartment, embellished with ornaments, it resembled a large lotus grove, where the swans and the black bees are silent. And the wind god's offspring beheld the countenances of those beauteous women, with closed eyes, having their lashes shut through languor, and odorous with lotus perfume. And their faces appeared like lotuses blowing on the expiry of night and closing their petals by night. These lotus faces like unto very lotuses themselves, ever the six-footed ones seek once and again. Thus thought with discrimination the graceful, mighty monkey, and on account of their perfections, he confessed those countenances to be equal to water-sprung lotuses. And that apartment, in consequence of being graced by those women, appeared splendid, like the autumnal, complacent sky decorated with the stars. And surrounded by them, the Rakshasa chief resembled the fair moon encircled by the stars. Those stars that drop from the firmament on their virtue deteriorating, have assembled here in a body, thus thought the monkey at that time. And the shine, form, and splendor of those females resembled, forsooth, those of magnificently displayed, noble and lustrous stars. And on account of their having been bereft of consciousness through sleep, induced by fatigue brought on by drink and dance, their hair was disheveled, and their full wreaths and goodly ornaments lay scattered about. And some of those paragons had got their beauty spots smudged, and some, their bangles loosening off, some, their chains running to one side. And others had their pearl necklaces burst, and their cloths getting away from their persons, and the chains of their zones straying irregularly, resembling way-worn mares. And others again were without their earrings, and had their garlands torn and crushed, and resembled blossoming creepers, trodden down in a vast forest by mighty elephants. And the pearl chains of some sinning females resembling moonbeams, having got topsy-turvy, was lying like sleeping swans between the breasts of the damsels. And the lapis chains of some resembled water crows, and the fine golden chains turned upside down of others appeared like ruddy geese. And those ladies resembled rivers having hips for banks, containing swans and karandavas, and beautified with ruddy geese. And those sleeping females appeared like streams, having kinkinis for their ripples, and large gold lotuses, marks of amorous encounter on their persons for ferocious aquatic animals, and perfections for their banks. And on the tender frames, as well as on the tops of the breasts, of some graceful scratches consequent on pressure, appeared like ornaments. And the scarf ends of some stirred by the air that was blowing about their faces, flapped on them again and again. And at the nether part of the faces of Ravana's wives, they, the scarf ends, appeared beauteous like uplifted streamers of exceeding elegance, composed of many-hued golden yarn. And the earrings of some dames possessed of a pleasant sheen, stirred by the air that was breathing about their faces, were undulating gently. And the sweet breath of their faces, naturally fragrant and redolent of sugar and sava, was then regaling Ravana. And out of fear sprung from sleep and intoxication, some of Ravana's wives were again and again smelling the faces of those, co-wives with them, taking the faces to belong to Ravana. And from their hearts being firmly fixed on Ravana, those excellent women, having their sense of separateness removed, albeit thus dealt with, did what was dear unto them. And other females, making their gay scarf ends for their sheets, and making their arms their pillows, were lying down there. And some were lying on others' bosoms, and others again on the arms of the latter. And some lay on the laps of others, and others, again, on the breasts of the latter. And they reposed on each other's thighs, flanks, waists, and backs, and coming under the influence of wine and amour, they lay on each other's persons. And those females having elegant waists, receiving pleasure from the contact with others' persons, were sleeping there, with their hands fastened by each other. And that garland of females strung by the threads of their hands, appeared beauteous, like a real wreath strung on a thread, with maddened black bees seated thereon. And that multitude of females in a medley appeared like an assemblage of blooming plants in the month of Chatra, with its wreaths formed in consequence of their coming in contact with one another, and of its clusters touching each other, on account of the breeze blowing, with the plants encircling the graceful necks of the trees, and rife with bramars chasing each other. And although the ornaments of those women wearing ornaments, attires, and wreaths were put on proper places, yet, on account of the profusion of the ornaments themselves, as well as because of the circumstance of the dame sleeping, it was difficult to ascertain which ornament belonged to one damsel and which to another. And it seemed as if, Ravana having attained rest, through sleep, the flaming golden lamps furnished with various rays, were gazing at the girls with winkless eyes. Daughters of Rajarshis, of Vipras, of Daityas, of Gandharvas, and of Rakshasas, having come under the influence of desire, had become his wives. And all those women had been procured by Ravana because he sought fight with their relations, and some haughty dames, rapt with desire, had of themselves come to this place. And there was no woman there, who had been won by force by Ravana, possessed as he was of prowess, but they had all been subdued by his qualities. And save the surpassingly worthy daughter of Janaka, no female had been brought, who had set her heart on another, or who had known any other before. And there was none who, being his wife, was not of high extraction, none who was defective in grace, none who was not of sterling merit, none who was not decked out in ornaments and attire, and none who was infirm, and none who was not an object of desire of her lover. And the Lord of Monkeys, endowed with uprightness of sense, thought, if the righteously wedded wife of Raghav were as one of the wives of the king of the Rakshasas, it would well for him. Again reflected he, Sita is crowned with chastity and other virtues, and the powerful Lord of Lanka, assuming an illusory form, hath with much ado perpetrated this ignominious act. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 10. And there Hanuman, employed in looking around, saw a grand dais made of crystal, and embellished with jewels, comparable to one belonging to the celestial regions, furnished with superb and costly sofas, having their parts painted and composed of ivory, gold, and lapis lazulis, with highly precious canopies. At one place thereof he saw a white umbrella, adorned with beautiful wreaths, resembling the Lord of the Stars himself. And Hanuman saw a splendid sofa garnished with gold, bearing garlands of acacia blossoms, flaming like fire, around which persons kept waving with their hands chowries furnished with hair, rife with perfumes of various kinds, odorous with rich dhupa, spread with excellent sheets, covered with the skins of rams, and decked on all sides with chaplets of gorgeous flowers. And that excellent and mighty monkey beheld therein the heroic sovereign of the Rakshasas, Ravana, resembling a mass of clouds, with flaming and brilliant earrings, having reddened eyes, of gigantic arms, wearing a cloth composed of golden threads, his person daubed with fragrant red sandal, looking like a crimson cloud at eve fraught with lightning, covered with noble ornaments, endowed with eminent grace, capable of wearing forms at will, resembling Mandara, affluent with trees and woods and shrubs, sleeping, having given up sport at night, adorned with elegant ornaments, dear unto the daughters of the Rakshasas, the source of happiness unto Rakshasas, who had ceased from drinking, asleep on a shining bedstead, and respiring like a kissing serpent. And reaching there, Hanuman, waxing wondrous agitated, shrank back, as if in fear. And then arriving at the staircase, the mighty monkey, stationing himself on a dais in the middle of the stairs, gazed at the inebriate Rakshasa, resembling a tiger. And as the sovereign of the Rakshasas was sleeping, his graceful bed resembled a grand cascade, beside which stands an elephant breathing odor. And Hanuman saw the arms of the huge-bodied lord of Rakshasas, fastened with bracelets, stretched there, like unto the banners of Indra, which had been wounded by the Tuscans of Airavata, whose plump parts had been riven by Vajra, and which had been torn by the discus of Vishnu, well developed, having equal and elegant parts, with hard joints, fraught with strength, with thumbs having nails bearing auspicious marks, having rings on the fingers, covered, formed like bludgeons, round, resembling the trunks of elephants, cast on the white bed like unto 5 hooded serpents, smeared and adorned with cool, fragrant, and excellent sandal resembling the blood of hares, pressed by paragons, odorous with incense, resisting, in battle, Yakshas, and Panagas, Gandharvas, gods and Danavas, and the monkey saw his arms resting on the bed, like unto 2 beautiful and mighty serpents sleeping in the entrails of Mandara. And with both those well-developed arms of his, the lord of Rakshasas resembling a hill, looked handsome like Mandara with its summits, and breath-bearing the aroma of the mango, and the panaga, the sweet scent of the vacula, the savor of viands fraught with the 6 kinds of tastes, and the perfume of wines, came out of the mighty mouth of the sovereign of the Rakshasas, filling, as it were, that entire chamber. And Hanuman beheld Ravana, with his countenance aglow with earrings and decked with a golden diadem embellished with pearls and jewels, daubed with red sandal, and adorned with an elegant chain, having a large, broad, and full-developed breast, with a white silken cloth on, falling off his person, furnished with blood-red eyes, covered with costly yellow sheets, appearing like a mass of unrighteousness, breathing like a serpent, or an elephant asleep in the mighty Ganga during the rains. For lamps set on the golden pillars illumining 4 sides, even as lightnings displayed the entire surface of a mass of clouds. And Hanuman also saw in the mansion of the Raksha chief the wives of that huge-bodied one dear unto his wives, lying at his feet. And that protector of monkey bands saw them, having countenances resembling the moon displayed, decked out with elegant earrings, bearing unfading garlands by way of ornamentation, lying on the arms and lap of the lord of the Rakshas. And the monkey saw women bearing noble ornaments, lying down. And he saw golden bracelets and earrings at the nether ends of the women's ears, set with diamonds and lapises. and with their fair countenances resembling the moon, graced with comely ear-rings, that terrace looked beautiful, like the welkin embellished with stars. The slender-waisted wives of the sovereign of the Rakshasas, overcome with languor consequent on drink and amorous encounter, were fast asleep at the very places where they were seated. And another transcendently beautiful damsel, possessed of lovely limbs, skilled in dance, was fast asleep, betraying comely movements, during sleep. And another was seen asleep, embracing a veena, like a lotus with spreading petals, resting by the side of a raft. And another dark-eyed wench was asleep with her maduka on her lap, like a loving mother having a boy. Another damsel possessed of graceful limbs and a shapely bust, was lying down, hugging her kettle-drum, like a woman embracing her lover, obtained after a long time. And one lotus-eyed female was asleep, embracing her veena, like an amorous damsel hugging her fair paramour. And another girl of restrained self, given to dancing, had come under the sway of sleep, embracing her vipanchi like a female sleeping with her lover. And another, having inebriate eyes, was fast asleep, embracing her mridanga with her charming, plump, and tender limbs, resembling gold. Another female of faultless features, endued with a slender frame, having been overcome by lassitude consequent on drink, was asleep, with her paneva on the ends of her lower garment, held fast with her hands. Another woman was sleeping soundly, embracing her dindima with another bound at her back, like a female taking both her lover and her child. Another damsel, having eyes resembling lotus petals, having come under the influence of liquor, was asleep, firmly holding her aramvara with her hands. Another woman, intoxicated by wine, was discovered asleep, with her water vessel upset, and, in consequence, appearing like a well-washed variegated wreath in spring. Another, coming under the masterdom of slumber, was sleeping, holding with her hands her twin breasts resembling golden jars. And another lotus-eyed and moon-faced fair one, coming under the governance of slumber, was asleep, embracing another furnished with shapely hips. And eminently beautiful dames were asleep, embracing musical instruments, like wenches pressing lustful lovers with their breasts. And that monkey saw that lady, endued with beauty, lying down apart in an excellent bed, adorned with ornaments containing pearls and jewels, and as if decorating that charming mansion with her grace. And the monkey saw there the yellow-hued Mandadari, having the splendor of gold, the object of ravenous desire, beautiful exceedingly, the mistress of the inner apartment, lying down. And seeing Mandadari, adorned with ornaments, the offspring of the wind god guessed, this one endowed with the wealth of youth and beauty might be Sita. And demonstrating great joy, that leader of monkey bands rejoiced exceedingly. And thereat, Hanuman struck at his arms with his hands, kissed his tail, exhibited signs of glee, frolicked, sang, darted towards the pillars, shot up to the top thereof, and jumped down to the earth, manifesting his monkey nature. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 11. Then, resigning that line of thought, that mighty monkey, regaining his equanimity, set out in another direction of thought touching Sita. Separated from Rama, that lady is incapable of sleeping, or eating, or decorating, her person, or drinking. And she is incapable of associating with any other person, although he were the sovereign of the celestials himself. And even in all heaven there is none who is equal to Rama. She is some other. Assuring himself of this, that foremost of monkeys, eager to behold Sita, again began to range in that place set apart for drinking. Some were tired out with sporting, some with singing, some with dancing, and some were fast asleep through intoxication. And some supported themselves on marajas, mridangas, or kelikas, and some women were sleeping on excellent sheets. And that leader of monkey bands saw that place of drinking, filled with thousands of women, adorned with ornaments engaged in their sleep, and depicting each other's loveliness, and explaining the sense of songs, conversant with season and place, understanding the meanings of words chiming in with season and place, and skillful at play. And at other places also he saw thousands of superb and youthful dames fast asleep, employed in talking of each other's beauty. And that leader of monkey bands saw women versed in season and place, and understanding the meanings of words consonant with season and place. And in the midst of them all, the lord of the Rakshasas looked splendid like an ox in a spacious stall in the midst of stately kine. And surrounded by them, the Rakshasa chief appeared beautiful like a gigantic elephant in a forest, surrounded by female elephants. And in the abode of the huge-bodied Rakshasa chief, this tiger-like monkey saw that place of drinking, furnished with every object of desire. And in that place set apart for drinking, he saw heaps of the flesh of buffaloes, deer, and boars, arranged separately. And that tiger-like monkey saw in capacious golden vessels flesh of fowls and peacocks, which remained after the repast. And Hanuman saw the flesh of boars, and Vajranasas sulyas, deer, and peacocks, seasoned with curds and salvarkala, and krakalas, and goats of various kinds, flesh of hare half-fed, ekakalyas, and buffaloes, all chopped and dressed, and lickable and drinkable viands sharp and mild, and edibles sharp and mild, and ragakandavas containing sugar and acid, capable of improving a vicious palate. And with large and costly stray bangles and bracelets, and scattered cans, and diverse kinds of fruit, and wreaths of flowers, the pavement attained exceeding beauty. And with elegantly jointed bedsteads, arranged around, the scene of wassail appeared aflame without fire. And with meat consisting of many ingredients, fraught with diverse tastes, seasoned with many substances, and dressed by skillful cooks, arranged separately in the scene of revel, and with noble and pleasant wines, natural and artificial, asavas from sugar, and madvika and asavas from flowers and fruits, and impregnated separately with different kinds of fragrant dust, the pavement, furnished with innumerable garlands, surrounded with golden water vessels and crystal bowls, and golden water pots, looked exceedingly beautiful. And the monkey saw that foremost of all places set apart for drinking, containing silvern and golden jars. And that mighty monkey saw golden wine vessels studded with gems, all filled with wine, and some with half full of liquor, some with their wine entirely exhausted, and some full of liquor. And, at some spots, he saw various kinds of viands, and at others wines ranged in rows, and at others the wine vessels remaining half full. And there were many bedsteads belonging to fair ones, remaining vacant, and at some places excellent women were sleeping touching each other. And at one place, a female, borne down by the force of sleep, forcibly possessing herself of another's cloth, and wrapping herself therewith, went to the bed of that one, and was indulging in sleep, and with their breath, their variegated wreaths and the cloth on their persons were stirring gently, as if with a mild-blowing breeze. And laden with the odors of cool sandal and of sweet-tasting sadhu, and of diverse wreaths and flowers, and with perfumes of various kinds, and entranced with the aroma of sandals suitable for use after ablution, and of dupas, the air, impregnated with excellent scent, was there breathing around the Kar Pushpaka. And in the residence of the Raksha there were some wenches sable, yet exceedingly witching, and some were dark-hued, and the frames of some were of a golden brilliance. And their beauty, in consequence of their coming under the governance of sleep, and their being bereft of their senses by Madana, resembled that of lotuses in a sleep. Thus that highly energetic monkey saw everything thoroughly in the inner apartment of Ravana, but he saw not Janaka's daughter. And seeing those females, that mighty monkey, apprehending loss of righteousness, was seized with an exceeding great fear. Beholding a female, who is the religiously wedded wife of another, while she is asleep, verily causeth loss of righteousness. My sight surely never seeketh others' wives, but I have beheld this one that hath ravished another's spouse. And that intelligent one, intent on attaining a knowledge of things capable of being arrived at on grounds of judgment, again reflected effectively as to his course of action. All these unsuspecting wives of Ravana have been beheld by me. Yet there are no signs that my mind hath undergone any alteration. In respect of the enlistment of the senses on behalf of any course of action good or evil, it is verily mind which is the cause, and herein my mind is righteously disposed. And I could not search for Vadahi elsewhere, for in the matter of search, people always search for women even among women. And people search for creatures among the species to which they happen to belong, none searcheth for a lost lady among female deer. Therefore have I with a pure heart explored the entire inner apartment of Ravana, but Janaka's daughter I see not. And Hanuman endowed with prowess saw the daughters of gods, and Gandharvas, and Nagas, but he saw not Janaki. And not seeing her, that hero, having beheld other magnificent dames, coming out of that place, set about searching for Sita afresh. and leaving the place of wassail, the graceful offspring of the wind god, taking extreme care, again began to search for Sita all about another quarter. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 12. And remaining in that mansion, Hanuman, desirous of getting a sight of Sita graced with a fair presence, went into bowers, and picture galleries, and night houses, but her he did not find. And not finding the beloved spouse of Raghu's son, that mighty monkey reflected, surely Sita is not alive, for although I have searched through and through, yet Midila's daughter I have failed to find. And that girl solicitous for the preservation of her chastity, and staying in the prime path of virtuous woman, that chaste one, hath, for certain, been slain by this chief of the Rakshasas, ever finding delight in iniquity. And seeing the wives of the Rakshasa monarch, of frightful forms, monstrous, of lurid hue, having huge faces, with large horrid eyes, the daughter of Janaka hath given up the ghost from fright. Failing to see Sita, and, thereby, annulling my prowess, and having long spent the appointed space in company with the monkeys, way have I none to present myself before Sugriva, that monkey being puissant and given to meting out sharp chastisement. Having searched the inner apartment through, and seen the wives of the Rakshasa, I do not see the chaste Sita. Therefore vain is the trouble that I take. What, alas! Shall the monkeys assembled tell me when I shall go to them? O hero, tell us what thou hast done, repairing there. And not having seen Janaka's daughter, what shall I answer? The term fixed, by Sugriva, having been passed, certainly meet it is that I should fast to death. And what shall the aged Jambhavan, and what shall Angatha, say? And what, again, shall the assembled monkeys say to me when I shall have crossed over the main? But perseverance is the source of good fortune, and perseverance bringeth about supreme happiness. Search again I will, where I have not yet searched. Perseverance, for certain, ever bringeth people to all profitable objects. Whatever one doeth with vigor, beareth fruit. Therefore will I put forth fresh dear efforts vigorously. I will search such places held by Ravana as I have not yet seen. I have again searched the picture galleries, and the sporting structures, and edifices, and roads passing through gardens, as well as the cars. Having thought thus, Hanuman again set about searching the subterranean abodes, religious buildings, and many-storied mansions. And flying up, and coming down, and staying, and going at places, and opening doors, and shutting others, and entering and issuing out, and falling down as if darting up, that mighty monkey began to range on all sides. There was not even space measuring for fingers in that inner apartment of Ravana, to which the monkey did not repair. And he saw the abodes of the nobility, the daises, the trees by the crossings, the holes, and the tanks. And Hanuman saw their Rakshasas of various forms, frightful and deformed, but he saw not Janaka's daughter. And Hanuman saw there the wives of Vidyadharas, but he saw not Raghava's beloved. And Hanuman saw there transcendentally beautiful women, daughters of Nagas, having countenances resembling the moon, but he saw not Janaka's daughter. And Hanuman saw their daughters of Nagas forcibly brought by the lord of the Rakshasas, but he saw not Janaka's daughter. Having seen other beauteous females, and not seeing her, the mighty armed son of the wind god was oppressed with sadness. Seeing that the endeavors of the monarch of monkeys, as well as the bounding over the main, had come to naught, the offspring of the wind god was plunged in thought. Descending from the aerial car, Hanuman, son unto the wind god, his senses deprived by sorrow, was again wrought up with anxiety. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 13. Alighting from the car, Hanuman, possessed of vigorous activity, leader of monkey bands, nearing the wall, looked like lightning within a mass of clouds. And having gone round the mansions of Ravana, and not seeing Janaki, the monkey Hanuman said, striving after Rama's welfare, I have again searched through Lanka, but I do not see Videha's daughter, Janaki, having all her limbs endued with loveliness. And I have explored pools, and watery expanses, and tanks, and rivers, and streams, and marshes, and woods, and citadels, and mountains, yea, all this earth, but Janaki I do not find. The vulture king Sampati had told that Sita was in the mansion of Ravana. But why do I not see her here? Or doth mightily Sita, daughter unto Janaka, sprung in the Videha line, forcibly carried off, by Ravana, and completely in his power, abide by the mandate of that monarch. I conceive that while taking Sita, the Raksha darted upward, he being influenced by fear of Rama's shafts, and accordingly losing control over his movements, she fell off by the way. Or I fancy that while that noble lady was being carried away along the way ranged by Siddhas, she lost her life on beholding the ocean. Or I think that on account of the vehement speed assumed by Ravana, and also oppressed with his arms, that large-eyed noble lady hath been bereft of her life. For certain, while Ravana was soaring higher and higher, Janaka's daughter, rolling on the car, dropped down into the sea. Alas! Trying to preserve her chastity. The forlorn Sita, practicing self-mortification, hath been devoured by this abject-minded Ravana. Or that dark-eyed innocent one hath been eaten up by to-be wives of the Rakshasa chief, actuated by wicked motives. Ever, contemplating Rama's countenance, resembling the full moon, with eyes like lotus leaves, she, exercised with sorrow, hath breathed her last. Bewailing much with exclamations of O Rama and Lakshmana. Ayodhya, that Lady Vaidehi hath renounced her body. Or secretly kept in Ravana's mansion, that girl, like a female parrot in a cage, is weeping bitterly. How can the slender-waisted wife of Rama, born in the race of Janaka, furnished with eyes resembling lotus petals, come under the sway of Ravana? I shall not be able to say of Rama's beloved wife that she hath been sullied, or that I have seen her, or yet that she is dead. To say this is censurable, not to say it is also such. What is my course? I find myself in a false position. Things having drifted to this pass, what should I say, now that the time hath come? Thus thinking, Hanuman again reflected, if without seeing Sita, I repair to the abode of the Lord of Monkeys, what then shall I gain as the object of my exertions? This my bounding over the main comes to naught, as also my entry into Lanka and the sight of the Rakshasas. And what shall Sugriva say? Or the assembled monkeys, or those twin sons of Dakaratha, to me when I shall have come to Kishkinda? And if going there, I should say a harsh speech unto Kakutstha, I have not seen Sita, he shall renounce his life. Hearing harsh, terrible, unsufferable, fierce and foul words concerning Sita, calculated to set the senses on fire, he shall not exist. And seeing him come under misery, with his mind expiring, the intelligent Lakshmana, firmly attached unto Rama, shall also cease to exist. And hearing that his two brothers are dead, Bharata also shall give up existence. And seeing Bharata dead, Satrughna shall also renounce his life. And beholding their sons dead, their mothers, Kaukalya, Sumitra and Kaikeyi, shall, certainly, resign their lives. And seeing Rama in that plight, the Lord of the Monkeys, Sugriva, grateful and having his heart fast fixed in truth, shall give up his life. And Uma, aggrieved, heart-wrung, distressed and bereft of happiness, and assuming the garb of a female ascetic, because of grief for her husband, shall resign her existence. And oppressed with grief arising from valley, and weighed down by sorrow, the Queen Tara, also, resolving on death shall cease to exist. And in consequence of the death of his father and mother and the calamity befalling Sugriva, the Prince Ingadha also shall next forego his existence. And the dwellers of the woods, overwhelmed with grief got of the decease of their master, shall strike at their heads with their clenched fists and hands. And the monkeys affectionately cherished by the famous Lord of the Monkeys, with soothing words, gifts, and regard, shall resign their lives. And no more in woods, and rocks, or secret spots, shall the foremost monkeys, assembled together, indulge in sports. And they, along with their sons and wives, and counselors, distressed on account the disaster that hath overtaken their master, shall fall from the tops of mountains down to places even or uneven. And the monkeys shall take poison, or hang themselves, or enter into flaming fire, or fast, or fall on their own weapons. I fancy that a loud wailing shall arise on my return to that place, and the race of Ikshwaku as well as the rangers of the woods shall meet with destruction. Therefore I will not repair hence to the city of Kishkinda, nor can I see Sugriva without Mithila's daughter. On my not going there and staying here, those righteous-souled Maharathas as well as the fast-fleeting monkeys shall preserve their lives through hope of hearing tidings concerning Sita. And not having seen Janaka's daughter, I will lead the vanaprastha mode of life, partaking of fruits, falling into my hands or mouth, restraining my senses, and staying at the foot of trees. Preparing a funereal pile on a tract bordering on the sea, abounding in fruits, and flowers, and water, I will enter into flaming fire. And as I sit to fast, and for effecting the separation of self from my body and centering my identity in the spirit, crows and beasts of prey shall feed on my body. And I think the sages have enjoyed another way of exit. I shall, failing to see Janaki, enter into water. My illustrious and exalted garland of fame, begot of excellent acts, hath perished for good in consequence of my not seeing Sita. Or restraining myself, I shall become an ascetic living underneath trees, but return I will not, without obtaining a sight of that dark-eyed damsel. If I return without seeing Sita, all the monkeys within Ayodhya shall cease to exist. Incalculable are the ills of my putting a period to my existence. On the other hand, if I live, I may come by good. Therefore my life I will maintain. If I live, it may conduce to happiness. Having thus indulged in a variety of harassing thoughts in his mind, that foremost of monkeys could not cross over to the other shore of the sea of distress. Then summoning energy, that elephantine monkey endued with fortitude reflected, or I shall slay the 10-necked Ravana possessed of great strength. Sita hath been carried off, but by this I shall avenge myself. Or throwing him repeatedly into the sea, I shall take him, and present him to Rama, even as one presents a beast unto Pacupat. Reflecting thus, the monkey, not finding Sita, agitated with sorrow and anxiety, thought, so long as I do not find the illustrious spouse of Rama, Sita, I will explore the city of Lanka again and again. If in consonance with Simpat's speech, I bring Rama hither, Raghava, not seeing his wife, shall burn all the monkeys. Therefore, even here I shall stay, restraining my fare and mortifying my senses. All those principal monkeys ought not to lose their lives because of any act to which I may commit myself. This is the Asoka wood, extensive and containing mighty trees. This I shall explore, as it hath not yet been searched by me. And saluting the Vasus, the Rudras, the Adiphirs, the twin Aquans, and Rama and Lakshmana, I enhancing the sorrow of the Rakas, shall go into it. Having vanquished the Rakshas, I will bestow on Rama the lady of the Ikshwaka race like the fruit of asceticism conferred on an ascetic. Having thus reflected for a space, the mighty armed offspring of the wind god, his senses agitated with anxiety, arose. I bow unto Rama with Lakshmana, and unto the revered daughter of Janaka, I bow unto Rudra, and Indra, and Yama, and wind god, and I bow unto the moon, unto fire, and unto the Maruts. Having bowed unto them all, as also unto Sugriva, the offspring of the wind god, surveying all the cardinal points, mentally entered the Asoka wood. Having mentally entered the Asoka wood, that monkey, son unto the wind god, reflected as to what he should do next. The sacred Asoka wood, sanctified with every purifying rite and abounding in woods, needs must be full of Rakshas. And warders, directed thereto, forsooth, protect the trees, and that worshipful soul of the universe does not breathe here vigorously. I contract my person in the interests of Rama, and in order that Ravana may not see me. May all the deities along with the saints confer success on me. And may the revered self create Brahma, and the deities, and the ascetics, and fire, and wind, and the much-invoked bearer of the Vajra, and the noose-handed Varuna, and the moon and the sun, the high-souled Aquinis, and all the Maruts, confer success on me. And all beings, and the Lord of them all, and others that, albeit not specified in the scriptures, are yet visible in the way, will confer success on me. When shall I behold the blameless face of that noble lady, with its protruding nose, having luminous smiles, having eyes resembling lotus petals, and bright as the complacent Lord of stars? Ah! Today how shall feeble forlorn one that hath been borne down by the force of the mean, abject and grim-visaged, Ravana, fierce yet wearing, at the time of the rape, a dress tending to inspire confidence, come in my sight? Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 14. Having reflected for a while, and mentally met with her, that highly energetic one leapt from the wall of Ravana's mansion onto that of the Asoka wood. And all his frame filled with delight, that mighty monkey, stationed on the wall, saw various trees having their tops furnished with flowers through spring and the other seasons, salas and asokas, bhuvyas, champakas, udalikas, and nagas, and those bearing fruits resembling the mouths of monkeys, and those relative to mango woods, with hundreds of plants. And Hanuman leapt into the garden like an arrow let go from the bowstring. Entering into the grove, variegated all over, resonant with the notes of birds, filled on all sides with golden and silvern trees, many-hued with birds and beasts, containing dainty tracts of trees like unto the risen sun, the powerful Hanuman saw the place surrounded with various kinds of trees, having fruits and flowers, frequented by maddened seals and brahmaras, with creatures expressing happiness by their movements, birds and beasts overflowing with spirits, echoing with the cries of peacocks, furnished with various species of fowls. And as he was searching for that surpassingly beautiful and blameless daughter of the king, that monkey awakened the monkeys that were sleeping sweetly. And blown against by the wind caused by the wings of the birds as they flew upwards, various and variegated trees showered down blossoms. And in the midst of the Asoka wood, Hanuman, son unto the wind god, covered over with flowers, looked lovely like a hill strewn with blossoms. And all creatures, beholding that monkey embosomed among trees and darting on all sides, took him for spring. And strewn with several masses of blossoms loosened from the trees, the earth appeared beauteous like a damsel dight with ornaments. And shaken in diverse ways by the motion of the light-fleeting monkey, the trees showered many-hued flowers. And with their leaves and tops torn, and their flowers and fruits shriveled up, the trees looked like worsted gamblers bereft of their clothes. And shaken by Hanuman vehemently moving about, those excellent trees crowned with fruits, speedily cast off fruits, flowers, and foliage. And moved by the wind god's offspring, the trees with their trunks left, and forsaken by the fowls were incapable of harboring any creatures. And like youthful fair ones with hair disheveled, their paste worn off, their upper lips with fair teeth sucked of their moisture, and having their persons torn with nails and teeth, appeared the Asoka wood with its trees shattered, and itself ground with the tail, hands, and legs of Hanuman. And that monkey with his vehemence scattered the clusters of shrubs, like the wind violently scattering clouds in the rainy season. And ranging there, the monkey saw beautiful pavements, jeweled, silvern and golden. And he saw their various pools filled with excellent water and having steps crusted with jewels. Their sandy soil was filled with pearls and corals, and the ground inside was made of crystal. And their banks were decked with diverse golden trees. They were beautified with full-blown lotuses, water lilies, chakravakas, and natuhas, and filled with the notes of swans and cerasas. They were encircled on all sides with big tanks having trees on their banks and water, clear and sweet like unto nectar. They were entwined with hundreds of creepers, covered with santana flowers, and filled with diverse groves and caraveras serving the purpose of windows. And thereupon that foremost of monkeys beheld there a mountain, the most picturesque in the world, resembling clouds, having high summits, covered on all sides with peaks and filled with hilly abodes and various trees. And that monkey beheld there a river falling down from the mountain like unto a damsel falling down from the lap of her beloved. And the branches of the trees touching the water of the stream resembled a fair damsel prevented by her dear companions from forsaking the company of her beloved. And that great monkey beheld further down the stream turning back like unto the damsel, pleased, going back to her dear one. And that foremost of monkeys, Hanuman, the son of Maruti, beheld, at some distance, ponds filled with lotuses and various birds. And he saw a big artificial pond full of cool water having stairs crusted with excellent jewels, and its sandy banks filled with pearls. It was embellished, on all sides, with various animals, diverse trees, and big mansions made by Viswakarma himself. It was adorned all around with artificial crests, and all the trees there bore flowers and fruits, spreading their branches like unto umbrellas, and having golden and silvern pavements under them. And that great monkey beheld there one golden singsapa tree surrounded on all sides with golden pavements. And he saw the glebe, the hill streams, and many a golden tree resembling fire. By the luster of all those trees that heroic monkey appeared as if made of gold like unto the sun by the touch of the Mount Sumeru. And having seen those beautiful golden trees, shaken by the wind and making a sound like that of a kinkini, having flowery tops and new leaves, he was greatly amazed. And climbing that Singsapa tree enveloped with leaves, that monkey, gifted with velocity, reflected, perchance I may see Vadahi, exercised with grief, anxious to behold Rama and wandering hither and thither at her pleasure. Certainly this is the picturesque Asoka forest of that vicious-souled one, embellished with sandal, champakas, and vacuolas. Here is a beautiful pond abounding in lotuses, thronged with birds, and forsooth shall that royal spouse Janaki repair hither. She is the beloved queen of Raghava and expert in walking in the garden. And separated from Rama, certainly shall Janaki repair hither. Or she, having the eyes of a young antelope and adept in roaming in the forest, exercised with thought touching Rama, shall come here. Or she, having beautiful eyes and fond of ranging in the forest, racked with sorrow in consequence of Rama's separation, doth always frequent this forest. Ere this, the chaste and worshipful spouse of Rama, Janaka's daughter, used to love always the birds and animals of the forest. The morning hath set in, and surely the beautiful and graceful daughter of Janaka, fond of performing morning ablutions, shall come to this river of pure water to perform them. Truly is this beautiful forest of Asoka the worthy abode of the beloved and chaste spouse of Rama, the Lord of men. If that one of moonlight countenance breathes, forsooth shall she come to this river of cool water. Having arrived there and anxiously expecting the appearance of the spouse of that Lord of men, the high-souled Hanuman, hiding himself on the Singsapa tree, enveloped with flowers and leaves, beheld all. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 15. Having stationed himself on the tree, casting his looks all around in quest of Sita, and looking down on the earth, he surveyed the entire forest of Asoka. It was beautified with Santanaka creepers and various trees, fragrant with celestial odors, and was embellished on all sides. It resembled Nandana, or the celestial garden, and was filled with various animals and birds, palaces and mansions, resounded with the notes of kokilas, adorned with the ponds abounding in silver and water lilies and lotuses, filled with many seats and coverlets, and various houses having spacious courtyards, adorned with beautiful flowers of all seasons and trees bearing fruits. And the beauty of the blossoming Asokas resembled the effulgence of the sun. And stationed there Maruti beheld trees, as if devoid of leaves on account of the hundreds of birds, adorned with various flowers, resorting there. And he saw there the earth touched by Asoka trees, the removers of grief, having flowers growing from the roots and lowered down with their weight. And the entire quarter was as if ablaze with the beauty of the flowery Karnakaras and Kingsikas. And there appeared in beauty many flowery Panagas, Saptaparnas, Champakas, and Udalikas having deeply expanded roots. And there was 1,000 of Asoka trees, some of whom were one-eyed gold, some were like the flame of fire, and some were like dark blue collyrium. It was like the garden of Nandana, or like that of Kuvara, or perhaps it surpassed the both in excellence. And enveloped in charming, celestial grace beyond conception, and having flowers for stars, that forest appeared like a second sky. Aud covered with hundreds of pearl-like flowers, the forest looked like the fifth ocean. And that garden was embellished with flowers of all seasons and honey-smelling trees, and filled with diverse notes and various animals and birds. And that fragrant garden was rendered more charming with various other fragrances. And that foremost of monkeys beheld in that garden of Asoka a round palace, situated at a distance, fragrant as the Gandhamadana mountain and high as the Lord of mountains. The palace was white as the Kailaka hill and built on 1,000 pillars. All its stairs were made of coral and its pavements made of burning gold. Its beauty was as if burning all along and stealing the vision of the lookers-on. It was spotless, and on account of its height touched the welkin. And thereupon he beheld there Sita, wearing a soiled cloth, poorly, greatly reduced by fast, sighing again and encircled by a band of Rakshasis. She was, however, spotless like unto the rays of the moon on the first lunar day. And her graceful beauty could with great difficulty be perceived like unto the flame of fire enveloped with smoke. And wearing a shattered and soiled yellow cloth, and divested of all ornaments, she appeared like a lotus stalk without lotuses. Oppressed, racked with grief, weakened and chaste as she was, she appeared like Rohini possessed by Ketu. She was greatly reduced by fast, stricken with grief and anxious thoughts, disturbed with sorrow, and was poorly, and her eyes were always full of tears. Separated from her kith and kin, and not beholding Rama and Lakshmana but the Rakshasis, she appeared like a hind surrounded by dogs. Her braid of long hair resembling a black serpent falling on her back, it appeared as if the earth was filled with dark blue forests on the disappearance of the rains. Sita was worthy of happiness only and never knew of misery, and therefore she was, now, greatly oppressed with sorrow. And beholding that one of expansive eyes rendered pale and feeble, Hanuman, by various conclusive arguments reflected within himself she must be Sita, for this damsel looks just like her, whom I saw, when she was ravished by Ravana, assuming shapes at will. Having the countenance of the full moon, beautiful eyebrows, round breast, she is as if dispelling the darkness from all quarters by virtue of her grace. Her throat was yellow, and her lips were like bimbas. She was of middle stature, and her limbs were all well built. She had eyes resembling lotus petals, and was like the beloved wife of Manmatha, Rithi, and was adorable unto the whole creation like the rays of the full moon. That one having a graceful person was seated on the earth like a female ascetic having her senses restrained. And she was sighing again and again like the timid daughter-in-law of the Lord of Serpents. Entangled by a mighty web of grief, her grace was greatly lessened, and she appeared like the flame of fire enveloped in smoke. She was like unto Smrti of doubtful meanings, fallen wealth, lost respect, hope without any desire for gain, seethy of many troubles, sullied understanding, and fame soiled with false rumors. That innocent one was greatly distressed for not being able to attend upon Rama, and she having the eyes of a young hind, being oppressed by the Rakshasis, was casting her looks hither and thither. And with a displeased countenance, having dark blue and curling eyelashes, and eyes full of tears, she was sighing again and again. Worthy of wearing ornaments, but now without any, poorly, crusted with execrations, she appeared like the rays of the stars enveloped by dark blue clouds. And beholding Sita in that pitiable plight, like unto learning for want of practice, Hanuman was puzzled with doubts. And seeing her without ornaments, he could with great difficulty make her out like unto words having different meanings without the knowledge of grammar. And beholding that blameless daughter of the king, having expansive eyes, Hanuman, by various reasonings, reflected, forsooth she must be Sita. I see at her person all these ornaments, of which Rama mentioned unto me at the time of my departure. I behold on her ears excellent earrings and nicely placed svidangstras, and on her arms jeweled ornaments rendered dark blue by dirt for constant use. Verily these are the ornaments Rama mentioned unto me. I do not perceive them which had been cast off by her. But these are the rest, there is not the least doubt about it. The monkeys had seen her excellent yellow cloth made of golden fibers on the hill. They had seen also her excellent ornaments, which cast off by her, fell on the earth with a sound. Her cloth hath been shattered by constant use, but her grace hath not been rendered worse than its color. This one having a golden countenance must be the beloved queen of Rama, who, albeit separated from him, hath not disappeared from his mind. This is that damsel on whose account Rama, being simultaneously burnt by affection, pity, grief, and amour, affection in consequence of his beloved spouse being ravished, pity for his inability to protect one dependent on him, grief for the loss of his beloved wife, and amour for his dear one. Verily it appeareth from the grace of her person, from her well-developed limbs, and from Rama's beauty, that this worshipful damsel having dark blue eyes must be his spouse. She has her mind fixed in him, and he in her, and it is for this that she and the virtuous souled, Rama, have been still maintaining their being. Indeed my master Rama hath performed a mighty task, for breathes he still in her separation, without consuming himself in grief. And having beheld Sita in this plight, that son of the wind god approached Rama in mind and showered praises on his master. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 16. And having eulogized Sita, worthy of being praised, in Rama, endeared by accomplishments, that foremost of monkeys again engaged in meditation. And having reflected for some time, the powerful Hanuman, having his eyes full of tears, bewailed on Sita's account, in the following strain: No one can withstand the course of destiny, since Sita, being the spouse of the worshipful brother of Lakshmana, ever obedient unto his elders, hath been overwhelmed with grief. The worshipful damsel is cognizant of the prowess of Rama and the intelligent Lakshmana, and for this she is not entirely depressed like unto the river Ganges at the approach of the rainy season. As regards their character, age, conduct, family, and other auspicious marks, they are equal, and hence Ragva deserveth Vaidehi, and this one of dark blue eyes is his. And having seen her, gold-hued and conducing to the happiness of the people like unto the goddess of wealth, Hanuman approached Rama in his mind and said, For this, damsel, was killed the mighty Vali and Kavanda, Ravana's equal in prowess. For her too, was destroyed in battle, the terribly powerful Rakshasa, Virata, by Rama putting forth his energy, like unto Shambhara killed by Mahendra. It was for her that 14,000 Rakshasas of terrible deeds were destroyed at Janasthana with arrows resembling the flame of fire. And Kara was killed in battle, and Trishara was discomfited and the mighty Dashana by Rama, knowing his own self. And it was on her account that Sugriva, known all over the world, came by the wealth of the monkeys hard to acquire and amassed by Vali. And it is for this, damsel, of expansive eyes, that I have crossed the effulgent lord of rivers, and have seen this city. And methinks it would have been all proper had Rama turned on her account the whole earth bounded by oceans. If the kingdom over the 3 worlds and the daughter of Janaka be compared together, the former is not equal to 1/100th part of Sita. This Sita, the daughter of the high-souled Janaka, the pious king of Mithila, firmly attached unto her husband, rose, covered with dust, out of the earth, in a field delved by a furrow. She is the well-known eldest daughter-in-law of the king Dakaratha, of an adorable character and unchecked prowess. And she is the beloved spouse of the pious and grateful Rama, knowing his own self, and has been brought under the control of the Rakshasis. Renouncing all luxuries, and considering not the least about miseries, she, actuated by her husband's love, entered the solitary forest. And satisfied with fruits and roots and ever engaged in her husband's service, she lived in the forest as much delighted as she was in her house. And that one of a golden hue, never used to afflictions, and who was wont to converse always with a delighted countenance, hath now been suffering incomparable miseries. Like unto a thirsty wight longing for an abode where he might get a drink, Ragva panteth after seeing her, gifted with an exalted character and oppressed by Ravana. As a monarch who had lost his kingdom, is greatly delighted when he regaineth it, forsooth shall Ragva, in like manner, be pleased when he shall come by her. She too hath been maintaining her being in the hope of seeing Rama again, separated as she is from her friends, and deprived of all comforts and luxuries. These Rakshasis, and these trees enveloped with fruits and flowers, forsooth she doth not behold, but is engaged with all her heart in meditations only touching Rama. Husband enhanceth the beauty of a female more than the dress, and therefore Sita, beautiful as she is, doth not appear graceful in her husband's absence. Forsooth my master Rama hath performed a difficult act, for he hath been still keeping up his life in her separation without consuming himself in grief. My heart is greatly pained knowing that she, having dark blue eyes, resembling lotus petals, worthy of happiness, hath been possessed by grief. She, patient as the earth, having eyes resembling lotuses, who was ere this protected by Ragva and Lakshmana, is now being guarded by Rakshasis having terrible eyes, under the trees. Being harassed with continued miseries, the daughter of Janaka hath lost all her beauty like unto a water lily crushed with frost, and hath come by a miserable plight like unto a doe separate from her mate. The branches of the Asoka trees, lowered down with flowers, are as if enhancing her grief, as also the moon of many thousand rays, at the expiry of the winter. Having reflected thus, and arrived at the conclusion that she was Sita, that powerful leader of monkeys gifted with velocity stationed himself on that tree. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 17. Thereupon the moon, white as water lily and of clear appearance, proceeded far down the welkin like unto a goose traversing the blue waters. With a view to befriend him, the moon of clear rays sprinkled the wind-god sun with cool beams. And thereupon he beheld Sita, having a moon-like countenance, plunged in grief like unto a laden boat sunk in water. While beholding Vaidehi, Hanuman, the son of Maryuda, observed at some distance a number of grim-visaged Rakshasis. Some had one ear, some one eye, some had big ears, some were without ears, some had formidable ears, and some had a nose projecting upwards. And some had the upper part of their bodies unusually long and bulky, some had a long and slender neck, some had disheveled hair, and someone's person was so thickly covered with hairs that she appeared to have been cloaked in a blanket. Some had long ears, some had a long forehead, some had a long belly, some had long breasts, some had long lips, some had their lips and chins stuck together, some had a long countenance, and some had long knees. Some one was of short stature, some were tall, some crooked, some grim-visaged, some dwarfish, some one was of terribly dark color, some had a disfigured countenance, some had coppery eyes and a fearful face. Some were terrible-looking, some copper-colored, some black, some angry, and some fond of quarreling with each other, and some had iron darts, hammers, and mallets in their hands. Some had a face like that of a boar, some had a face like that of a deer, some like that of a tiger, some like that of a buffalo, some like that of a goat, and some like that of a jackal. Some had legs like those of a camel, some had those of an elephant, some those of a horse, and some had their heads placed on their breasts. Some one had only one hand, some had only one leg. Some had ears like those of a horse, some like those of a cow, some like those of an ass, some like those of an elephant, and others had ears like those of a lion. Some had very big noses, some had crooked, and others were without any. Some had noses like those of an elephant, and others had their noses on their foreheads. Some had their legs like those of elephants, some had very huge legs, some had like those of a cow, some had on their legs locks of hair like unto pillars, some had a terribly huge head, some had big breasts, and others had spacious bellies, some had faces and eyes beyond ordinary proportions. Some had a long face and tongue. And some had the face of a goat, some that of an elephant, some that of a cow, some that of a boar, some that of a horse, and some that of an ass. Some of the Rakshasis were grim-visaged, and some hot-natured, quarrelsome, and had darts and maces in their hands. And some terrible Rakshasis of disfigured countenances had smoky-colored hairs. And they were all continually drinking wine, always fond of liquor and meat, and all their bodies were sprinkled with blood for their living on gore and flesh. And that foremost of monkeys found all these grim-visaged Rakshasis seated around that mighty tree enveloped with branches. And the graceful Hanuman observed at the foot of that tree that worshipful and blameless daughter of the king Janaka. She was bereft of all effulgence, racked with grief, and all her hairs were soiled with dirt. She appeared like a star fallen down on the earth on the wane of virtue. And famed though she was all over the world for her chastity, it was difficult for her now to see her husband. She had no excellent ornaments, her attachment unto her husband was the only ornament. She was imprisoned by the Lord of Rakshasas and separated from all her friends. She appeared like a she-elephant separated from her band and bound and attacked by a lion, and like the rays of the moon enveloped with clouds at the expiry of the rainy season. Her beauty was greatly faded, in consequence of her husband's separation, like unto a stringed instrument for want of a player. And ever engaged in her husband's welfare, she was thoroughly unworthy of being brought under the control of the Rakshasas. Being sunk in the abyss of grief and encircled by those Rakshasis, she appeared in the forest of Asoka like unto Rohini possessed by Rahu. And Hanuman beheld her there like a creeper divested of flowers. And having her person soiled with dirt and shorn of all ornaments, she appeared in her hidden grace like unto a lotus covered with clay. And the monkey Hanuman beheld that damsel, having the eyes of a young antelope, clothed with a soiled and shattered cloth. And though the countenance of that worshipful one was shorn of all grace, her heart did not lose its loftiness in consequence of her husband's prowess. And Sita, of dark blue eyes, was protected by virtue of her own character. And beholding Sita, having the eyes of a young antelope, and terrified and casting her looks hither and thither like a hind, and burning down the trees enveloped with leaves by her breath, like unto a mass of grief and an upheaval of sorrow, having well-proportioned limbs, and appearing graceful without ornaments, Maruti attained to an excess of delight. And beholding her having inebriate eyes, Hanuman shed tears of delight and bowed unto Raghava. And having offered his obeisance unto Rama and Lakshmana, the powerful Hanuman, greatly delighted in seeing Sita, remained there hidden. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 18. And beholding the forest filled with flowery trees, and desiring to have a full view of her, he, well nigh, spent the night. And at that late hour of the night, he heard the chantings of the Vedas by the Rakshasas, conversant with the 6 supplementary parts of the Vedas, engaged in the performance of sacrificial rites and knowing Brahma. And thereupon the mighty 10-headed Rakshasa, having huge arms, awoke with the sounds of those auspicious instruments pleasant unto ears. And awaking, that great and powerful lord of Rakshasas, having his cloth and garlands loosened, began to think of Vada'i. And that Rakshasa, puffed up with pride, was passionately attached unto her, and so he could not restrain his amour in him. And so adorned with all ornaments, he, casting his looks on the roads containing jeweled and golden gates and appearing in grace, entered the forest of Asoka, filled with various trees containing fruits and flowers of all seasons, and with ponds, beautified with various flowers, variegated with inebriate and wondrous birds, filled with various beautiful wolves, thronged with various deer, and covered with fruits fallen on the earth. And 100 damsels followed in the train of the son of Pulasatya, like unto the damsels of the celestials and Gandharvs following Mahendra. And among those fair ones, some carried chowries and some fans. And some carrying water in golden jars headed the train, while others carrying the golden throne covered with a coverlet followed it. And a favorite damsel carried in her right hand a jeweled drinking bowl filled with wine. And another carrying the white umbrella having golden ribs resembling the full moon and goose, followed in the train. And in this wise the excellent wives of Ravana, having their eyes rendered sleepy with sleep and wine, followed their heroic husband like unto lightnings following the cloud. Their necklaces and keuras were displaced, paste faded, hair disheveled, and they had drops of sweat on their faces. With sleep and intoxication, were reeling those fair ones of beautiful countenances, having their hairs with garlands disbanded and their persons wet with perspiration. And in this way those beloved wives of Ravana, having inebriate eyes, followed, out of amour and reverence, their husband. And their mighty husband, brought under the control of amour, and having his mind firmly attached unto Sita, proceeded slowly. And that monkey, son of Maryuta, heard the sound of kanchis and nupuras of those excellent damsels. And the monkey Hanuman also beheld Ravana, of extraordinary deeds and of inconceivable prowess and strength, at the gate. His whole body was seen on all sides by the light of the lamps lighted with perfumed oil and carried by the Rakshasis before. He was inflamed with amour, pride, and haughtiness, and his expansive eyes were coppery and idle. And he appeared like Cupid himself just appearing in view, leaving behind his bow and arrows. And holding his excellent robe, covered with flowers, washed, set with jewels and white as the foam of the churned nectar, he placed it in its proper place. And Hanuman, hiding himself on the tree, in the midst of many leaves and flowers, tried to recognize him as he approached. And beholding him, that foremost of monkeys saw that highly famous King Ravana, surrounded by his excellently beautiful and youthful wives, enter that forest of enjoyment filled with birds and animals. There was a warder by name Sankukarna in that forest, highly powerful, wearing various ornaments and addicted to drinking. And by him was seen that lord of Rakshasas, the son of Visravasa. And that highly energetic monkey beheld that effulgent Ravana, surrounded by excellent damsels like unto moon encircled by stars. And beholding him the monkey reflected, this must be Ravana, for he is the person whom I saw sleeping in an excellent apartment in that city. Thinking this, that highly effulgent son of Maryuta, Hanuman leaped high upon another branch. And effulgent as he was, that highly intelligent monkey hid himself on a branch covered with leaves, being unable to stand before the effulgence of that Rakshasa. And Ravana proceeded in that way, being anxious to behold the blue-eyed Sita, having spacious breast, excellent hips, and a lock of black hair. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 19. And thereupon beholding Ravana, the lord of Rakshasas, gifted with youth and beauty and adorned with an excellent dress, that excellent and blameless daughter of a king, Vada'i, trembled like unto a plantain tree shaken by the wind. And having covered her belly with her legs and her breast with her hands, that one, having charming color and expansive eyes, cried aloud. And arriving there the 10-necked one beheld Vada'i, guarded by the Rakshasis, poorly, racked with grief like unto a boat sunk in an ocean. Subject to hard penances, she, seated on the bare earth, appeared like a branch of a tree fallen on the ground. her limbs, where she used to wear ornaments, were covered with dirt, and albeit worthy of ornaments, appeared without any like unto a lotus covered with clay, and therefore shining very indistinctly. And she was proceeding as it were unto that lion of a king, Rama, knowing his own self, and her mind's chariot drawn by the horses of resolution. And not beholding the end of her grief, that damsel, attached unto Rama, was keeping alone and reduced to a skeleton and overwhelmed with anxious thoughts and grief. And she was troubled like unto the daughter-in-law of the Lord of Serpents, of impeded course by means of incantations, and stricken with grief like unto Rohini, possessed by Ketu. And although born in a pious family, well-behaved and good-natured and married according to their rites, she appeared to have been sprung from a low race and wedded according to their base ceremonials. She seemed like mighty fame disappearing, like respect disregarded, like intellect waning and hope disappointed, like a sacred altar trampled, like royal mandate disobeyed, like the quarters burnt by a firebrand, like offerings unto God soiled. Like the disk of the full moon stricken with darkness, a lotus distressed, an army without a leader, like the raves of the moon enveloped with gloom, like a river of shallow water, like a sacrificial altar possessed by an outcast, like the flame of fire extinguished, like waterfowls terrified and lotuses disturbed and petals crushed by the trunks of elephants. And her grace greatly famished by the absence of her husband, she appeared like a river whose liquid contents were dried up. And not cleaning her limbs, she appeared like a dark night. And that one of graceful limbs, tender and worthy of living in a jeweled abode, being stricken with grief, seemed like a dried lotus stalk just extracted from its bed. And she, like the daughter-in-law of the Lord of Elephants, caught, separated from her band and tied to a pillar, was overwhelmed with grief and was sighing again and again. A long lock of dark blue hair, taken not the least care of, was on her back, and with this she appeared like unto the earth covered with dark blue forests at the expiration of the rainy season. With fasts and grief, anxiety and fear, she was greatly weakened and reduced, and gave up eating and took recourse to asceticism only. Stricken with grief, she seemed to have been offering prayers unto that foremost of Raghus for the destruction of the 10-necked one, like those unto the deities with folded hands. And beholding blameless Maithili, having expansive eyes with beautiful eyelashes, greatly attached unto Rama, and weeping, Ravana tempted her for his own destruction. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 20. Whereupon Ravana, with sweet words and gestures, expressed his own desire unto Sita, poorly, deprived of joy, encircled by Rakshasis and leading the life of an ascetic. O thou having thighs like the trunks of elephants, while thou hast, beholding me, hidden thy breast and belly, perhaps thou art afraid of exposing thy person unto me. I do long for thee, O thou having expansive eyes, do thou esteem me, O my dear one, O thou gifted with all accomplishments and pleasant unto all persons. O Sita, here is no human being or any Rakshasa assuming shapes at will, do thou therefore renounce all fear from me. O timid damsel, for certain it is the virtue of the Rakshasas that they always visit others' wives or come by them by force. In spite of this, O Maithili, I do not touch thee, for thou art not under the influence of amour, but for me, I am completely under its sway. Do not fear me, O worshipful damsel, confide in me, O my beloved one, and become attached unto me. Do not give way to grief. A single lock of hair, to lie down on earth and useless fast, these do not become thee. Attaining me, O Maithili, do thou enjoy excellent garlands, sandal, ornaments, costly wines, beds, seats, songs, dancing and music. Thou art a jewel of a female, do thou not therefore remain in this guise. Put on thy ornaments therefore. How shalt thou remain unadorned obtaining me, O thou of a beautiful figure? This thy beautiful youth is passing away, which like the current of a river when once gone, doth not turn back. O thou of a fair look, having created thee, the artist of gods, the maker of celestial beauties, hath ceased from his work, for a match of thy beauty I find in none. Who is there, O Vaidehi, who can withstand the influence of amour, getting thee, gifted with beauty and youth? What of others, even Brahma, the grandfather of the celestials, is moved? O thou having a moon-like countenance, and well-developed lips, whatever limbs of thine I behold, I find my gaze fixed therein. O Maithili, do thou become my spouse, and renounce this delusion. Do thou become the foremost queen of all my excellent wives. O timid one, all the jewels that I have collected from the three worlds, and all my kingdom I shall confer on thee. O sportive damsel, for thy satisfaction, I shall conquer the whole earth, and garland it by many cities, and bestow it upon Janaka. Find I none on this earth who can withstand my prowess. Do thou behold my matchless prowess in battle. The celestials and asuras are incapable of withstanding me, defeated as they were by me in battle and their pennons struck down. Do thou therefore desire me today, dress thyself in excellent robes, and adorn thyself in beautifully brilliant ornaments. I shall behold thy dazzling beauty when adorned with ornaments. For pity unto me, do thou embellish thyself with ornaments, O thou of a graceful countenance. O timid damsel, do thou, at thy pleasure, enjoy all sorts of comforts and luxuries, and do thou, as thou desirest, confer wealth and land on others. Do thou, confiding in me, ask for thy wished-for objects, and do thou command me like unto an unmannerly damsel. Thou shalt, by asking favors from me, satisfy the desires of thy friends. O gentle lady, O thou of great renown, do thou observe my prosperity. What shalt thou do with Rama, wearing bark, O thou of pleasant presence? Rama hath ceased from his endeavors for gaining victory. He hath lost all his beauty, lives in the forest, is engaged in observances, and always lies down on earth. I fear whether he is living still. O Vaidehi, Rama shall not be able to see thee like unto the rays of the moon covered with blue clouds preceded by Valakas. Raghava shall never get thee back from my hands, like unto Hiranyakasipu unable to regain his wife Kirti from Indra. O thou of beautiful teeth, O thou having beautiful eyes, O sportive damsel, O timid one, thou dost steal my mind like unto Garuda catching serpents. Beholding thee, wearing a shattered silken cloth, slender and without any ornaments, I do not find any attachment in my own wives. O daughter of Janaka, do thou exercise thy supremacy over all my wives, living in my seraglio and gifted with all accomplishments. O thou having black hair, all my wives are foremost in beauty over the three worlds. And they shall all attend thee like unto Apsaras waiting upon the goddess of wealth. O thou having beautiful eyebrows and well-developed hips, do thou, along with me, enjoy at thy pleasure all the wealth and riches of Kuvera. O worshipful damsel, in asceticism, strength or prowess, wealth or fame, Rama is not my equal. Do thou therefore at thy pleasure drink, enjoy and eat. I shall confer on thee wealth and the whole earth. Do thou satisfy all thy desires in me, O fair damsel, and let thy friends be satisfied in thee. And adorned with a beautiful golden necklace, O timid lady, do thou at thy pleasure range with me in the forests situated on the bank of the ocean, and filled with flowery trees and black bees. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 21. Hearing those words of that terrible Rakshasa, Sita, stricken with grief and a feeble voice, slowly replied, racked with grief, engaged in asceticism and weeping, Sita began to tremble. And that excellent damsel, devoted unto her husband, began to think of him. Placing a twig before that one, of beautiful smile, said, Do thou take back thy mind from me, and place it in thy own wives. Like unto a sinner unworthy of praying for final emancipation, it doth not behove thee to expect to come by me. Devoted unto one husband, I shall never perpetrate such an iniquitous act. I am born in a high and have been married in a pious family. Having accosted Ravana thus, the well-known Vaidehi, turning her back, again spake unto him, saying, I should not live with thee since I am another's wife and chaste. Have thy eyes always on religion, and do thou follow in the track of piety. Like unto thine own wives, others are worthy of being protected by thee, O Ranger of the Night. Making an example of thee, do thou enjoy with thy own wives. Forsooth those vicious-minded, those of agitated senses, who are not satisfied with their own wives, are brought to misery by others' wives. Methinks, there are no pious men here, and even if there be any thou dost not follow him, since thou hast such an adverse understanding against human practice and usage. Or the considerate people have spoken the truth, but thou, for the destruction of the race of the Rakshasas, considering that false, hast not followed it. Wealth, kingdom, and cities, all are brought to naught when they are placed at the hands of a vicious and illiterate king. Obtaining thee, therefore, as her king, and for thy folly only, this city of Lanka, abounding in jewels, shall soon be ruined. O Ravana, every one delighteth in the destruction of that inconsiderate being, who bringeth about his own destruction and is engaged in the perpetration of evil deeds. And in this way, thyself, the perpetrator of vicious acts, meeting with thy end, those persons who had been tyrannized by thee, shall, delightedly, say, Oh! Blessed are we since this terrible Rakshasa hath met with his end. With wealth or riches thou shalt not be able to tempt me. As the rays of the sun belong to him, so I am Raghuva's only. Having laid my head on the beautiful arms of that Lord of men, how shall I place it again on another's? Like unto the knowledge of one God monopolized by the Brahmanas only, I am the spouse of that Lord of earth only, cognizant of higher truths and marrying me according to the pious ceremonials. May good betide thee, O Ravana. Do thou take me unto Rama, stricken with grief as I am, like unto a she-elephant anxiously waiting in the forest, brought to the Lord of elephants. It behoveth thee to make friends with Rama, that best of men, if dost thou desire to maintain thy empire and dost not wish to bring about thy own destruction. It is known to the world, that Rama knoweth well the sanctions of religion and is kind unto them who seek his shelter. Do thou seek his friendship, if dost thou wish to maintain thy life. Do thou propitiate him therefore, who is kind to his dependents, and it becometh thee to take me respectfully unto him. Thou shalt meet with thy well-being, if dost thou in this wise confer me on that best of ragus. And mighty is the disaster that shall befall thee, if dost thou follow any other procedure. Thunderbolt, even, when hurled, may leave thee, death himself may overlook thee, but there is no safety for thee, if Raghava, the Lord of men, is enraged. Thou shalt hear the terrible sound of the twang of Rama's bow, like unto the sound of the thunderbolt hurled by Indra. Soon shall arrows, bearing the names of Rama and Lakshmana and having fiery heads like those of snakes, alight here. And covered with canker leaves they shall undoubtedly cover the whole city and devastate it by destroying all the Rakshasas. Like unto Garuda pulling up the snakes, the Garuda-like Rama shall pull up thy snake-like Rakshasas. And like unto Vishnu recovering the effulgent Shri, the goddess of wealth, from the Asuras, by crossing over the three worlds with 3 footsteps, my husband, the conqueror of foes, shall recover me from thee. Janasthana hath been devastated, the host of Rakshasas hath been killed, and thou hast been disabled. Truly thou hast perpetrated an impious deed. O Rakshasa, those 2 lions among men going out to inquire about the elusive deer, I was ravished by thee, entering the empty hermitage, O vile wight. And like unto a dog incapable of standing before a tiger, it would have been impossible for thee to wait there in the presence of Rama and Lakshmana. If dost thou engage in conflict with them, thy wealth and friends shall be of no avail unto thee, and thou shalt be discomfit, like unto one-handed Asura Vitra by the 2-handed Indra. Soon shall my husband, with the assistance of Lakshmana, draw out thy life with arrows, like unto the sun drying up, by his rays, shallow water. Whether dost thou repair to the abode of Kuvara, or whether dost thou, terrified, take refuge unto the assembly of Varuna, thou shalt, for certain, be destroyed by the son of Dakaratha, like unto a mighty tree broken down by thunderbolt. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 22. Hearing those harsh accents, that Lord of Rakshasas replied unto Sita, of comely presence, with the following unpleasant words: It is generally found on earth that the more a woman is courted by a man, the more she is brought under his influence. But for thee, the more kindly I have been behaving towards thee, the more roughly I have been treated. Truly doth my love for thee keep in control the wrath like unto a good charioteer restraining the swerving steed. Almighty is Amor unto men, for on whom this Amor falleth, albeit she is an object of wrath, becomes an object of kindness and affection. O thou of fair countenance, it is for this reason that I do not destroy thee, although thou, who art engaged in false asceticism, art worthy of being killed and dishonored. O Maithili, for each and every one of all those harsh words which thou hast used by me, dost thou deserve death. Having spoken thus unto Vaidehi, Ravana, the lord of Rakshasas, having his wrath subdued, again bespake Sita, I shall wait for those 2 months, of which I have made a contract, after which thou shalt have to share my bed, O thou of a comely presence. And even then, if thou dost refuse to regard me as thy husband, my cooks shall mince thy limbs with steel and serve thee for my morning meal. Beholding the lord of Rakshasas remonstrate with the daughter of Janaka in this wise, the daughters of the celestials and Gandharvas became exceedingly sorry. Some with lips, some with eyes, and some with gestures of their faces, they all consoled Sita, thus distressed by that Rakshasa. And thus consoled by them, and being proud of her good conduct and her husband's heroism, Sita thus addressed Ravana, the lord of Rakshasas: Forsooth there is no person in this city who desireth thy welfare and therefore preventeth thee from such an impious deed. Who is there in the three worlds, who even exciteth me in mind, who am the spouse of the virtuous souled, Rama, like unto Indra's Sakhi? O thou the vilest of the Rakshasas, for using those vicious words towards the spouse of Rama, of a measured prowess, repairing whither shalt thou escape vengeance? Like unto an infuriated elephant encountering a hare in the forest, thou shalt, O vile. A hare as thou art, meet with that elephant like Rama. Thou art not ashamed of railing that lord of Ikshwakus, so long as dost thou not come within his ken. O base! Why do not thy grim, terrible, coppery eyes, looking so viciously at me, fall down on earth? O vicious wretch, I am the spouse of that virtuous-souled, Rama, and daughter-in-law of Dakaratha. Using these vile words towards me, why dost not thy tongue fall off? O tin-necked one, I can instantly reduce thee to ashes, but for Rama's mandate and my ascetic observances. Thou couldst not have ravished me in the presence of the highly intelligent Rama. And undoubtedly for thy destruction this hath been brought about by God. Thou art heroic and Kuvar's brother and great in prowess, why didst thou then take me by stealth after dispatching Rama away from the hermitage? Hearing those words of Sita, Ravana, the lord of Rakshasas, whirling his grim eyes, looked towards the daughter of Janaka. He was like unto a mass of blue clouds, and his arms and necks were long and spacious. He was gifted with elephantine gaits, and his tongues and eyes were sharp and flaming. The top of his crown was shaking, and he had charming garlands around his neck and his person sprinkled with paste. He had crimson-colored garlands and clothes on, and his charming arms were adorned with ornaments. Encircled with a sword belt around his waist, he appeared like unto Mandara, entwined by a snake at the time of the churning of the ocean. With his two plump arms, that lord of Rakshasas appeared like unto the hill Mandara with its two huge summits. And adorned with a pair of kundalas resembling the newly risen sun, he looked like a hill covered with two asoka trees enveloped with crimson flowers and leaves. He was like unto Kulpa tree and spring incarnate. And albeit adorned, he looked terrible like unto a Kaitya on the cremation ground. And having his eyes red-hot with ire, sighing again and again like unto a snake, and casting his looks upon Sita, Ravana addressed her again, saying, O thou following asceticism, this thy vow is without any meaning and beyond the pale of morality. Even shall I destroy thee today like unto the sun dispelling darkness with his rays. Having thus addressed Maithili, the inimical king Ravana cast his looks towards the grim-visaged Rakshasas. And among those Rakshasas, some had huge ears, some had ears like those of kine, some had ears as long as arms, some had long ears, and others were without any. And some had legs like those of an elephant, some had like those of a cow, and some had legs covered with hairs. And some had one eye, some had one leg, some had capacious legs, and some were without any. And some had huge heads and necks, and some had breast and belly beyond proportions, and some had faces and eyes above human size. Some had huge tongues and nails. And some were without noses. And some had leonine faces, some had faces like those of kine, and some had those of boars. And casting his look towards such Rakshasas, he said, Ye Rakshasas, do ye all endeavor to bring Sita, the daughter of Janaka, under my control? By good or bad conduct, by conciliation or gift, by threat or blandishment, do ye so endeavor as Vaidehi's soul might be bent unto me? And having ordered thus again and again, that lord of Rakshasas, stricken with amor and ire, addressed Sita, roaring fiercely. And thereupon approaching speedily and embracing the tin-necked one Rakshasi named Danyumalini bespake him, Do thou sport with me, O great king? What shalt thou do with her, O lord of Rakshasas, a human being, poorly and of a pale countenance? O great king, forsooth, the celestials have not destined for her enjoyment all those objects which thou hast procured by thy prowess. And again, he who desireth for an unwilling dame burneth his own person, and he who desireth for a willing damsel attaineth excess of delight. Having said this, the Rakshasi took away Ravana by force. And that Rakshasa too, resembling a mass of clouds, laughing, turned back. And that ten-necked one strode away as if shaking the whole earth, and passed within his queen's abode resembling the effulgent sun. And encircling Ravana those daughters of celestials Gandharvas and Nagas entered into an excellent abode. And having remonstrated with and left behind the firm and pious Sita with a trembling person, Ravana, possessed by amour, entered into his own palace. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 23. Having spoken thus unto Maithili and commanded the host of the Rakshasis, Ravana, a terror unto his enemies, went away. And after that Lord of Rakshasas had gone away and entered his inner apartment, the hideous Rakshasis drew near Sita. And approaching Sita, that terrible host, almost faint with ire, addressed Vaidehi with the following harsh words: Thou dost not regard it highly, Sita, that thou shalt become the chosen wife of that high-souled and great Ravana, the ten-necked son of Pulasatya. Thereupon another Rakshasi named Agjata, with eyes rendered coppery with ire, addressing Sita, having a small navel, said, Pulasatya is the fourth of the 6 Prajapatis, a mind-born son of Brahma and celebrated in the world. And the glorious ascetic, by name Vishrava, was the mind-born son unto Pulasatya, effulgent like unto Prajapatis. O large-eyed damsel! Of Vishrava came Ravana terrible unto his enemies. And it behoveth thee to become the consort of that Lord of Rakshasas. Scorn not the words I say unto thee, O thou of comely presence. Thereupon another Rakshasi named Harihata, having the eyes of a cat, and whirling them with ire, said, It becometh thee to be the wife of that Lord of Rakshasas who smote the 33 celestials and their lord in battle. Dost thou not desire to be his wife, who is heroic, of indomitable prowess, and who doth not turn back in battle? And turning away in scorn from his beloved wife, highly esteemed, the mighty King Ravana desireth for thee. And leaving his inner apartment enriched with thousands of females, and adorned with various jewels, Ravana shall adore thee. And then followed another Rakshasi by name Vaikata, the king, who by his terrible prowess subdued the Gandharvas and Nagas in battle, hath stood by thee. O foolish damsel, why dost thou not wish to be the consort of that high-souled Lord of Rakshasas, Ravana, gifted with wealth and riches? And then followed another Rakshasi named Dharmakid. Why dost thou not approach him, O thou having expansive eyes, by whose fear the sun doth not shine, and the wind doth not blow? O dame, why dost thou not wish to be the consort of Ravana, the Lord of Rakshasas, at whose command the trees shower blossoms and the hills and clouds pour down water? Why dost thou not make up thy mind to be the wife of Ravana? O damsel, O worshipful dame, we have spoken thus for thy welfare. Do thou comply with our request, or thou shalt surely die. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 24. Thereupon all those Rakshasis, having terrible faces again and again pursued Sita with reproaches rough and rude. Why dost thou not desire, O Sita, to live in his inner apartment, like by all and abounding in costly bedsteads? O woman, thou regardest highly to be the wife of a man. Do thou turn back from Rama, thy desire shall never be satisfied. Do thou spend happily thy days with our Lord, Ravana, the Rakshasa chief, who makes his own the treasures of the 3 worlds. Thou art a woman, O thou of comely presence, and therefore doth thy fancy cling to Rama, O thou of a blameless countenance, who is a man, deprived of his kingdom, overwhelmed with disasters, and hath his desires frustrated. Hearing the words of those Rakshasis, the lotus-eyed Sita, with her eyes full of tears, said, What ye have all said, and which is against human usage and vicious, doth not find place in my mind. A woman cannot be the wife of a Rakshasa. Eat me up if you will, I will never follow your words. Poor or deprived of kingdom, he who is my husband is my preceptor. I am ever devoted unto him, like Subarkala unto the sun. like unto the great Sachi standing by Sakra, Arundhati by Vashishta, Rohini by the moon, Lopamudra by Agastya, Sukanya by Chayabana, Sabitri by Satyabana, Srimati by Kapila, Madayanti by Sandesa, Keshani by Sagara, and Damayanti the daughter of the king Bhima by her husband Nala. I shall ever remain devoted to my husband Rama, the foremost of the descendants of Ikshaku. Hearing the words of Sita, all those Rakshasis dispatched by Ravana, almost beside themselves with ire, again covered her with reproaches rough and rude. And Hanuman remained all along speechless and hidden on the Shingshapa tree. And that monkey heard all those demons remonstrate with Sita in this way. And those, influenced with ire, approached the trembling Sita and encircling her, licked again and again their long and burning lips. And taking up instantly spears, they exceedingly wroth, menaced her, saying, She is not worthy of having Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, as her lord. Being thus remonstrated with by those terrible Rakshasis, that excellent damsel, shedding tears, neared the Shingshapa tree. And the large-eyed Sita, encircled by the Rakshasis, remained there sunk in grief. And all those hideous demons showered reproaches, from all sides, on her, greatly reduced, of a poorly countenance, and wearing a soiled cloth. Thereupon a grim-visaged demon, angry, having hideous teeth and a huge belly extending downwards, by name Vinata, spake, saying, O Sita, thou hast shown enough of attachment towards thy husband. But, O gentle dame, excess of anything tends to evil. We are satisfied. And may good betide thee. Thou hast acted worthily like a woman. Do thou hear, O Maithili, what I say for thy welfare. Do thou accept Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasa host, as thy husband. He withstands powerfully his enemies like unto Vasva, the lord of the celestials, charitable, kind unto all, and sweet-speeched. And forsaking Rama, a poor wight, do thou take Ravana as thy husband. Having thy person sprinkled with celestial paste and adorned with excellent ornaments, do thou from today, O Vaichi, O thou of comely presence, become the queen of all the worlds, like unto Sakhi of the lord of the celestials and Svaha of the fire. What shalt thou do with Rama, O Vaidehi, poor and of limited life? This is what I say, and if dost thou not follow it, we shall all instantly banquet on thee. And thereupon another Rakshasi named Vikata, having her breast hanging long, exercised with ire, and clenching her fist, addressed, roaring, Sita, O foolish daughter of the king of Mithila, we have put up with all thy foolish words only out of compassion, and because thou art a feeble being. It will not lead to thy well-being if thou dost not hear our words. Thou hast been brought here, the other side of the ocean, difficult of being approached by others. Thou hast come within the terrible abode of Ravana, O Maithili, and hast been shut up in his room guarded by us all. And even Purandara's self cannot save you. Do thou therefore hear, O Maithili, my well-meaning words. Why dost thou shed tears? Renounce thy useless grief. Do thou become happy and delighted, renouncing thy continued melancholy. Do thou sport, O Sita, at thy pleasure, with the lord of the Rakshasas. We know, for certain, O timid damsel, that the youth of the females is very transient. And so long as thy youth doth not fade, do thou pass thy days happily, O thou having innerbright eyes, with the lord of Rakshasas, and picturesque gardens, and mountain forests. Do thou take, O fair damsel, Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, for thy husband, and thousands of females shall be placed at thy service. If dost thou not follow what I say, O Maithili, I shall, taking out thy heart, banquet on it. Thereupon another grim-visaged Rakshasi, named Shandadora, shaking her terrible spear, said, Beholding this Sita having the eyes of a young antelope and her breast trembling with fear, my earnest desire, as I am ancient, hath been to banquet on her large eyes, liver, spleen, her plump hands, heart, other limbs, and head. Thereupon another Rakshasi named Pragasa said, I shall grind the throat of this cruel woman. What are you doing, sitting there? Ye shall then relate unto the king that the woman is dead. And undoubtedly he shall say, Do ye eat her up? And thereupon another Rakshasi named Ajamukhi said, I do not like quarrels. Let us all divide her into equal portions. Bring soon our favorite drink and various garlands. Then followed another Rakshasi by name Serpanaka. I do fully concur with what Ajamukhi hath said. Bring soon wine, the remover of all griefs. Banqueting on human flesh I shall dance before the Queen Nikumbala. Being thus threatened by those grim-visaged Rakshasis, Sita, resembling the daughter of a celestial, renouncing patience, began to weep. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 25. And those hideous Rakshasis thus threatening her with reproaches rude and rough, the daughter of the king Janaka began to weep. And being thus addressed by those Rakshasis, Vaidehi, of subdued soul, being greatly terrified, said, having her voice choked with vapor, a woman can never be the wife of a Rakshasa. Eat me up if you will, I shall never follow your words. And being surrounded by the Rakshasis and threatened by Ravana, Sita, resembling the daughter of a celestial, stricken with grief, could not console herself. And trembling, she shrank from their presence like unto a strayed fawn surrounded by wolves. And resorting to a flowery branch of an asoka tree, she sunk in grief, thought upon her lord. With tears she bathed her beautiful breast, and oppressed with woe, she could not reach the other bank of the ocean of grief. Like a plantain tree shaken by the breeze, she shook and fell down trembling, on the earth. And being afraid of the Rakshasis, her cheeks forsook their native hue. And herself trembling, her pretty long lock of hair also shook and appeared like a serpent moving this way and that. Overwhelmed with grief and beside herself with ire, the daughter of the king of Mithila wept and exclaimed sorrowfully, O Mother Kausalya! O Queen Sumitra! True is the saying of the wise that death doth never approach untimely the male or the female. Or else I would not have lived for a moment, separated from Rama and oppressed by the Rakshasis as I am. Limited is my virtue, and therefore I am to die the death of a poor deserted thing like unto a bark driven by the blast in the midst of the ocean. Debarred from my husband's sight and tortured by the hideous demons, I shall sink, oppressed with woes, like unto the banks of a river, washed by the water. O blessed are they who have been resting their eyes upon my grateful and sweet-speeched Lord of leonine gates, having eyes resembling lotus petals. And separated frpm Rama of subdued soul, it is as difficult for me to breathe as for him who hath drank up virulent poison. What mighty iniquity had I perpetrated in my previous existence that I have met with this terrible disaster? I wish to renounce my life under this load of grief, but alas! I am surrounded by the Rakshasis and cannot meet Rama. Oh! Cursed is this subject human life, that they cannot renounce it even at their pleasure. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 26. Saying this, the daughter of the king Janaka bathed her countenance with tears and hanging down her head began to lament. And she began to roll on the earth like unto a colt as if she was mad, possessed by a devil and had lost her sense. I, the spouse of Rama, who was drawn away at a distance by the Rakshasa, Maricha, assuming shapes at will, was seized and borne away by Ravana. A captive of the Rakshasas, subject to their terrible threats and taunts, sunk in grief and anxiety, I desire not to keep my life. Of what avail are wealth, ornament, and life unto me, who am living in the midst of the Rakshasas and separated from Rama, of the mighty car? Forsooth my life is made of stone, imperishable and immortal, since it is not riven asunder even by this mighty grief. Woe to me! Who am unchaste and vile, and my life is vicious, since breathe I still in the absence of my lord. What of fixing my fancy on that night ranger, my meaner foot even shall not touch him. That demon, who is courting me in this terrible way, doth not know himself, his own race, and that I loathe him so much. What more shall I speak unto you? I shall never consent to Ravana's prayer. I might be rent from limb to limb or burnt in fire. Raghava is grateful, true, wise, and kind. I fear it is through my ill luck that he doth not feel pity for me. Will he not take me back who alone slew the thousands of the Rakshasas in Janastana? I have been captured by Ravana, a Rakshasa of feeble prowess. Forsooth my lord is capable of slaying this Ravana in conflict. Will not that Rama regain me, by whom was killed in the forest of Dandaka, Virata, the foremost of the Rakshasa crew? Although situated in the midst of the ocean, Lanka is unapproachable by others, but Raghava's arrows shall also reach here. I am at a loss to ascertain why Rama of firm prowess doth not regain me, his beloved spouse who have been borne away by the Rakshasa. Methinks Rama doth not know that I am here, or else, powerful as he is, he would not have put up with this insult. That lord of vultures, who could have informed Raghava of my being borne away by the Rakshasa, was killed by Ravana in the battle. Oh, great was the work done by him, who, old as he was, for my sake, addressed himself to bring about Ravana's destruction. If Raghava could know that I was here, he, exceedingly wroth, would have cleared the earth with his arrows of the Rakshasas. He would have then burnt down the city of Lanka, dried up the deep and blotted out the name and fame of Ravana. And from each ruined home would have risen the Rakshasa widow's groans and cries like unto those of mine. And instituting inquiries, along with Lakshmana, he shall soon reduce Lanka to this plight. And observed by them the enemy shall not live for a moment. And in no time shall Lanka assume the appearance of a cremation ground, having all her highways enveloped with smoke issuing out of the funeral pyres, and filled with vultures. And soon shall this desire of mine be fulfilled. All these words of mine do sound improbable now, but they all indicate your misfortune. Besides from these bad omens, that are to be seen here, it appeareth that Lanka shall soon be shorn of her grace. The lord of the Rakshasas, the vicious Ravana being killed, forsooth shall Lanka, divested of wealth, appear like a widow. This Lanka, which is now full of pious ceremonies, shall, on the death of the Rakshasas and their master, appear like a husbandless woman. For certain shall I soon hear the cries and groans in every house of the daughters of the Rakshasas worn with grief. If that heroic Rama, having dark blue eyes, comes to know that I am in the abode of the Rakshasas, the city of Lanka shall be burnt down with his arrows, and shall be stricken with darkness and shorn of grace, and all the foremost of the Rakshasas shall be destroyed. The time which was appointed by the vile and cruel Ravana hath arrived. And that vicious wretch hath resolved to destroy me now. There is no crime which cannot be perpetrated by those vicious demons. Mighty is the disaster that shall arise on account of this crime. The Rakshasas who live on flesh do not know what virtue is. Forsooth shall the Rakshasa serve me for his morning meal. What shall I do without my lord of comely presence? Debarred from my husband's presence, stricken with grief and not beholding Rama, having dark blue eyes, I shall soon meet with death. Rama, the elder brother of Bharata, doth not know that I am still alive, or else he and Lakshmana would have ransacked the whole world for me. Or renouncing his body on this earth for my grief, the heroic elder brother of Lakshmana hath repaired to the celestial region. Blessed are the celestials, Gandharvas, Siddhas, and mighty ascetics who are beholding my heroic lotus-eyed Rama. Or that highly intelligent royal ascetic dearest of securing piety and freed from the troubles of life, hath no need of a wife like me. Or people have fancy for what they see, and which dissipateth as soon as the object is out of sight. The ungrateful are capable of renouncing their love, but not Rama. Or there might be some folly in me. Or on the wane of my good luck have been separated Iram the excellent Rama. Death is more preferable unto me than life, since I have been separated from the high-souled heroic Rama, of unblemished character and the slayer of foes. Or those two brothers, the foremost of men, laying aside their weapons, and living on fruits and roots, have been wandering in the forest. Or those two heroic brothers Rama and Lakshmana have been, by treachery, put to death, by the vicious-souled Ravana, the lord of Rakshasas. At this time of distress, I do with all my heart long lore death, but alas! Even death is not approaching me in this my misery. Oh, blessed are those high-souled, great ascetics abiding by truth and having their senses in control, who have no objects of love or displeasure. They are not distressed with misery for their objects of love or grief for them whom they do not love. They are freed from them, and I do bow unto those high-souled ones. Being forsaken by the beloved Rama, knowing his own self, and brought under the control of Ravana, I shall renounce my life. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 27. Being thus addressed angrily by Sita, some of those Rakshasas, beside themselves with ire, proceeded to relate this unto the vicious-souled Ravana. And approaching Sita, those grim-visaged demons again addressed her with words rude and rough. O vile Sita, O thou bent on committing sin, we Rakshasis shall today devour thy flesh to the best of our satisfaction. Beholding those vile demons threaten Sita, a Rakshasa matron, wise and old, named Trajata, cried, O vile demons, do ye eat your own persons, but do not devour Sita, the daughter of Janaka and the esteemed daughter-in-law of the king Dakaratha. I dreamt a terrible dream last night which made my down stand on their end. And in that dream I foresaw the overthrow of the Rakshasa race and the conquest of her husband. And being thus addressed by Trajata, those demons, exercised with wrath and terrified, accosted her with the following words, Do thou relate unto us, what sort of dream didst thou dream last night? And hearing those words proceeding from the mouths of the Rakshasis, Trajata began to describe the dream she had at the latter end of the night. I saw Rama, wearing garlands and clothed in white, ride in a celestial chariot, along with Lakshmana, made of ivory, traversing the ethereal regions and drawn by 100 steeds. I saw in my dream tonight that Sita, clad in the purest white, appearing on a snow-white hill beaten by the waves of the ocean, had at last met Rama, like unto light joined to the sun. And I again saw Rama and Lakshmana appear in effulgence, seated on a huge elephant, having 4 tusks and resembling a bull. Thereupon those 2 brothers, resplendent like unto the sun by their own effulgence, and wearing white garlands and clothes, appeared near Janaka's daughter. And the lotus-eyed Janaki, on the top of the hill situate on the welkin, first fell on the lap of her husband and then stationed herself on the neck of the elephant guided by her husband. Then I saw Sita rubbing the sun and the moon with her 2 hands. And then that best of the elephants, with those 2 princes and the large-eyed Sita on him, stood high above Lanka. I again saw Rama, clad in white, and adorned with garlands, ride along with Lakshmana in a chariot drawn by 8 white bullocks. I again saw that highly energetic, best of men, Rama, having truth for his prowess, along with his brother Lakshmana and Sita flee to northern realms, ascending a celestial flowery chariot resembling, in brightness, the sun. And I saw Ravana too, shaved and shorn, besmeared with oil, wearing a crimson cloth, drinking honey, wearing a garland of caravera flowers, fall down on earth from the flowery chariot. And dragged by a woman, shaved, wearing a red cloth and garlands and sprinkled with crimson paste, Ravana was again seen by me riding in a chariot drawn by asses. And quaffing oil, laughing and dancing, that one of agitated senses, forgetting himself sped on the chariot to the south. And I again saw Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, stricken with fear, fall, headless, down on the earth. And then rising all on a sudden, and uttering obscene and inconsistent words like unto a maniac, Ravana, overwhelmed with fear, and amazement, and intoxicated, fell into a mass of dirt, stinking and resembling the very hell. And again proceeding to the south he entered into a lake devoid of mud and water. And a dark woman, clad in a crimson cloth, and bedaubed with mud, dragged the 10-necked demon, entwining herself round his neck. Then followed the mighty Kumbhakarna and all the sons of Ravana, shaved and shorn and besmeared with oil. And they all proceeded southward, the 10-necked demon on a boar, Indrajit on a porpoise, and Kumbhakarna on a camel. I saw only Bhavisana, with a white umbrella and accompanied by 4 courtiers, range in the welkin. And there was audible in the large assembly sound of music and stringed instruments. And all the Rakshasas wearing crimson clothes and garlands were quaffing oil. I saw the royal and picturesque city Lanka with her steeds, cars, and elephants, drowned in the ocean, having her gateways and ornamented arches broken. And in Lanka, covered with dust, Rakshasa women, laughing and making terrible sound, were engaged in quaffing oil. I saw all the leading Rakshasas, Kumbhakarna and others, dark-hued and wearing crimson clothes, emerged in an abyss of cow dung. Do ye therefore fly at some distance, and will find that Raghava shall regain Sita. And exercised with ire he shall destroy you all along with the Rakshasas. Raghava shall never brook his esteemed and beloved spouse, living in the forest, being taunted and threatened by you. No more with rough words, therefore, do you console the lady and humbly pray her to forgive you. This I think proper. Surely shall she, divested of misfortune, be reconciled to her beloved and excellent husband, regarding whom, in her misery, I have dreamt such a dream. Ye Rakshasis, you have threatened her, do ye implore her forgiveness, no more with harsh words. Forsooth, from Raghava shall proceed the mighty disaster of the Rakshasas. If Maithili, the daughter of the king Janaka, be pleased with you, for your imploring her forgiveness, you might be saved from the mighty disaster. I do not perceive any inauspicious mark on the person of this large-eyed dame. It appears from the paleness of her countenance that she hath been overcome by misfortune. And I saw, in my dreamt, this worshipful damsel, unworthy of any misfortune, stationed in the welkin. Verily I do perceive, before me, the satisfaction of Vaidehi's end, the destruction of the lord of the Rakshasas, and the conquest of Raghava. Behold I there, her left eye, spacious as a lotus petal, is dancing to hear this pleasant dream announcing the satisfaction of her own end. And her left arm is also dancing with joy, all on a sudden. And her excellent beautiful left thigh, resembling the trunk of an elephant, is also dancing as if indicating that she shall at no distant date be reconciled to Raghava. And the birds, again and again, entering their nests, and highly delighted, are pouring forth their notes announcing the advent of a happy occasion. Thereupon that modest dame, greatly delighted in the prospective conquest of her husband, said, If this be true I shall save you all. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 28. Hearing those unpleasant words of Ravana, the lord of Rakshasas, Sita, racked with sorrow on account of her husband, became terrified, like unto a she-elephant, worsted by a lion on the skirt of a forest. Threatened by Ravana and encircled by the Rakshasas, that timid damsel bewailed like a girl cast off in a lonely forest. Truly the sages say that death in this world doth not come untimely. Or else would I have, vicious as I am, lived for a moment, being thus sorely threatened. Forsooth, my mind, divested of happiness and full of misery, is firm, or else why is it not broken and sundered like unto the summit of a hill clapped by a thunderbolt? Nor am I to blame for this, I am worthy of being killed by this demon of uncomely presence. As a Brahmana cannot impart instructions in Vedas unto the people of other castes, so I shall not confer my mind on Ravana. If that lord of the people doth not come within the appointed time, forsooth shall that vile lord of the Rakshasas mince my limbs with his arrows like unto a surgeon cutting off the limbs of an embryo. 2 months shall pass away in no time, and I shall have to suffer the pain of death, overwhelmed with sorrow as I am, like unto a thief, confined in stocks, at the command of the sovereign to receive death the next morning. Rama. Lakshmana. O Sumitra. O Rama's mother. O my mothers! I am worsted in this ocean of grief, like unto a bark, driven hither and thither by the blast, in the midst of an ocean. Verily for me, those 2 powerful, lion-like sons of the king, have been killed by this demon, effulgent like the lightning and assuming the semblance of a deer. Unfortunate as I am, forsooth I was tempted then by death wearing the shape of a deer, and thus foolishly lost Rama and Lakshmana, the sons of the worshipful sire. O Rama, O thou of truthful vows, O thou of long arms, O thou having the countenance of a full moon. O my life! Engaged as thou art in the welfare of the people, dost thou not perceive that I am about to be killed by the Rakshasas? Alas! This my devotedness unto my husband, my forgiveness, my lying down on the bare earth, my observance of religious vows, my wife-like virtues, are lost like unto service done for an ungrateful wight. In vain are my pious rites, and in vain is my devotedness unto my husband, since I do not behold thee, am pale and feeble in thy absence, and have given up all hopes of seeing thee. And duly satisfying thy sire's command, and returning successfully from the forest, thou shalt fearlessly sport with many a damsel having large eyes. But for me, O Rama, I was for my own destruction, devoted, soul and heart, unto thee. Oh! Fruitless is my asceticism and wifely virtue. O fie on me! I shall renounce this my unfortunate life. I desire to do away speedily with my being by means of poison or a sharp weapon. But there is no one in this city of the Rakshasas who bringeth me this poison or weapon. Bewailing thus in various accents, and remembering Rama with all her heart, Sita, having her countenance dried up, and trembling, got at the biggest tree enveloped with flowers. And thinking thus, Sita, stricken with grief, took up in her hand her braid of hair and thought, I shall soon hang myself with this braid and reach the abode of death. And that one of tender person reached the tree, and holding a branch, began to think of Rama, Lakshmana, and the glory of her race. And on her person were perceived many auspicious marks, well known in the world, removing grief, fostering patience, and announcing the advent of future welfare. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 29. Like unto servants waiting upon a wealthy person, various auspicious omens waited upon Sita of a blameless and comely person, racked with grief and divested of joy. And the large left eye of that dame, having graceful hairs, having dark pupils, white ends, and thick eyelashes, began to dance like a lotus shaken by a fish. And her beautiful, round, plump left hand, which, ere this, sprinkled with costly aguru and sandal, used to serve for a pillow unto Rama, began to dance now again and again after a long time. And her well-built plump left thigh, resembling the trunk of an elephant, dancing, announced that she would soon behold Rama. And the gold-hued cloth, now covered with dust, of that damsel of a comely person, having teeth like pomegranate seeds, slipped a little off its place. And being enlivened by those and various other auspicious omens, she attained joy like unto a seed, spoiled by the wind and the sun, growing afresh in the rainy season. And her countenance, having lips red as bimba fruits, beautiful eyes, eyebrows extending to ears, curling eyelashes, and white teeth, again appeared graceful like unto the moon released from the full grasp of Rahu. Her grief and exhaustion were removed, sorrow was pacified, and her heart was filled with joy. And she with her countenance appeared beautiful like a lunar night beautified by the rays of the moon. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 30. And the powerful Hanuman heard from the beginning to the end the bewailings of Sita, the story of Trajata's dream, and the threats of the Rakshasis. And beholding the worshipful damsel, living in the forest of Asoka, like unto a celestial damsel in the garden of Nandana, the monkey entered in a maze of anxious thoughts. At length my watchful eyes have seen her, whom have been seeking in vain, the thousands and millions of the monkeys in all directions and quarters. Truly have I seen her today, engaged as I have been as a spy to estimate the strength of the enemy, and am ranging secretly everywhere. I have seen minutely the city of the Rakshasas, and the strength of Ravana, the lord of Rakshasas. It now remains to console the spouse of Rama of incomparable power, and kind unto all, who panteth for her lord. I shall console this damsel, having the countenance of the full moon, who had never seen grief before, and who shall not soon reach its end. And if I go away without soothing this chaste lady, who is almost senseless with grief, I shall be blamed of neglect of duty. And if I go away, the royal daughter, the famed Janaki, finding no means of safety, shall, for certain, renounce her life. She is worthy of being consoled like unto the great armed Rama, having the countenance of the full moon and anxious to behold Sita. It is not proper to speak before the Rakshasas. What shall I do then? I am in very great difficulty. If I do not console her at this latter end of the night, surely shall she renounce her life. How shall I answer Rama, without consoling Sita of comely stature, when he will ask me what message from my Sita? And if I speedily repair hence without any information regarding Sita, surely shall Kakustha scorch me lifeless with the fire of his angry eyes. And if I urge my lord the king, Bhivishana, to bring his hosts here for Rama, in vain shall be his toil. And seizing the occasion when she shall be free from her demoniac guards, I shall console her in her dire distress. And a puny monkey as I am, I shall speak in Sanskrit which men delight to use. And if I speak Sanskrit like a Brahmana, Sita shall be terrified, considering me Ravana. Must I therefore use the language of a common man, or else I shall not be able to console the dame of a blameless person? And beholding my monkey shape and hearing my human language, she might be afraid again, terrified as she had been before by the band of the Rakshasas. And considering me Ravana wearing shapes at will, that large-eyed and high-minded dame shall cry piteously for help. And Sita, making a sudden noise, those terrible Rakshasas, resembling Death himself and armed with various weapons, shall at once arrive there. And thereupon casting their looks all around and finding me out, those highly powerful and grim-visaged demons shall try to kill or catch me. And beholding me leap from branch to branch and trunk to trunk of big trees, they shall be greatly alarmed. And espying my appearance while ranging in the forest, those Rakshasas, greatly terrified, shall fill the wood with their wild shouts. And then they shall call to their assistance all those Rakshasis engaged in guarding the abode of the Lord of the Rakshasas. And they, greatly agitated, shall with vehemence arrive here, armed with darts, arrows, scimitars, and various other weapons. And being surrounded by them on all sides, if I do kill that host of demons, tired, I shall not be able to bound over the main. And if that host of skilled demons succeed in making me a captive, I too shall be in their hands, and Sita shall remain ignorant of my object. Or the Rakshasas, pernicious as they are, shall kill the daughter of Janaka, and there shall the great work of Rama and Sugriva be spoiled. And Janaki liveth in this secret place, girt by the ocean, guarded on all sides by the Rakshasas, difficult of being got at, and having all avenues to it shut up. If I am killed or captured by Rakshasas in battle, I do not find any who can help Rama in his enterprise. Myself killed, I do not find any monkey who can leap 100 leagues across the sea. I am capable of destroying thousands of Rakshasas, but I shall not then be able to get at the other shore of the great ocean. Victory or defeat is uncertain in a battle. I do not, therefore, like to engage in such an uncertain act. What wise man merges certainty in uncertainty? It is a great sin in me, I own, to talk with Sita, but she will die if I do not talk with her. Works, almost accomplished, when entrusted to an inconsiderate emissary, are generally spoiled, out of season and out of place, like unto darkness driven by the appearance of the sun. All those works, which are generally taken in hand after duly deliberating over their propriety and impropriety, are generally spoiled by those emissaries who are proud of their learning. What shall I do, by which my work is not injured? I am not blamed of foolishness, and my crossing over the main doth not become fruitless. What shall I do so that Sita might listen to me without being terrified? Thinking over this, the intelligent Hanuman arrived at a conclusion. I shall not disturb her, speaking, all on a sudden, about Rama of unwearied actions, dear unto her and to whom she is firmly attached. Uttering the name of Rama, the foremost of the Ikshakas, and of subdued soul, and lauding his piety and fame in sweet accents, I shall so manage that Sita might hear and believe them. Beholding the spouse of that high-souled lord of the earth, and engaging in this train of thoughts, Hanuman, stationed on a branch of the tree, spoke the following sweet words. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 31. Meditating thus, the highly intelligent monkey spoke in accents, sweet and in such a tone as they might be heard by Vada'i. There reigned a noble and pious king named Dakaratha, highly glorious amongst the Ikshakas, the lord of the warrior cars, steeds, and elephants. Devoid of envy, high-minded, kind, having truth for his prowess, the foremost of the Ikshaka race, wealthy and the enhancer of wealth, gifted with royal marks, highly beautiful, the foremost of the kings, famous all over the world of many oceans, the conferrer of happiness and himself happy. His eldest and most beloved son was the moon-bright Rama, wise and the foremost of those who know the science of the bended bow. He was the protector of his own character, of his own kinsmen, of the whole world of creation and of virtue, and subduer of foes. And banished by his old and truthful sire's commands, that hero, along with his wife and brother, Lakshmana, repaired to the forest. And while roaming hunting in the forest, he slew many a heroic Rakshasa wearing shapes at will. And having heard of the destruction of the Rakshasas of Janasthana and of Kara and Dashana, the elusive Ravana, assuming shapes at will, beguiling Rama, in the forest, stole away his consort, the Janaka's daughter. And roaming the country around in quest of the blameless and worshipful Sita, Rama found a firm friend in Sugriva. And bringing about the destruction of Valley, Rama, the conqueror of other cities, conferred the monkey kingdom upon the high-souled Sugriva. And by Sugriva's decree, thousands of monkeys, wearing shapes at will, have been searching that worshipful dame in various directions. And by Sampati's counsel, and for that large-eyed dame, I have leapt 100 leagues across the deep. I have at last got her. And such were the form, grace, and the marks that Raghava mentioned unto me. Having said this, the foremost of the monkeys ceased. And greatly wondered was Sita hearing those words. Thereupon that timid dame, having good curling hair, raising up her face covered with hairs, looked up to the Singshapa tree. And hearing the words of the monkey and casting her eyes to all directions and quarters, Sita attained an excess of delight, being engaged in thoughts concerning Rama. And looking around her and upwards, she beheld, like unto the rising sun, the wind god's son, gifted with inconceivable intellect, the minister of the king of monkeys. Ramayan, Kanda 5, section 32. And beholding that tawny-colored monkey like unto a mass of lightnings, and wearing a white cloth, hidden on the tree, Sita's mind was greatly agitated. And she saw there the humble, sweet-speeched monkey, appearing graceful like unto a collection of full-blown asoka flowers, and having eyes resembling burning gold. And observing that foremost of the monkeys, sitting humbly, that daughter of the king of Mithila, again greatly amazed, thought, This monkey is the most terrible of his race and therefore hard to be got at and looked at. Thinking this she again sank in fear. And stricken with grief she again bewailed in piteous accents exclaiming, O Rama! O Lakshmana! And she wept silently and lowly. And then beholding that best of monkeys approach her humbly, the fair daughter of the mytholized king, thought, Is this a dream mine eyes have seen? And she again looked towards that wind god's son, the foremost of the monkeys, the best of those gifted with intelligence, having a huge disfigured countenance, highly accomplished and wearing a dress mentioned before. And beholding him Sita was almost out of breath with fear. And regaining soon her sense the large-eyed damsel again thought, I have seen a very inauspicious dream today. To see a monkey in a dream is reckoned inauspicious by the sages. May good betide Rama, Lakshmana, and my sire the king of Janaka. It is no dream, I have not slept, worn with grief and trouble as I am. Apart from my lord having the countenance of the full moon, I have no happiness. Thinking of Rama always and uttering his name, each sight I see and each sound I hear brings him to my eye or ear. And therefore his form appearing in my mind is distressing me today, who am entirely sunk in his thoughts. And thinking of him always I see him before me and hear his words. Methinks this is but a phantom of the mind. And thinking this I still behold the same. But an imaginary object can never have a form. And I still find a distinct form addressing me. Be glory to Vachespati, Indra, the self-existent Brahma, the Lord of Fire, and may they so grant that the creature who hath spoken before me be real and not imaginary. Ramayan, Kanda 5, section 33. Thereupon coming down from the tree, Hanuman, the highly effulgent son of wind, having a coral-red countenance and attired in a humble guise, approached Sita and joining reverentially his palms, addressed her with the following sweet words, Who art thou, O thou having eyes like lotus petals and wearing a soiled silken cloth, who art waiting there holding a branch of the tree? Why are the tears of sorrow flowing from thy eyes like unto drops of water falling from lotus petals? Who art thou, O most fair of face, amongst the celestials, Asuras, Nagas, Gandharvas, Rakshasas, and Yakshas and Kinnaras? Do the Rudras claim thy birth, O thou fair damsel? Or the swift gods who ride the storm? Or the Vasus? Thou appearest to me as of a celestial race. Art thou Rohini, the best and most accomplished of the stars, who, reft from the moon, hath fallen down from the abode of the celestials? Who art thou, O blessed dame, O thou having blameless eyes? Art thou, O lotus-eyed damsel, the blessed Arundhati, who hath fled in wrath or jealous pride from the side of her lord, Vashishta? Or, O lovely damsel, who is the son, father, brother, or husband gone from this world for whom thou art weeping? Yet by thy tears and sighs, by the earth thou art treading, and by calling on a monarch's name it appears that thou art not a celestial. But from the marks on thy person it appeareth that thou art either the consort or the daughter of a king. Art thou that Sita, I do ask thee, who had been stolen and borne away by Ravana from Janasthana? May good betide thee. From thy wretched plight, thy unrivaled beauty and thy ascetic garb, thou art, I ween, for certain, the queen of Rama. Hearing those words of Hanuman and greatly delighted at Rama's name, Vaidehi spoke unto him, I am the daughter-in-law of Dakaratha, knowing his own self, the foremost of the kings of the world and the slayer of the enemy's host, and the daughter of Janaka, the high-souled king of Videha. My name is Sita, and I am the consort of the highly intelligent Rama. I lived 12 years in Raghuva's abode, enjoying every earthly comfort and satisfying every desire. And at the beginning of the 13th year the king, advised by his priest, arranged for the installation of the descendant of Ikshwaku's, Rama, on the throne. And while the articles for the installation were being collected, the queen Kakeyi addressed her lord, saying, I shall not drink or eat for days, and this shall be the end of my existence if Rama be installed. If thou dost not wish to falsify the vow thou made unto me, O best of kings, let Rama then repair to the forest. The monarch was truthful, and remembering his vow and hearing the unpleasant and vile words of Kakeyi, lost himself in grief. And thereupon the old king, abiding by truth, weeping, begged of his eldest son the kingdom. The graceful Rama liked his sire's command more than the installation, and resolving within him, promised to obey his words. Rama, having truth for his prowess, never, for his life, takes back what he gives, never speaks an untruth, and always speaks truth. And leaving aside his costly attire, the highly glorious Rama renounced with all his heart the kingdom and gave me over to his mother. But myself, wearing the garb of an ascetic, repaired speedily before him. Separated from him, I do not like to live even in the celestial region. And the great son of Sumitra, the enhancer of friends' joys, to follow his elder brother, dressed himself in bark and kusa. And thus, abiding by our sire's behest, and taking firm vows, we entered a dreary forest never seen before. While that one, of unmitigated effulgence, was thus living in the forest of Dandaka, I, his consort, was stolen by the vicious-souled Rakshasa, Ravana. He hath kindly allowed me 2 months' respite, after which I shall be slain. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 34. Hearing those words of Sita, stricken with grief, Hanuman, the foremost of the monkeys, replied in soothing words, O worshipful lady, by Rama's decree I come as a messenger unto thee. He is safe and sound, O Vaidehi, and has asked of thy welfare. O worshipful dame, Rama, the son of Dakaratha, the master of the Vedas, and the foremost of those conversant with Vedas, hath inquired of thy welfare. And the highly effulgent Lakshmana, the beloved follower of thy husband, worn with grief, bows his reverential head unto thee. Hearing of the welfare of those 2 lions among men, the worshipful dame, with all her frame worked up with rapture, again spake unto Hanuman, saying, Verily the wise saw of the people appears to me to be true, that once in 100 years true joy appears to a living man. Sita, at that time, attained such a wonderful joy, as would have been acquired by her in the company of Rama and Lakshmana. And they confidingly conversed with each other. Hearing those words of Sita, racked with sorrow, Hanuman, the son of the wind god, drew a little nearer to her. The more Hanuman approached her, the more Sita suspected him as Ravana. Alas! Alas! Why have I spoken to him? It is the Ravana, who hath appeared again in a new disguise. And leaving off the Asoka branch, that one, having a blameless person, overwhelmed with grief, sat down on the earth. In the meantime the mighty armed monkey bowed unto Janaka's daughter, but she, worked up with fear, did not cast again her looks towards him. And beholding him bow unto her, Sita, having a moonlight countenance, sighing, spake unto that monkey in sweet accents, If thou art that Ravana's self, who, changing thy shape by magic art, want to distress me again, this thy vile deed doth not behove thee. Thou art surely that Ravana, whom I saw at Janastana, in a mendicant's guise, renouncing his own shape, O night ranger, O thou wearing shapes at will. It doth not behove thee to distress me, who am poorly and famished with fasts. But no, thou canst not be the fiend whom I suspect, since I have such joy from seeing thee. And may good betide thee if thou art Rama's messenger. I do ask thee, O foremost of monkeys, something about Rama that is pleasant unto me. O monkey, do thou relate the glories of my dear Rama. Thou art, thus, shaking my mind, O gentle one, like unto water breaking down the banks of a river. Alas! This dream has afforded me immense pleasure, since I, who have been separated from my lord for so long a time, have beheld this monkey sent by Raghava. I do not sink even if I can behold and dream the heroic Raghava along with Lakshmana, but dream even is jealous of my well-being. Nor do I regard this as dream. To behold a monkey in a dream doth not lead to prosperity, whereas I have attained it. Or is it mental derangement? Or have I been possessed by a devil? Or have I run mad? Or is it the sultry vapor floating over sands and appearing at a distance like water? No, It is not madness, for derangement of mind is the sign of madness. I have not lost sense, and I do distinctly perceive me and the monkey. Thinking thus in many a way, and ascertaining the strength of the monkey and the Rakshasa, Sita took him for the lord of the Rakshasas, wearing shapes at will. And having arrived at this decision, Janaka's daughter, Sita, ceased from talking with that monkey. And apprised of Sita's thought, Hanuman, the wind god's son, replied, in words sweet unto her and enhancing her delight, bright as the sun that lights the sky and dear as the moon to every eye, he pleases all his subjects with bounties like unto those of Ravana. He is gifted with prowess like unto the greatly famed Vishnu, truthful and sweet-speeched like unto Vachaspati. Graceful, grateful to the eye and beautiful like unto Gandharva's self, he displays his wrath in a proper quarter, the foremost of men and of a mighty car. The whole world of creation lieth safe in the shadow of the arms of that high-souled one. Thou shalt soon see the consequences. He shall read by whom, assuming the shape of a deer, Raghava was taken away from the hermitage and thou wert stolen away from that lonely place. And soon shall that powerful hero destroy Ravana in the battle, with fiery arrows, discharged angrily. I have been sent by him as a messenger to thee. Worn with grief in thy separation, he hath inquired of thy welfare, as well the highly effulgent Lakshmana, the enhancer of Sumitra's joy, bowing reverentially unto thee. The king of monkey hosts, by name Sugriva, Rama's friend, hath also inquired of thy welfare, worshipful dame. Rama, Sugriva, and Lakshmana have thee always in their minds. Blessed are we, O Vaidehi, that thou dost still live, subject as thou art to the Rakshasis. Thou shalt soon behold Rama, and Lakshmana of a mighty car, and Sugriva of unmitigated prowess in the midst of the million of monkey hosts. I am Sugriva's minister, by name Hanuman. I have entered this city of Lanka after crossing over the great main. And by means of my prowess and placing my feet on the head of the vicious-souled Ravana, I have come here to see thee. I am not he, Ravana, for whom thou art taking me, O worshipful dame. Do thou renounce thy suspicion and rely on my words. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 35. Hearing the tale of Rama from that best of monkeys, Vaidehi, spoke in sweet accents, soft and low, where didst thou meet Rama, how didst thou come to know Lakshmana? How did the monkeys and men meet on terms of brotherhood? Do thou again relate unto me, O monkey, the regal signs that deck the persons of Rama and Lakshmana, and I shall then relinquish all grief. Do thou relate unto me the form and grace of Rama, his thighs and arms, and as well as those of Lakshmana. Being thus addressed by Vaidehi, Hanuman, the wind god's son, began to give an exact description of Rama. If dost thou, by my good luck, O Vaidehi, O thou having eyes like lotus petals, knowing me, as his messenger, ask me to describe thy lord's person as well as that of Lakshmana, I shall relate them unto thee. Do thou hear, O large-eyed dame, what regal signs I have marked on the persons of Rama and Lakshmana. O daughter of Janaka, Rama has eyes like lotus petals and a countenance resembling the full moon and is gifted with great beauty and goodness. In effulgence he is like the sun, in patience like the earth, in intellect like Vrahaspati, and in fame like Vasva. He is the protector of the world of creation and his own kinsman. He follows right in all his ways and never swerves from his royal duties, and is the slayer of foes. O dame, he upholds the dignity of the people of forecastes, he confers honors on the people and preserves them. He is worshipped by all like the sun, observes ascetic vows, knoweth well the time when the saints should be honored, and is conversant with the nature and procedure of actions. He is well acquainted with royal duties and abideth by the commandments of the Brahmanas, is wise, gifted with a good character, humble, and the slayer of foes. He is the master of Ayurvedas and is adored by those who are well versed in Vedas, is proficient in the science of bended bow, Vedas, and Vedangas. He is broad-shouldered, large-armed, has a conch-like neck and a beautiful countenance. His throat is plump and his eyes are red, and he is famed all over the world under the name of Rama. He has the voice of a bugle, is of a cool hue and highly powerful, has equally proportioned limbs and a green color. His 3 limbs, thigh, fist, and wrist, are hard, and 3 others, brow, arms, and scrotum, are long, and 3, tops of the hairs, scrotums, and knee joints, equal, and 3, navel, abdomen, and breast, high. And 3, the angles of the eyes, nails, and palms, are copper-colored, 3 are cool, and 3, voice, navel, and gait, are grave. His belly and throat have 3 folds of skin. The sole of the foot, the lines thereon, and the nipples are equally bended. His neck, eyes, and back are short. He has 3 locks of hair on his head. He has 4 lines on his thumb indicating his proficiency in the 4 Vedas. His body is 4 hands tall, arms, thighs, and cheeks are plump, eyebrows, the hollows of the nose, eyes, ears, lips, nipples, wrists, knee joints, scrotums, hips, hands, feet are all equally proportioned. For teeth by the side of each row are gifted with auspicious marks of the sastras. His gaits are like those of a lion, tiger, elephant, or a bull. His lips and jaws are fleshy and elevated. His nose is long, words, countenance, nails, down, and skin are all cool. His 2 arms, 2 little fingers, 2 thighs, and 2 legs are long. His face, eyes, mouth, tongue, lips, palate, nipples, nails, and feet are like lotuses. His breast, forehead, neck, arms, navel, feet, back, and ears are spacious. He is gifted with grace, fame, and effulgence. His paternal and maternal race are pure. His armpit, belly, breast, nose, shoulders, and forehead are high. His fingers, hairs, down, nails, skin, beard, eyesight, and intellect are thin and sharp. Raghava, with a due division of his time, is engaged in acquiring piety, wealth, emancipation, and desires. He is truthful and graceful, amasses wealth, and thereby protects his subjects. He is cognizant of the divisions of time and country, and dear unto all. His stepbrother Saumitri is gifted with incomparable prowess, and is his equal in attachment, beauty, and accomplishments. The person of that graceful one is gold-hued, whereas that of the highly famous Rama is green. And those 2 lions among men had no other delight but seeing thee. And they ransacking the whole world in quest of thee met us in the forest. And ranging the earth for thee they beheld Sugriva, of comely presence, the lord of monkeys, at the foot of the Mount Rishvamuka covered with trees, banished by his elder brother and resorting there in his fear. And we were serving that truthful Sugriva, the lord of monkeys, driven from the kingdom by his elder brother. And beholding those 2 best of men, wearing bark and with bows in their hands, that best of monkeys, stricken with fear, leaped above and stationed himself on the crest of the hill. He then set me to them. And thereupon by Sugriva's decree I approached with joined palms those 2 foremost of men gifted with beauty and royal marks. And they were pleased by me, being informed of the real facts. And then placing those 2 best of men on my back I arrived at the top of the hill and communicated the truth unto the high-souled Sugriva. And conversing with each other those 2 lords of men and monkeys attained great delight. And they consoled each other narrating their respective misfortunes. And Rama then consoled Sugriva, driven away by his greatly powerful elder brother Vali on his wife's account. Thereupon Lakshmana related unto Sugriva, the lord of monkeys, the grief of Rama of unwearied actions, and consequence of thy being borne away by Ravana. And hearing Lakshmana's words, the lord of monkeys became pale, like unto the radiant sun possessed by Rahu. And collecting all those ornaments which were thrown off by thee on the earth, when thou wert borne away, the leaders of the monkey hosts, delighted brought them before Rama. But they could not make out thy whereabouts. And all those ornaments, which were handed over to Rama, were collected by me when they fell tinkling on the ground, Rama being beside himself with grief. And placing them on his lap, the godlike Rama bewailed in various accents. And they inflamed the more Dakarthi's grief. And being overwhelmed with grief, that high-souled one laid himself low on the ground. And consoling him in various words, I raised him up again. And looking again and again with Saumitri at those costly ornaments, Raghava handed them over to Sugriva. Raghava burns in grief, O worshipful dame, in thy absence, like unto a volcanic mountain burning with a perpetual fire. For thee, sleeplessness, grief, and anxiety are distressing Raghava like unto 3 fires burning down the fire temple. Raghava is moved by thy separation like unto a huge mountain shaken by a terrible earthquake. O daughter of a king, he is ranging at large in many a beautiful forest, river, and fountain, but he finds delight nowhere. O daughter of the king Janaka, bringing about the destruction of Ravana, with all his kith and kin, Raghava, the foremost of men, shall soon regain thee. And thus Rama and Sugriva entered into a friendly covenant, to encompass Vala's destruction and to institute inquiries about thee. And thereupon returning to Kishkinda with those two heroic princes, the lord of monkeys killed Vali in battle. And destroying Vali by his prowess in battle, Rama made Sugriva king over all monkeys and bears. And in this way, O dame, the alliance between Rama and Sugriva was made. And know me as Hanuman, their messenger who hath come to thee. Regaining his own kingdom, Sugriva summoned all the mighty monkeys and dispatched them in various quarters in quest of thee. And the highly powerful monkeys, resembling mountains, commanded by that lord of monkeys, proceeded to all the regions of the earth. And terrified by Sugriva's decrees, those monkeys, since then, have been ransacking the whole earth for thee. And I am one of them. And the beautiful and mighty son of Vali, by name Ingatha, hath proceeded with 3 armies under him. And many were the days and nights that we spent, overwhelmed with grief and having lost our way on that best of mountains Vindhya. We gave up all our hopes for the accomplishment of our end, and our appointed time was well nigh spent. And in fear of that lord of monkeys, we addressed ourselves to put an end to our lives. Ranging the mountain strongholds, rivers, and fountains, and not finding thy reverence, we were ready to do away with our existence. And on the crest of that hill we took to fasting. And beholding those foremost of monkeys engaged in fasting Ingatha, sunk in grief, bewailed, O Vaidehi, mentioning thy rape, the destruction of Vali in that way, our fastings and Yatayu's death. While we were thus waiting, ready for death and giving up all hopes for the fulfillment of our master's behest, there appeared, as if the cause of our success, the mighty and powerful vulture, the brother of Yatayu, by name Sampati. And hearing of the destruction of his brother, he in wrath said, By whom and where hath my younger brother been killed? I wish to hear this from you, the foremost of monkeys. And Ingatha related unto him verily Yatayu's destruction at Janastana, for thee, by that grim-visaged Rakshasa. And hearing of Yatayu's death, Aruna's son became afflicted with sorrow and informed us, O thou exquisitely fine damsel, of thy stay in the abode of Ravana. And hearing those words of Sampati, enhancing our delight, we all, headed by Ingatha, left that place. And leaping from the crest of Vindhya mountain we reached the excellent brink of the ocean. Being greatly anxious to behold thee and delighted, those plump monkeys headed by Ingatha arrived at the banks of the main. And worked up with a strong desire to see thee, they again engaged in anxious thought. And beholding the ocean, the monkey hosts lost their heart. And removing their fear, I leaped 100 leagues across the deep and entered Lanka, at night, infested with demons. I have seen Ravana, and thee stricken with grief. O thou of a blameless person, I have related all unto thee in regular order. Do thou speak to me, O worshipful dame, I am Dakarthi's messenger. Do thou know me as the wind god's son, the counselor of Sugriva, who am engaged in Rama's service and have come here for thee? It is all well with thy Kakusta, the foremost of those using weapons, as well as with Lakshmana, O worshipful dame, gifted with auspicious marks, engaged in the worship of his superiors and in the well-being of thy lord. By Sugriva's decree, I alone have reached here. And I, ranging alone and wearing shapes at will, have come to this southern quarter, to find out thy whereabouts. By my good luck I shall be able, with thy news, to remove the grief of those monkey hosts who are lamenting for thee. By my good fortune, my crossing over the main hath not become fruitless. I shall be praised there, O worshipful dame, for I have been able to see thee. And the highly powerful Raghava shall soon regain thee, destroying, with all his sons and friends, Ravana the king of Rakshasas. There is a hill, O Vaidehi, named Malayabana, the foremost of all the mountains. There lives my father, the great monkey Keshri. Being commanded by the celestial ascetics, he once repaired thence to the Mount Gokarna, and at the holy watering place of the Lord of the Rivers he brought about the destruction of the Asura, Samvasadana. O Vaidehi, I was born on the field of that monkey. and I am known all over the world as Hanuman by my own actions. To create thy confidence, O Vaidehi, I have related thy Lord's accomplishments. And forsooth, thou shalt soon be taken, O worshipful dame, by Raghav. Having her confidence formed by these reasonings and various marks, Sita, worn with grief, took him for Rama's messenger. And Janaki attained an excess of delight and shed tears of joy from her eyes having curling eyelashes. And the beautiful countenance of that large-eyed dame, having spacious eyes, appeared like the moon released from the hold of Rahu. She then took him for a real monkey and none else. Thereupon Hanuman again spoke unto her, having a comely presence, I have related unto thee all this. Do thou be consoled, O Maithili. Tell me now, what am I to do and what dost thou like? I shall soon repair hence. When the Asura Samvasadana was destroyed in conflict by that best of monkeys at the desire of the celestial ascetics, I was born of the wind, O Maithili. I look like a monkey but am his equal in prowess. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 36. The highly effulgent son of the wind god, Hanuman, to create Sita's confidence, again addressed her with the following words, O great dame, I am a monkey, the messenger of the highly intelligent Rama. Behold this precious ring with Rama's name engraven on it, given by thy high-souled Lord and brought as a token to create thy confidence. Do thou take heart and may good betide thee, there will be an end of thy grief soon. And taking the ring that used to deck her Lord's finger and looking at it, Janaki seemed to have actually got her Lord. And her graceful countenance, having large eyes, looked, with delight, like unto the moon released from the possession of Rahu. And greatly delighted at her husband's news, that modest damsel, affectionately welcoming Hanuman, applauded that great monkey, O foremost of monkeys, thou art brave, powerful, and wise, since thou hast alone smitten this abode of the Rakshasas. Thou hast, with thy laudable prowess, leaped 100 leagues across the ocean, the abode of marine monsters, taking it for Gashpada. O foremost of monkeys, I do not consider thee as an ordinary monkey, since thou dost not care or fear Ravana. O best of monkeys, thou art worthy of my welcome, since thou hast been dispatched by Rama, knowing self. Rama, hard of being got at, hath not sent thee, specially to me, without a trial of thy prowess. By my good luck, is it all well with the virtuous-souled and truthful Rama and the highly powerful Lakshmana, the enhancer of Sumitra's joy? And if Kakusta lives untouched by ill, then why does he not burn the earth, encircled by the ocean, with his ire like unto the fire of dissolution? Or they are capable of his comforting the celestials in a battle, but methinks by my ill luck, the end of my miseries hath not arrived as yet. Is Rama greatly pained? Does he grieve? Is that foremost of men making preparations for my rescue? Has he forgotten his work, being overwhelmed with fear and poorliness of heart? Is that son of the king performing still his manly duties? Is that slayer of foes, desirous of acquiring victory, pleasing his friends still with forgiveness and gifts, and dealing his enemies with punishment, sowing dissensions amongst them, and with other expedients? Is he still gaining friends, and are friends gathering around him? Is he welcoming his friends, and are they honoring him the more? Is that son of the king invoking the blessings of the celestials? Hath he attained manliness and assistance from the celestials? Hath Raghava lost all his affection for me for my living at a distance from him? Will he save me from this disaster? Hath not Rama, ever used to happiness and unused to misery, been enfeebled by this disaster? Is he informed always of the welfare of Kausalya, Sumitra, and Bharata? Is not Raghava, worthy of honors, beside himself with grief in my absence? Will not Rama rescue me? Will not Bharata, ever devoted to his brother, send out one Aksahini of terrible soldiers under the command of his ministers for my rescue? Will not the graceful Sugriva, the lord of the monkeys, come to help me with hosts of monkeys having huge teeth and nails? Will not the heroic Lakshmana, the enhancer of Sumitra's joy, conversant with the use of weapons, burn down the Rakshasas with his shafts? Shall I not behold soon that Ravana with his kinsmen hath been destroyed in battle by Rama with terrible weapons? Is not the gold-hued and lotus-smelling countenance of Rama dried up in my absence like unto lotus dried up by the rays of the sun in shallow water? Does he still hold patience in his heart, who, renouncing his kingdom for virtue and repairing, on foot with me even to the forest, was not stricken with fear and grief? His love for his mother, father, or any other person is not greater than or equal to his love for me. O messenger, I shall keep my life so long I do not hear anything about my dear one. Having addressed that lord of monkeys with these highly sound and sweet accents, that graceful and worshipful dame ceased, with a view to hear again from him pleasant tales regarding Rama. And hearing the words of Sita, the terribly powerful Maruti, placing his joined palms on his head, said, The lotus-eyed Rama doth not know that thou art here, and hence he hath not been able to rescue thee like unto Purandara regaining Sakhi. And hearing about thee from me soon shall Ragva come assisted by a large army of monkeys and bears. And impeding the course of the unagitated deep and building, by means of his terrible shafts, a bridge across it, Kakusta, shall divest the city Lanka of all the Rakshasas. And forsooth shall Rama destroy them, even if the celestials, or death himself stand in his way. O worshipful dame, stricken with grief in thy absence, Rama is restless like unto an elephant smitten by a lion. I can swear, O worshipful dame, by the mounts Mandara, Malaya, Vindhya, Sumeru, Dardura, and all the fruits and roots, that thou shalt behold like unto the rising of the full moon, the countenance of Rama having beautiful eyes, graceful, bimba-like lips and beautified with beautiful kundalas. Thou shalt soon behold, O Vaidehi, Rama, on the Mount Ravana, like unto the performer of 100 sacrifices seated on the back of the elephant, Airavata. Ragva doth not take meat nor drink honey, he takes every day in the evening boiled rice and such wild fruits as are sanctioned by the sastras. His heart is so much attached unto thee, that he does not drive away even flies, insects and snakes from his body. Rama is always engaged in meditations, overwhelmed with grief, and he has no other thought but seeing thee. Rama hath no sleep, and even when asleep that best of men awakes exclaiming in sweet accents, O Sita. He always welcomes thee sighing and saying, O my dear love, whenever he beholds any fruit, flower, or any object liked by the ladies. O worshipful dame, he is always lamenting, exclaiming, O Sita, and that high-souled son of the king, to regain thee, hath resorted to ascetic observances. On hearing about Rama, Sita was greatly delighted, and she was equally grieved on hearing of his sorrow. And it appeared like the rising of the moon and the appearance of the clouds at the same time in an autumnal night. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 37. Hearing those words, Sita, having a moon-like countenance, again spoke unto Hanuman, words, sound and pious, O monkey, what thou hast said that Rama is not attached unto any other thing and is worn with grief, is like nectar mixed with poison. Whether in the enjoyment of vast riches, or emerged in the abyss of miseries, death is pulling a man, binding him roughly with a cord. O best of monkeys, people cannot thwart the course of destiny. Behold me, Rama and Saumitri, therefore sunk in miseries. I do not know when shall Ragva get at the other end of the ocean of grief, by displaying his prowess, like unto one, swimming across the ocean when the boat is sunk. I do not know when shall my lord see me, destroying the Rakshasas, killing Ravana and devastating the city of Lanka. Do thou tell him to come before this year expires, for till then I shall live. This is the 10th month, and 2 months still remain, O monkey, and that is the time appointed by the cruel Ravana. He was entreated very much by his brother Bhishana to restore me, but he paid no heed to his requests. Ravana doth not desire to restore me unto Rama, for he has been brought under the influence of death, who is seeking him in battle. Bhishana's eldest daughter, Monkey, by name Kala, hath related this unto me, being appointed by her mother. There is a leading, steady, old, intelligent and educated Rakshasa, gifted with a good character, named Abindya and highly respected of Ravana, who told him that the destruction of the Rakshasa race would proceed from Rama. But the vicious-souled one paid no attention to his well-meaning words. I hope, O foremost of monkeys, that my husband shall soon regain me, for purer is my soul, and he is gifted with many accomplishments. Ragva hath in him, O monkey, energy, manliness, strength, kindness, gratitude, and prowess. He brought about without his brother's aid the destruction of the 14,000 Rakshasas at Janasthana. What enemy is not troubled at this? The disaster-creating Rakshasas can never be compared with that best of men. I am cognizant of his prowess as Sakhi is of Indra's. O monkey, Rama the sun, with his arrow-like rays, shall dry up the water, the inimical Rakshasas. Saying this, she was overwhelmed with grief on Rama's account, and Hanuman again spoke unto her, having her countenance bathed in tears, No sooner shall Raghava hear from me than he shall speedily repair hither, followed by a huge army of monkeys and bears. Or I shall release thee even today from the grasp of that Rakshasa and these miseries. Do thou place thyself on my back, O thou of a blameless person. And having thee on my back I shall leap over the main. I am capable of carrying the city of Lanka even with Ravana. I shall restore thee today, O mightily, unto Raghava on the Mount Prasravana, like unto fire carrying unto Indra the sacrificial offerings. Thou shalt behold today, O Vaidehi, Rama along with Lakshmana, making preparations for the destruction of his enemy, like unto Vishnu, engaged in the destruction of demons. And thou shalt observe that highly powerful one, anxious to behold thee, and seated like unto Purandara on the summit of that foremost of mountains. Do thou place thyself on my back, O worshipful dame, do thou not neglect it, O beautiful lady, and be thus reconciled unto Rama like unto Rohini restored to the moon. By the time that we will take in talking thus, thou shalt reach Rama like Rohini restored to the moon. Do thou therefore place thyself on my back, and I shall cross the ocean sailing by the ethereal way. O fair one, carrying thee from this place, none amongst the inhabitants of Lanka shall be able to follow me. In the same way I have come here I shall return by the welkin, O Vaidehi, placing thee on my back. Hearing those surprising words from that best of monkeys, Maithili, having her entire frame worked up with joy, again bespake Hanuman, Hanuman, How darest thou take me to such a long distance? O Lord of monkey hosts, this attests to thy monkeyhood. O foremost of monkeys, little-bodied as thou art, how dost thou desire to take me hence to my husband the Lord of men? Hearing the words of Sita, the graceful son of the wind god, Hanuman reflected aside, This is my first insult. The lotus-eyed dame is not cognizant of my prowess or strength. Vaidehi should therefore learn that I can assume shapes at will. Thinking thus, Hanuman, the foremost of the monkeys and the slayer of foes, showed himself unto Sita in his true shape. And leaping down from the tree, that best of monkeys began to increase himself to create Sita's confidence. His person appeared like the hill Mandara and the flaming fire. And that best of monkeys, having a copper-colored countenance, thunder-like nails and teeth and mountain-like huge body, appeared before Sita and said, I am capable of carrying this Lanka with her lord, the mountains, forests, gardens, buildings, walls, and gateways. Do thou therefore confide in me, O worshipful dame, and be not suspicious. And O Vaidehi, do thou remove Rama's grief as well as Lakshmana's. Beholding the wind god's own begotten son, Hanuman, resembling a huge mountain, Sita, the daughter of Janaka, having eyes resembling lotus petals, said, O great monkey, I know thy strength and bravery, thy air-like motion and thy wonderful fire-like energy. What ordinary man can come here crossing the incomparable ocean? O Lord of monkey hosts, I understand that thou art capable of returning, and thou shalt be able to carry me. But I should consider now how the work might be accomplished. O foremost of monkeys, I should not go with thee. Perhaps I might lose my sense with thy air-like velocity. When moving terribly thou shalt proceed high up in the welkin, perhaps I shall then fall down. No sooner I shall fall down into the ocean infested with fish and other animals than I shall be an excellent food unto them. O slayer of foes, I shall not be able to accompany thee. For seeing thee carry a woman, they shall surely suspect thee. And finding me stolen, those terribly powerful Rakshasas, commanded by the vicious-souled Ravana, shall follow thee. O hero, carrying me and encircled by those heroic Rakshasas with maces and darts in their hands, thou shalt be beset with dangers. And on the sky the Rakshasas shall be armed with weapons, and thou shalt be without any. How shalt thou be able to fight and protect me at the same time? And when thou shalt be engaged in conflict with those Rakshasas of terrible deeds, I, O foremost of monkeys, stricken with fear, shall fall down from thy back. O foremost of monkeys, those terrible and powerful Rakshasas shall be able to defeat thee a little. And when thou shalt be defeated in battle, I shall fall down, and those vicious Rakshasas shall carry me away from thy hands or destroy me. Victory or defeat is uncertain in a battle. I shall thus be distressed by those Rakshasas setting up terrible roars, and thy endeavors shall be fruitless, O best of monkeys. Thou art capable of destroying the Rakshasas very easily, I admit, but Rama's fame shall then be soiled if dost thou bring about their destruction. Or the Rakshasas taking me away shall keep me in such a secret place, that neither the monkeys nor Raghava shall be able to ascertain my whereabouts. And all thy preparations for me shall thus be useless. And mighty shall be the result of Rama's coming with thee. O large-armed one, the life of Raghava of unmitigated prowess, those of his brothers and of thy royal race are all subject to me. And when they shall give up their hopes of releasing me, they, worn out with grief and anxiety, shall renounce their lives along with the monkeys and bears. O monkey, being guided by my love for my husband, I do not like willingly to touch anybody's person but Rama's. When Ravana, by force, touched my person, I had no other help, for I was then without my lord and therefore was subject to another person. If Rama can take me away from here, destroying the 10-necked one with all the Rakshasas, he shall then perform the worthy action. I have heard of and myself seen the prowess of the highly souled Rama, unconquerable in a battle. There is none amongst the celestials, Gandharvas, Nagas, and the Rakshasas who can match him in a conflict, beholding that highly powerful Raghava, in a conflict, like unto Vasva in prowess, holding a wonderful bow, and followed by Lakshmana, who can withstand his prowess resembling the flaming fire. O foremost of monkeys, who can withstand Raghava in a conflict, followed by Lakshmana moving like an infuriated elephant and showering shafts like unto the rays of the sun at the time of dissolution? O best of monkeys, do thou speedily bring here my dear one along with Lakshmana and the lord of monkey hosts. O heroic monkey, do thou soon satisfy me, who am stricken with grief in consequence of my long separation from Rama. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 38. Hearing those words, that foremost of monkeys, skilled in speech, was greatly delighted and again addressed Sita in the following words: O worshipful lady, O thou of an auspicious presence, what thou hast said speaks well for a feminine nature and the modesty of a chaste damsel. And because thou art a female, thou art not capable of crossing on my back, the mane extending over 1,000 leagues. The second argument: I shall not touch any other person's body than Rama's, which thou hast produced, O Janaki. O thou gifted with modesty! Truly becometh thee, who art the spouse of that high-souled one. Who else than thee, O worshipful one, can give expression to such words? Truly shall Kakuchta hear from the beginning to the end, O worshipful dame, of thy actions before me, and all thou hast said. For many reasons, I gave vent to such words, O lady. I am anxious to compass Rama's end, and my heart is melted with affection. It is very difficult to enter this city of Lanka, it is equally hard to cross over the main, but I am capable of doing all these, and hence I gave utterance to all those words. I wish to take thee even today to the descendant of Raghu. It is for my devotion unto him and regard for thee that I said so, and for nothing else. If thou dost not wish to go with me, O thou of a blameless person, do thou give me such a token as might create Raghava's confidence. Being thus accosted by Hanuman, Sita, resembling the daughter of a celestial, spoke, gently, words with their letters strung on the vapor of grief: Do thou mention unto my dear lord, in my words, what had happened unto me while living in the hermitage at the foot of the Mount Pratyanga, situate on the northeast of Chitrakuta, abounding in roots, fruits, and water. At no distance from that place frequented by the ascetics flowed the sacred stream Mandakini. While ranging in that woodland fragrant with the odor of many flowers, thou, having thy person wet in consequence of thy sport in the water, didst sit on my lap. A crow, at that time, longing to feed on my flesh, tore my breast with its beak. And I threatened it with a pebble. But it continued tearing my breast as if it sat there to feed on my flesh and therefore did not fly off. Being enraged with that bird, as I tried to tighten the cloth around my waist, it gave way a little, and thou, rising up from thy seat and looking at me, didst laugh over it. And I was greatly enraged with thy laughter and ashamed, and, being wounded by the crow, I approached thee. Thereupon, tired as I was, I sat on thy lap, and, exercised with ire, I was consoled by thee laughing. Now I, having my countenance bathed in tears, gently rubbed my eyes. And I was seen by thee, O my lord, in that wise, greatly enraged with the crow. O Raghava, I slept for some time at thy lap, out of exhaustion, and thyself in turn slept at mine, O elder brother of Bharata. In the meantime, that crow again suddenly approaching, tore my breast with its beak, as I awoke and was rising up from thy lap, O Raghava. Thereupon Raghava awoke with the shedding of blood. Beholding my breast wounded, that large-armed hero wroth like a serpent, sighing, said, O thou having thighs like the trunk of an elephant, by whom hath thy breast been wounded? Who wants to play with an angry five-hooded serpent? Thereupon, casting his looks around, he espied the crow, sitting in my front with its claws besmeared with blood. That crow, best of birds, was the son of the Lord of the Celestials in disguise. And gifted with air-like velocity, he speedily entered inside the earth. Thereupon that large-eyed hero, best of the intelligent, with his eyes whirling with ire, resolved to destroy that crow. And taking a blade of kuka off his seat, he tied it to a Brahma weapon. And that blade, facing the bird, appeared with its flaming face, like the fire that would destroy the world. And he hurled that burning blade at the crow. And it pursued the crow high up in the welkin. Being thus pursued, that crow, in order to save himself, traversed various regions. And being then renounced by his father, Indra, and the great ascetics, he, ranging the three worlds, at last resorted to his, Rama's, shelter. And, placing himself on the earth, he sought his shelter, and Kakutstha, out of mercy, saved him, albeit worthy of being killed. And he spoke unto him, greatly famished, of a pale countenance and lying on the earth, it is impossible to render this Brahma weapon fruitless. Therefore, do thou speak, as to what is to be done. He then destroyed the right eye of the crow. Having given up his eye, he saved himself. Then bowing unto Rama as well as King Dakaratha, the crow, liberated by that hero, went to his own abode. Thou hadst on my behalf discharged the Brahma weapon even at a crow. Why then, O Lord of earth, dost thou forbear him who had carried me off from thee? O foremost of men, do thou dispense unto me thy kindness capable of inspiring hope. O Lord, possessing a Lord in thee, I, now, appear as if I had none. That kindness is a prime virtue, I have heard even from thee, and I know that thou art exceedingly energetic and possessed of great strength and high courage, unfettered by considerations of time and space, and capable of being agitated. Thou in gravity resemblest the ocean, and like unto that Lord of the earth furnished with seas, Vasva. O Raghava, being thus the foremost of those acquainted with weapons, powerful, and possessed of strength, wherefore dost thou not direct thy weapon against the Rakshasas? Neither Nagas, nor Gandharvas, nor the gods, nor the Maruts, are competent to resist the onset of Rama in battle. If that puissant one still retains any regard for me, why doth he not by means of sharpened shafts make root and branch work with the Rakshasas? And why, taking the permission of his brother, that represser of foes, the heroic Lakshmana gifted with great strength, doth not deliver me? If those foremost of men be indeed equal to Indra and the wind, and incapable of being repressed even by the celestials, wherefore do they disregard me? Surely I must be guilty of some great crime, since although capable, those subduers of enemies do not look at me. Hearing Vaidehi's piteous words uttered with tearful eyes, that leader of monkey bands, the exceedingly energetic Hanuman, said, O exalted one, I swear by truth, Rama turneth away his countenance from every work, and consequence of grief for thee. And Rama being seized with sorrow, Lakshmana burns in grief. Now that I have been able to obtain a sight of thee, this is no season for sorrow. O auspicious one, even now thou shalt witness the end of this woe. Filled with hope from my sight of thee, those foremost of persons, those mighty princes, shall reduce the worlds to ashes. And, O thou of expansive eyes, slaying in battle the wicked Ravana with his allies, Raghava shall take thee back to his palace. Now tell me what I shall communicate unto Raghava, and the highly powerful Lakshmana, and the energetic Sugriva, and all the assembled monkeys. Thus addressed, Sita again spoke unto him, saying, Do thou on my behalf, bowing down the head, inquire after the welfare of that protector of men whom Kausalya hath brought forth. Do thou on my behalf, and on account of my words, inquire after the welfare of him, who, renouncing wreaths and gems of all kinds, and beloved damsels possessed of transcendent beauty, and wealth such as is difficult to obtain on this spacious earth, and who, honoring and bowing unto his father and mother, followed Rama, in whom Sumitra hath an excellent son, of that righteous one, who, espousing the cause of his brother, renouncing choice happiness, followeth his brother to the forest. Ministering unto him, who is lion-shouldered, long-armed, intelligent, and of a prepossessing presence, who beareth himself towards Rama as if he were his sire, and towards me as if I were his mother. Of that heroic Lakshmana who did not know when I was ravished away, the servant of the elders, crowned with auspiciousness, who is competent and reuneth in his tongue, who is the foremost of those dear unto the king's son, and worthy of my father-in-law, who is dearer unto Rama than even my own self, of Lakshmana, brother unto Rama, that energetic one who undertaketh even such tasks as he is not equal to, and seeing whom Raghava hath forgotten his deceased sire, him for the sake of my words, thou must ask as to his welfare. Lakshmana is always mild and pure, and dear unto Rama. Do thou speak to him so, that, O best of monkeys, he may remove my miseries. O leader of monkey bands, do thou bring about success on this undertaking. From this preliminary endeavor of thine, Raghava shall take pains on my behalf. This also shalt thou say again and again unto that hero, my lord, O son of Dakaratha, I shall keep on this life for another month. And this I swear unto thee by truth, that I will not live beyond this month. O hero, even as Vishnu rescued Kausiki from the nether regions, it behoveth thee to rescue me, who have ignominiously been confined by the impious Ravana. Thereupon, saying, Hand this unto Raghava, Sita gave to Hanuman a noble and excellent jewel for the head, which was tied up in her attire. Then taking that best of gems, the hero tried to fix it on his finger, but it did not enter into it. And taking the gem, and bowing unto Sita and going round her, that foremost of monkeys remained by her side in humble guise. And experiencing rapture in consequence of his seeing Sita, he mentally presented himself before Rama, and Lakshmana graced with auspicious marks. And taking that costly and superb gem, which by virtue of some power, King Janaka's daughter had managed to hide from the gaze of the Rakshases, Hanuman, feeling delighted like one, shaken by the wind blowing on the top of the foremost of mountains, and then getting away from it, prepared to set out. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 39. Having made over the gem, Sita said unto Hanuman, This sign is very well known to Rama. Seeing this gem, that hero, Rama, shall recollect three persons, his mother, myself, and King Dakaratha. Thou, O foremost of monkeys, wilt again be commissioned on this business. Do thou bethink thee as to what thou wilt do afterwards, when thou hast been entrusted with this task. O foremost of monkeys, thou art capable of compassing this work. Therefore, think as to what course of his, Rama's, shall remove my misery. O Hanuman, undergoing toils, be thou instrumental in removing my misery. Saying, So be it, the wind god's offspring of terrible prowess, bowing down the head, prepared to depart. Seeing that, Hanuman was about to set out, that exalted one, Mithila's daughter, addressed that monkey, son unto the wind god, in words choked by the vapor of grief, O Hanuman, do thou communicate good news to both Rama and Lakshmana, to Sugriva with his counselors, and to all the aged monkeys. And, O best of monkeys, in consonance with righteousness, communicate good tidings unto Rama. And it behoveth thee to strive so that the mighty-armed Raghava may rescue me from this sea of sorrow. And, O Hanuman, do thou speak so that the illustrious Rama may deliver me while I am still alive, and thereby do thou reap righteousness. Ever-breathing high spirits, Dakarathi, hearing my words, shall attain an access of manliness for my deliverance. Soon as Raghava shall hear words couching tidings of me, that hero shall duly resolve on displaying his prowess. Hearing this speech of Sita, Hanuman, son unto the wind god, with his joined hands raised to his head, said, Soon shall Kakutsta come, surrounded by the foremost monkeys and bears, and, vanquishing the foe in fight, shall remove thy grief. Find I none either among men, or Asuras, or celestials, that dares remain before him as he discharges his shafts. For thee, in especial, he can stand in conflict even the sun, Indra, nay, Yama himself, that offspring of the sun. For thee, he prepareth himself to conquer the earth bounded by the main, and victory, thou daughter of Janaka, shall be Rama's. Hearing his words excellently spoken and thoroughly true, Janaki honored them highly, and spoke as follows. And gazing at him once and again as he prepared to go away, Sita from affection honored the speech which had been uttered by Hanuman out of attachment unto his master. If thou wish it, O hero, do thou, O subduer of enemies, stay here for one day. Having rested in some hidden nook, thou wilt depart tomorrow. O monkey, if thou dost remain, thy vicinity shall for a moment remove the huge grief of me of slender luck. But even if thou go, passing today here, I have, O tiger-like monkey, doubts as to thy return, and, accordingly, doubt, certainly, as to my life. And the grief incident to my not seeing thee shall burn me greatly, even, O monkey, as grief burneth one that is already consumed by sorrow over and over again. And, O hero, O lord of monkeys, this doubt is also before me. How, alas, shall the mighty lord of monkeys, albeit backed by the monkeys and bears, cross over the mighty main hard to cross, and how shall those forces consisting of bears and monkeys, or those sons of the best of men, cross over the same? In all the three worlds, Vinata's offspring, thyself, and the wind god, have alone the power of crossing over the deep. Then, for the accomplishment of this work, difficult to compass, what, O hero, O thou best of those conversant with business, what way dost thou see as to its success? Or thou alone, O destroyer of hostile heroes, art quite enough for the fulfillment of this purpose, and thou shalt reap, in the shape of fame, the fruit of thy achievement. But if Rama, himself together with all his forces, conquering Ravana and, recovering me, in battle, returned victorious to his own city, this would be worthy of himself. If blocking up Lanka with his army, that afflicter of hostile hosts, Kakutsta took me, hence, that would be worthy of him. Do thou, therefore, adopt such means that the high-souled heroic warrior may have an opportunity of putting forth prowess. Hearing those words fraught with sense and reason and informed with affection, Hanuman, by way of reply said mildly, O revered lady, that foremost of monkeys, the lord of bears and monkeys, Sugriva, possessed of truth, hath made up his mind on thy behalf. That destroyer of Rakshasas, O daughter of Videha, environed by thousands of millions of monkeys, will come hither without delay. And exceedingly powerful and mighty monkeys possessed of prowess, and speeding far with the rapidity of thought, are in his command. Nothing can impede their courses either upward or downward, or tending in both directions, and those ones of measureless energy never experience depression in the most arduous undertakings. Braced by their exalted spirits, these, resorting to the aerial way, have many a time and oft circumambulated the earth containing mountains and meads. There are, in that army, rangers of woods, some equal and some superior to me. And near Sugriva there are none who are inferior to me. And since even I have reached this place, what shall I say of those ones endowed with immense might? Nor are superior, monkeys, sent on errands, it is only the inferior ones that are sent. Then, O exalted one, thou needst not grieve, let thy sorrow depart. Those leaders of monkey herds will come to Lanka by one bound, and, like unto the risen sun and moon, those leonine men, having large numbers to back them, will come to thy side, riding my back. Those heroes and foremost of men, Rama and Lakshmana both, coming to the city of Lanka, shall destroy her by means of their shafts. And slaying Ravana together with his adherents, Raghu's son, taking thee, O paragon among women, shall return to his own city. Therefore, do thou take heart, good betide thee. Do thou remain, eagerly wishing for the time. It will not be long before thou shalt behold Rama resembling flaming fire. On the lord of Rakshasas being slain along with his counselors and friends, thou shalt meet with Rama, even as Rohini meeteth with the moon. O worshipful one, speedily shalt thou behold the other shore of thy misery, O mightily, and thou shalt see Ravana slain by Rama by might of arm. Having thus solaced Videha's daughter, Hanuman, son unto the wind god, again spoke unto Videha, saying, Soon shalt thou behold that destroyer of foes, Raghava of subdued soul, and the bow-bearing Lakshmana also, come to the gate of Lanka. And soon shalt thou behold the assembled heroic monkeys, endowed with the prowess of lions and tigers, and the splendor of the monarch of monkeys, and having nails and teeth for their arms. And thou shalt, O noble one, behold innumerable companies of choice monkeys, resembling hills and clouds, roaring on the plateaus of Malaya in Lanka. Like an elephant tormented by a lion, Rama afflicted in the vitals by the dreadful shafts of Manmatha, doth not attain ease. Do not weep, exalted one, in sorrow. Let not fear take possession of thy heart. Even as Sachi meeteth with Sakra, shalt thou, O auspicious one, meet with thy Lord. Who is greater than Rama? And who is equal to Samitri? And these brothers resembling fire and the wind are thy help. O revered one, thou wilt not have to dwell long in this extremely dreadful place inhabited by the Rakshasas. The arrival of thy beloved one is not distant. Just remain expecting, as best thou may, during the time that elapses between this and my meeting with Rama. Ramayan, Kanda 5, Section 40. Hearing the speech of the high-souled offspring of the wind god, Sita, resembling a daughter of the celestials, said in words fraught with her welfare, even as the earth with corn halfway towards harvest is gladdened on receipt of showers, have I, O monkey, been gladdened on seeing thee that speakest sweetly. Do thou so dispense thy kindness unto me that, with my desire attained, I may touch that tiger-like one with my body reduced by grief. And, O foremost of monkeys, present this sign unto Rama, and tell him also for a sign that he had in ire buried the dart which destroyed a single eye of the crow. And tell him also, on my first thilaka having been wiped out, thou didst paint beside my cheek another made of red arsenic, this thou shouldst remember. Why, O thou endowed with prowess, resembling Indra the Great or Vanuna, dost thou disregard the ravished Sita, sitting in the midst of Rakshas? This jewel for the head I had preserved with care. In my misfortune, O sinless one, I used to inspire cheerfulness by a sight of this, resembling thyself. This graceful water-sprung gem I part from. Hereafter, overwhelmed with grief, I shall not be able to live. For thee only do I bear insufferable miseries, heart-cleaving speech, and companionship with Rakshasas. O destroyer of enemies, for a month longer will I maintain being. Beyond that, O king's son, bereft of thee, I will not live. This Rakshasa king is dreadful. This being so, if I hear thee tarrying, I would not live for a moment. Hearing Vaidehi's speech pathetic and uttered with tears, the highly energetic Hanuman, son unto the wind god, said, My revered one, I swear unto thee by truth itself that Rama neglecteth every business because of grief for thee. And Rama being overwhelmed with woe, Lakshmana burneth in grief. Now that I have succeeded in seeing thee after no end of ado, this is no time for lamentation. O fair one, this very moment thou shalt witness the end of thy woe. Those blameless princes, foremost of men, gathering courage from my sight of thee, shall reduce Lanka to ashes. And, O thou of expansive eyes, slaying in battle Ravana along with his friends, Raghu's sons shall take thee back to their own palace. Now, O faultless lady, thou ought to give me such a sign as Rama shall certainly recognize, and as shall more please him by far. Ah! Answered Sita, I have already furnished thee with an excellent sign. This ornament, O Hanuman, when carefully examined by Rama, O hero, shall render thy words credible. Thereupon, taking that best of gems, that graceful foremost of monkeys, bowing down the head unto that exalted one, prepared to depart. Seeing that monkey leader intent upon leaping up, and surcharged with energy, with his person enlarged, Janaka's daughter, with a tearful countenance, spake in woebegone guise, her accents choked with the vapor of grief, O Hanuman, communicate tidings of my good health unto those lion-like brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, to Sugriva along with his counselors, and to all the monkeys. And it behoveth thee so to compass things that the mighty-armed Raghava may rescue me from this sea of sorrow. Do thou, going to Rama, make known to him the fierce current of my grief, as well as the railing of these Rakshasas. Good fortune be thy portion, thou exceedingly heroic monkey. Thus furnished with the intentions of the princess, the monkey, having gained his object, and, growing exceedingly exhilarated in his heart, reviewed the small work that yet remained for him, became bent upon proceeding to the north.